Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 51 Dragon Rider? Or Dragon Rider? It's delicious. A happy voice came from the shared house of Chen and Chu Muxue. The voice belonged to Chu Muxue. Chu Muxue, who originally planned to eat only watermelon, finished 2 bowls of rice. Chen's skills have become extremely good over the past few years. 2 home-cooked dishes, which are quite handy. Eat slowly. I originally planned to eat it myself. As a result, he was almost eaten by Chu Muxue. Chen was also a little helpless. This dragon wastes food. Not big, but with a big appetite. Chu Muxue looked happy. After the meal, the 2 of them went back to their rooms to practice. Wait until early morning. The system sound appears on time. 100 treasure chests have landed randomly around the world. Please open the map to the host to get the accurate location. A new treasure chest has appeared. This is what Chen looks forward to most every day. Open the system map directly. Checked it out. I'll go, right. Chen unexpectedly discovered that among the 100 treasure boxes, the one closest to him was the one closest to him. There are actually 2,122.7 kilometers. The rest are in other countries. How to open this? Chen was very unwilling. But is this distance too far? No, if Chu Muxue turns into a dragon and flies, I don't know if she can reach it. Flying in a straight line seems to be closer. According to airplane calculation, it is more than 2,000 kilometers, which is only 3 or 4 hours. Maybe it's too late. Thinking of this, Chen stood up and opened the door. Knocked on Chu Muxue's door. What are you doing in the middle of the night? Chu Muxue looked at Chen warily. Although I am your contracted dragon, it is absolutely impossible for you to become a dragon knight. If he dares to mess around, the master will give it to him. Muxue, there is something I want to tell you. Chen thought about his words. We can't just say that we will take him to fly more than 2,000 kilometers. You say. Chu Muxue was still vigilant and did not open all the doors. Just exposed his head outside. I have had a dream since I was a child. I dream that one day, the valleys will rise, the mountains will fall, and the rough and tortuous roads will become smooth. Chen spoke carefully. It probably means that he wants to walk in a straight line. As we all know, a straight line is the shortest between 2 points. If there are no deep valleys, no mountains, and no twists and turns, but only straight lines, then it is the shortest. Not on the road, just flying. Chen wanted to fly. Speak humanly. Chu Muxue said quietly. Hearing this, Chen coughed, ahem, it's just that I want to be a dragon knight, so you. Abnormal. Chu Muxue didn't expect that Chen would say it directly. Bang. Just close the door. Chen. I just want you to fly me to a place, why am I so perverted? Chen quickly explained. Did Chu Muxue think wrongly? This little female dragon has an unhealthy mind. A voice came from the room, that's even worse. More. Does this mean that the Dragon Knight can do it? Isn't this Dragon Knight good? I am your master, do you want me to bind you with a contract? Chen knew that after the contract, he could forcefully order Chu Muxue. However, Chu Muxue turned into a human form and was not a contract pet in the true sense. Chen also treated her as a friend. No. I'll fly. Chu Muxue knew. If Chen bound her with a contract, then there is really no freedom. Shouted quickly. Then the door was opened. Chu Muxue looked unhappy. Unhappy. Unhappy, unhappy. Unhappy. Well, I have something to do now, and I need to go to a place more than 2,000 kilometers away, right here. If you fly, how long will it take? Chen looked at Chu Muxue. There are also some that I can't bear. But when I thought about the treasure chest, I still endured it. He took out his cell phone, opened the map, and handed it to Chu Muxue. 2. More than 2,000 kilometers, you think I am a plane? Here this distance. Chu Muxue's reaction was even more intense than when Chen saw it on the system map. No, I didn't think you were a flying chicken, I thought you were a flying dragon. Chen shook his head. He said with a serious face. Do you know how long it will take me to fly over 2,000 kilometers? Chu Muxue asked back. Chen nodded, I know, it will take 3 or 4 hours. If the plane can do it, you can do it too. Master believes in you. Don't give me that expression. According to the flying speed of our dragon, of course it is possible, but along the way, we will pass many human cities. Chu Muxue explained, when we get to the outskirts of the city, we have to get down, then take a car, leave the city, and take off again, otherwise we will be discovered by humans, and. Chu Muxue took Chen's mobile phone. Pointing to the position above, he said, this place is the 8 Ridges secret realm. The lowest level of the monsters there is 8th level. The weaker dragons don't dare to take risks. Why are you going there? Ah! Chen was stunned and took the phone. Looked at the map. Miao is really the secret realm of 8 Ridges. This is a place that even the top human warriors dare not enter. It is called the Forbidden Zone of Life. A treasure chest actually appeared in it. Forget it, good night. Chen took the phone. He went back to the room helplessly. Ah! Chu Muxue looked at Chen's lonely back and felt a little bit reluctant. But what she just said was the truth. This is also for Chen's good. Back to the room. Damn, the system is playing tricks on me? Fortunately, I didn't go. Hee. The 8 Ridge secret realm is not something he can enter. Even if it is a purple gold treasure chest, it is useless. It is estimated that the moment he stepped into that place, he died. This is not a joke. That place, even if the A-level warriors go in, they must be careful everywhere. If they encounter a large number of monsters, they probably can't come back. With Chen's current Ren level strength, he can't go there. Practice with peace of mind. No matter what, Chen can't get this treasure chest. In other words, the 100 treasure chests today have nothing to do with Chen. Fortunately, the treasure chests are refreshed once a day. Chen is not in a hurry. Just wait for tomorrow. One day, nothing happened. The next day, nothing happened. The third day, still nothing, something happened today. 100 treasure chests have landed randomly all over the world. Please open the map to get the exact location. In the early morning of this day, the system arrived as promised. No treasure chests appeared around Chen for 2 consecutive days. Chen was somewhat disappointed. He opened the system map. Chen browsed it. Finally there is a treasure chest. When Chen saw a bright spot on the system. Right in this city. Chen was excited. After 2 days, he finally experienced the surprise of being hit by a treasure chest again. Chen quickly zoomed in. Check the specific location of the treasure chest. X9542, Y1258. This place is, here, right? Zoom in. Chen checked it carefully. After a moment, the location was determined. Why does this place look familiar? Chen thought for a while, and suddenly his eyes widened. P.S. The realm is currently divided according to the 10 heavenly stems, namely Ji, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu, Ji, Geng, Xin, Ren, and Gui. Each level is divided into 1 to 9 levels. Seeing that some readers asked, I explained it, there will definitely be more realms in the future. Chapter 52 The one Chen least wants to see. Looking at the coordinates on the system map. X9542, Y1258. Looking at the location displayed on the phone again. I hope it's not her house. Su Chen looked at the location. Once again, it was a place Su Chen didn't want to go. Of course, it was a bit far. Su Chen didn't go there in the middle of the night. The next day. Muxue, it's time to eat. These days, Su Chen has been cooking, and he has long been used to it. Now it's just cooking for one more person. I'm coming. Hearing Su Chen's shout, Chu Muxue's door opened instantly. And then she ran to the dining table. How could she look like a cold school beauty? What are we eating today? Chu Muxue was very curious. These days, Su Chen has made delicious food for her in various ways. She's addicted to it. Barbecued pork buns, shrimp dumplings, shrimp wonton noodles. Su Chen directly brought a lot of good things. Wow! Chu Muxue smelled the fragrance. Without any politeness, one tower to beat Kimasu. After saying that, Chu Muxue directly grabbed a barbecued pork bun and stuffed it into her mouth. Be careful of the burn. Su Chen reminded. Huff, huff, huff. Sure enough, Chu Muxue was burned. But she didn't let go. Eating hot barbecued pork buns is a very happy thing. It's delicious only when it's hot. After eating, Su Chen planned to go out. Thinking about it, he turned to Chu Muxue and said, You may be summoned today. Be prepared. Are you going to fight? Okay. These few days, I have eaten a lot of Su Chen's food. Chu Muxue feels that she can't leave this dragon tamer. Naturally, she agreed readily. Su Chen nodded and went out. Today's treasure chest is in Baihu City. When he went out, Su Chen didn't plan to ride a bicycle. The main reason was that the weather was too hot. And the place he was going to was not very convenient to ride. He chose to take the bus, and it was an air-conditioned bus. For 2 yuan, you can take a bus from here to your destination. There is air conditioning, which is wonderful. Fortunately, this station is both the terminal and the starting station. When Su Chen got on the bus, there was still a seat. Very comfortable. Su Chen said casually, and then he was ready to take a nap. If you don't sleep on the bus, it's the same as not getting on the bus. I don't know how many stations have passed. There are already many people around Su Chen who have no seats and are standing. Hey, beautiful lady! At this moment, Su Chen was awakened by a voice. It was a man next to him. In front of him was a woman dressed very beautifully. The woman had her back to Su Chen, so her face could not be seen clearly. Is this the bracelet you dropped? The man was holding a bracelet. It looked like silver, of course, it could also be platinum. The woman turned her head, looked at it, and nodded, It's mine, thank you. Beautiful lady, can I meet you? Let's make friends. Just as the woman reached out to take the bracelet, the man stared at the woman's face for a while, and asked a question with some embarrassment. The woman looked at the man, hesitated, and said, Forget it, I don't want the bracelet. Puff. A man who was eavesdropping like Su Chen couldn't help laughing. Su Chen also smiled. Why does this annoying voice sound so familiar? Su Chen felt familiar when he heard the voice. It seemed like he had heard it somewhere before. Just when Su Chen was about to see if he knew it, the air-conditioned car stopped at the station. Someone got off at the back and someone got on at the front. The woman should have seen the seat and walked to the back. Su Chen didn't see it clearly. Uncle, this is an air-conditioned car, 2 yuan. Just when Su Chen was thinking about whose voice it was, the driver's voice came from the front. It seemed to be a bald old man who only paid 1 yuan to get on the bus. When he heard this, the old man didn't pay, but just nodded with a smile, It's quite cool. Uncle, pay 2 yuan. The driver reminded silently. As the bald old man walked inside, he touched his bald head and smiled, Not only is my bald head cool, but my whole body is cool. The driver was a little impatient. I'm telling you, pay 2 yuan. Haha, there are fewer people in the back, it's cooler. Then the old man walked to the back. The driver caught up with him and wasted some time to make the old man understand. It's 2 yuan, not cool. He paid another yuan. The old man walked to the woman. Looking around, there was no seat. Uncle, you sit here. The woman hesitated for a moment and gave the seat she had just got to the old man. Great! Girls these days know how to respect the elderly. The old man praised, then complained, unlike last time in the toilet, that young man, I told him, I'm 80 years old, my body can't hold on any longer, please be kind and give me a seat, you have to respect the elderly. He refused to come out, and said he had to finish using the toilet. Oh! After saying that, the old man shook his head and sighed. Pfft, he's just using the toilet, how can this be the same as taking the bus? The old man is unreasonable. This is disrespectful to the elderly. If it were me, I would give up my seat to you. The people in the car also started to talk to their friends. Chen looked over curiously. Just happened to see the woman's face. She looked very outstanding. But when Chen saw her, he was slightly stunned. Oh my god, why is it her? This is the person that Chen least wanted to see. This time, the treasure chest was near her home. Chen didn't want to see her very much. Chen had just come out of the orphanage. When I was doing odd jobs, I met her. I said to Chen right away, don't work hard, go with me, I will support you. When Chen was full of gratitude. I saw her mouth slightly raised, when you get fat, my little G will definitely like it. When I just stepped out of the orphanage. Chen didn't have much social experience. I thought Xiaoji might be her child. But when I got there, I found out that Xiaoji was a snake. This woman is an awakener. She wants to raise Chen and feed him to the second-level monster she contracted, the true fire thunder python. Chen lived in the woman's house for 3 months, and finally one day, he was given the opportunity to leave. I don't know what happened. The woman received a phone call, told Chen a few words, and left. She went away for several years and never came back. Chen thought she would never come back. But he subconsciously avoided the place where she lived. Unexpectedly, the treasure chest appeared near her house today. And this woman appeared in an air-conditioned car. As an awakener, how could she take an air-conditioned car? And let Chen meet her. But her strength should have been Ren level at the beginning. Even if it has improved now, it should not exceed Xin level. This time, I am not afraid of you. Because of the previous experience. Chen's psychology was overshadowed. Now, Chen just wants to say loudly, please ask for the psychological shadow area. Chapter 53 Brother Chen, sister is coming in. Ding dong, city station has arrived. Please get off from the back door. Please be careful when opening the door. When the voice broadcast sounded, Chen looked behind him vigilantly. As expected, the woman walked towards the back door of the car at this time. After getting off the car, she identified the direction and walked away. Chen got off the car behind her. If it is not necessary, Chen does not want to meet her. After all, her strength is still unknown. It has been a few years. If there is an adventure, her strength may be improved quickly. She should go home, right? Chen frowned slightly. The treasure chest is near her home. If Chen goes there at this time, he should meet her. I don't know her strength, how is it now, I will wait and see. Chen was a little cautious. Before figuring out the specific strength of an awakened person, you must not act rashly. Otherwise, it is easy to lose your life. Just like ordinary people. Awakened people are also divided into good and bad. Some people have awakened, but there is only one more powerful humanoid monster in this world. This woman is definitely one of them. Thinking of this, Chen went straight into another path. Either get there before her, or wait for her to go out again. Normal people would of course choose the former. How long do you have to wait for her to go out? Besides, the existence time of this treasure chest. It's only 1 day. If you miss it, it's gone. Chen naturally chose to open the treasure chest first. This path was found by Chen when he often took a detour. Going from here, you can reach her home faster. Chen sped up and ran towards the woman's home. As a result, at a turn, Chen saw a familiar figure standing not far away. Brother Chen, long time no see. When he saw Chen, the figure raised his head and looked at Chen. He asked with a smile. When he saw the woman, Chen's face did not change much. Sister Ai Yan, you're back. Chen smiled. Ask. Well, I'm back. Brother Chen is running so fast. What are you going to do? Ai Yan looked at Chen and asked with a faint smile. Me? Running. Chen said without thinking. Running? I saw you in the air-conditioned car just now. Ai Yan exposed her without giving her face. After staring at Chen's face for a while, she smiled with her hands covering her mouth. Hee, sister really didn't make a mistake. Brother Chen will be so handsome when he grows up. Xiaoji will definitely like it. Pause. Ai Yan continued, this exquisite food. I don't know what Sister Ai Yan is talking about. I still have to go running. Let's meet again when I have time. Chen said, turned around and ran. He didn't want to fight here. Otherwise, Chu Muxue might be exposed. Even if Chu Muxue is not exposed, the dragon's matter will be exposed. It will also attract a lot of people to watch. The last battle was in the field. Others can't see it. There are many people in the city. Chen doesn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Wait to find a suitable place. Then summon Chu Muxue. Tisk tisk, brother Chen, do you know why your sister is so confident to let you live here for so long? Ai Yan saw Chen turn around and run. She didn't rush to chase him, but just smiled faintly, because I know that you can't run away from this city. Ordinary people also want to run away from the palm of the awakened? It's a foolish dream. When Ai Yan saw Chen running away, she didn't use spiritual power. She concluded that Chen didn't awaken successfully. She couldn't help but get more excited. A food that didn't awaken successfully. Running away would only make her have more experience as a hunter. Originally, she thought that even if Chen awakened, his strength would not be as good as hers. Now it seems that Chen didn't even awaken successfully. That would be more fun. As she said, she walked slowly in the direction where Chen left. Should she catch up? Chen was looking forward to it while running. He had just discovered the spiritual power released from Ai Yan. It reached the 6th level of Xin rank. At her age, she is already very talented. Chen seemed to have heard before that Ai Yan was a B-level talent awakener. The speed of cultivation is naturally not slow. Besides, there should be some adventures in the past few years. But Chen was relieved. Ai Yan plus her 2nd-level monster True Fire Thunder Python. Chen should be able to deal with it. It's all because I was greedy for beauty and lacked food and clothing. Chen sighed while running. In addition to being unfamiliar with the world and lacking social experience, it was also because Ai Yan was beautiful. Who knew that this was a venomous scorpion beauty? Brother Chen, let your sister run with you. Just when Chen turned a corner, a voice came from behind him. It was obvious that Ai Yan had set her sights on Chen. Go after her. Chen didn't say anything. In his heart, he hoped that Ai Yan could catch up. After a while, the tall buildings around Su Chen became fewer and fewer. Su Chen appeared around an abandoned factory building. Without thinking, I just jumped in. At this time, Ai Yan had also caught up. Watching Su Chen enter the factory. Smiling faintly, you blocked the road yourself, don't blame sister. As he said that, he slowly walked towards the abandoned factory. Let Ziji have a good meal here. The free-range ones should be more energetic and delicious than the domestic ones. Crunch! The door of the abandoned factory was pushed open by Ai Yan. Brother Su Chen, sister is coming in. Ai Yan's words contained a hint of ridicule. As he walked inside, he was alert to his surroundings. This is a habit she has developed over the past few years. Tap tap tap. Ai Yan's footsteps sounded in the abandoned factory. As he walked, he said, "Stop hiding, come out and show me if it's delicious." Bang! At this time, the factory door suddenly closed. Ai Yan's brows furrowed slightly. She knew that Su Chen hadn't gone out yet. Lock the door? You can do such an irrational thing. Brother Su Chen, you are still so inexperienced in society. Ai Yan saw Su Chen locking herself with her. He couldn't help but shook his head and said sarcastically. Tread! 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 There was a steady sound of footsteps behind him. Ai Yan turned her head and saw Su Chen standing behind her. Brother Su Chen, you shouldn't have run in this direction. There might be a glimmer of hope in the other direction. What a pity! You ran in the wrong direction. Ai Yan saw Su Chen coming out. With a playful smile on his face, he stared at Su Chen and said. The other direction. Su Chen muttered something. He knew that in the other direction was the location of Zai Bureau. That's why he didn't run that way. Although it is to eliminate the scum among the awakened people. Su Chen spoke slowly, but it's not good if it's too blatant. P.S. 5 stars, reminder for update, please give me a update. Thank you all. Chapter 54, Just the Master and number 039, S mission. Inside the abandoned warehouse. Su Chen looked at Ai Yan. The other party also stared at him. After a moment, Ai Yan suddenly smiled, haha, Su Chen, who do you think you are? Su Chen did not speak. He did not even want to pay attention to Ai Yan in front of him. You also know that I am an awakener, and you are an ordinary person. Ai Yan's words have not been finished. Su Chen's body is full of spiritual power. Ai Yan's face changed slightly, you are also an awakener. But after a moment, he shook his head. The strength of the first level of Ren class is too weak. As he said, Ai Yan's spiritual power began to surge. Immediately, the dust on the ground was swept up. Do you think I have not made progress over the years? Now I am already the 6th level of Xin class. Ha ha ha, tremble, little ant, and obediently become the food of my Ziji. Ai Yan saw Su Chen's strength. After all, Su Chen should have awakened not long ago. Ai Yan was already surprised that she had this strength now. But after being surprised, she was relieved. As long as Su Chen's strength did not exceed hers, then she was stronger. It was just from ordinary rations to advanced rations. If she was stronger, she could barely be considered a canned food. Really? After not seeing each other for a few years, Sister Ai Yan is still so confident in her own strength. Su Chen sneered. As an awakener, she not only does not hunt monsters and protect humans. She also raises humans as food for the sake of her own monsters. This kind of awakener will only be a disaster if kept. Brother Su Chen, I haven't seen you for a few years. You are getting more and more arrogant, but, you have a good vision. Ai Yan suddenly praised Su Chen without thinking. Then he said lightly, this place I found for myself has good feng shui. Haha, this is what I chose for Sister Ai Yan. Su Chen sneered. What if Ai Yan's strength is stronger than his? As long as she doesn't reach the gang level. Su Chen didn't care. Humph. Zaiji, let him know the gap between the realms of awakeners. Ai Yan snorted coldly, and a spiritual power emerged. The surrounding fire elements gathered. Gradually, a giant python about 5 meters long appeared in front of Su Chen. The giant python had many fiery red lines on its body. It looked mysterious and disgusting. Zaiji, long time no see, the lines on your body are still so ugly. The giant python in front of him was Ai Yan's summoned pet, the true fire thunder python. Although the name contains thunder, it does not mean that it has both fire and thunder elements. It is because its appearance is very shocking. On the black snake skin, there are flame-like lines. Unfortunately, the flames are too small and irregular. In Su Chen's eyes, they are densely packed. He is about to have intensive phobia. And there is a bulge on its head. On it is something like a ruby. Unfortunately, the ruby is also irregular. Almost all the true fire thunder pythons have no uniform bumps on their heads. Hiss! It seemed to understand that Su Chen was mocking it. The true fire thunder python spit out its snake tongue at Su Chen. But without Ai Yan's order, it would not attack directly. Let me see your ability. Ai Yan did not let the true fire thunder python attack directly. Staring at Su Chen, he said lightly. Hearing this, Su Chen was not polite. Spiritual power surged. This is... Are you also a beast master? Ai Yan was a little surprised at this time. She did not expect that Su Chen was also a beast master. Crack! Just at this time, a voice came in. Su Chen and Ai Yan looked over. They saw a beautiful figure walking in from the gate of the factory. Sorry, I happened to be nearby, so you don't need to summon it. The person who came was Chu Muxue. It was obvious that she was following Su Chen. It is estimated that what Su Chen said in the morning made her a little worried. Of course, she was worried that Su Chen would be killed before he could summon her, and she would die with him. That would be too aggrieved. Such a beautiful girl, it's best to be a feed. When she saw Chu Muxue, Ai Yan was also stunned for a moment. But when she reacted, she became energetic. Isn't this beautiful person the best feed? Xiaoji had another treat. But Ai Yan didn't notice. At this time, the Xiaoji she was talking about, that is, the real fire thunder python, was looking at Chu Muxue, trembling a little. Why are you here? Su Chen was a little surprised. See what you are doing outside without my knowledge, and you found such an ant. Chu Muxue said casually. Ant? Who are you calling ant? Hearing Chu Muxue's words, Ai Yan couldn't stand it. She was still so young, only in her 30s. She was actually called ant? How could she accept this? You are looking for death. What Ai Yan hated most was when others talked about her age. Auntie, don't be so irritable. You get angry easily. Chu Muxue didn't care at all. Real fire thunder python? Is this your pet, auntie? It looks good. It really matches you, auntie. They are equally ugly. Just followed Su Chen. In fact, Chu Muxue had heard the conversation between Su Chen and Ai Yan. She also hated Ai Yan. Born as a human, but not doing human things. Not as good as a dragon. Although it belongs to the category of monsters, dragons do not hurt dragons. Looking for death. Finally, Ai Yan was directly angered by Chu Muxue. Spiritual power surged. He gave an order to the true fire thunder python beside him. Xiaoji, go, kill her. Ai Yan could feel it. Chu Muxue's strength was not as strong as hers. Since she was looking for death, she would help her. Hiss! The master gave an order. The true fire thunder python also spit out its snake tongue in the direction of Chu Muxue. Humph! Chu Muxue glared at the true fire thunder python. Underscore. Just a look, the true fire thunder python's body stopped. Chen watched from the side. He felt a little emotional. Is this the suppression of monsters by monsters? The dragon clan is indeed the top existence in the demon beast world. This true fire thunder python is just an ordinary second-level demon beast. Under the pressure of Chu Muxue, even with the master's order, it will instinctively retreat. Xiaoji, what are you doing? A slight retreat. It was also noticed by Ai Yan. He couldn't help but roar. Hiss! The true fire thunder python is still a beast after all. It stuck out its tongue in the direction of Chu Muxue again. But there was obvious resistance in its eyes. As if telling Chu Muxue, this is not what it wants. It's just the master's task. Chen, this man, and snake. After a pause, Chu Muxue continued, kill it or leave it for you to complete the task. Kill it. Chen said calmly. Although Ai Yan gave him a few months of food at the beginning. But those few months were also the darkest months in Chen's life. For Ai Yan in front of him, Chen has no feelings at all. Chen didn't want to let go of the scum among the awakeners. Yet, Chu Muxue nodded slightly. As Chen's contracted dragon, she could feel the unrest in Chen's heart. Then, let her wipe out the source of this unrest. P.S. Thank you for your urging, book reviews, 5-star reviews, and gifts. If you think it's good, please give me a gift, 5 stars, and urge me to update. 3. Black Diamond. Chapter 55. He is a gentle and silly person. Chu Muxue could completely feel Chen's thoughts. As a contracted dragon, summon pets. She can completely feel what her master is thinking. Regarding Chen, Chu Muxue could feel from the contact with Chen in the past few days that he was a gentle and simple person. But when I went out today, Chu Muxue could clearly feel a trace of anger in Chen's heart. Although he still made breakfast as before. Then call her to eat. But there is a subtle connection between the summoned beast and its master. It gave her a hint of Chen's feelings. And the sentence about going out. That made Chu Muxue want to follow him out. Haha, just because you two are not strong enough to reach Xin level. Hear the conversation between Chu Muxue and Chen. Ai Yan was very disdainful. She has been an awakened one for many years. Know the differences between awakened people at different levels. How big is the strength gap? Don't say there is a level gap between them. Even if there is only a 1-level gap, it is difficult to make up. Ai Yan has seen many awakened people who want to fight beyond the next level, but in the end they all fall because of their arrogance. No. Chu Muxue shook her head. Ai Yan was stunned. Do you still have anyone? Then he looked towards the door of the factory. But no one was seen. Only then did I feel relieved. One more person just showed up. Ai Yan was already surprised. She found no trace of the girl. But just pretend that his attention was always on Chen. Just didn't take it into consideration. If they still have Xin level or even gang level experts, then Ai Yan could only run away. But it is obvious that these two young people have not yet left the ivory tower of school. I don't know how to call for help. Young people, you are still too young. Ai Yan said calmly. I don't need 2 people to kill you, just one of me is enough. Chu Muxue said. The ice element on his body began to condense. The surrounding temperature also dropped rapidly. Frost began to form on the roof of the dilapidated factory building. On the surrounding grass, the dew that had not had time to dissipate also condensed into ice. Ice element? Ren level 5. Ai Yan felt the ice around her. I also felt Chu Muxue's strength. However, this kind of strength is very average in her eyes. go! Real fire thunder python! Ai Yan gave a low drink. The strength of this true fire thunder python is level 2. It is also equivalent to the strength of human Renja. Besides, there is her, a 6th level Xin level person. Hiss! Received a forced order from the master. At this time, the real fire thunder python's black eyes also began to turn red. Without any hesitation, he swept towards Chu Muxue. So fast! One can only see an afterimage. So fast! Chen could still keep up with the speed of this real fire thunder python. I just don't know if I can avoid it during a fight. Roll! The real fire thunder python is about to arrive at Chu Muxue's side. Only a cold low drink was heard. Suddenly, a pressure radiated from Chu Muxue's body. Bang! The fast-moving true fire thunder python felt as if it had been hit by 1,000 jin drop. It hit the ground heavily. So strong! Chen knew that Chu Muxue was powerful. But he didn't expect that she would be even more powerful against the monsters. Sure enough, among the monsters, there is not only the gap between levels, but also the suppression between bloodlines. How is that possible? Ai Yan originally looked at the performance of the true fire thunder python with a proud look on her face. But I didn't expect it. This true fire thunder python just gave a low drink and fell heavily to the ground. As a beast master, don't you know even the most basic things? The stronger the beast master's bloodline, the stronger the combat effectiveness. Chu Muxue's clear voice slowly sounded, this true fire thunder python is nothing more than a piece of garbage, is it worthy of competing with me? You are. Ai Yan only reacted at this moment. The girl in front of her might not be a human at all. I am Chen's summoned beast, and I am also the one here to take your life. Chu Muxue said lightly. Although it has been guessed. But after hearing Chu Muxue admit it personally, Ai Yan still couldn't believe it. Monsters can also turn into humans? What level of monster is this? Chu Muxue said no more. He just walked towards Ai Yan step by step. Ka. When passing by the true fire thunder python, the ice elements began to gather, causing the body of the true fire thunder python to form frost. True fire thunder python, use burn to explode. Ai Yan shouted immediately. Although there is suppression in the monster's bloodline. But the true fire thunder python is of fire attribute. The girl in front of me is of ice nature. The true fire thunder python can still be restrained. When Ai Yan's voice fell, the body of the true fire thunder python also began to glow red. The fire elements continue to gather. But a moment later, Ai Yan's face showed a surprised expression. She discovered that no matter how the true fire thunder python condensed, none of those fire elements could penetrate that thin layer of ice. It's like it can isolate all fire elements. Although the fire element can restrain the ice element to a certain extent, when the ice element reaches its extreme, fire can be frozen. Chu Muxue said lightly. Still walked towards Ai Yan step by step. Looking for death. Ai Yan also found something wrong at this time. But she was already at the 6th level of Xin rank. Even without summoning pets. Her strength was not comparable to that of a Ren rank girl. The spiritual power gathered, and she punched Chu Muxue. Just when the fist was about to reach Chu Muxue, a crisp sound appeared. Ai Yan was surprised to find that a layer of ice condensed on her fist. Then it quickly spread to her arm. How is it possible? Impossible! Ai Yan shouted. The spiritual power surged again. Crack! When the spiritual power gathered on the arm, finally, the ice was successfully broken. Some strength. Chu Muxue was not surprised. Just watching. Chen was also watching not far away. Chu Muxue's strength is so strong. Chen was a little surprised. Then wouldn't he be able to rely on Chu Muxue to show off in the future? He even doesn't need to work hard to cultivate. It feels so good to eat free food. Your strength is definitely more than Ren level. At this time, Ai Yan finally panicked. Looking at Su Chen, he shouted, "Brother Su Chen, I didn't kill anyone, and Xiaoji didn't eat anyone. I was just trying to scare you. I've been hunting monsters outside for these years and making contributions to mankind. You can't kill me." "Oh? Really?" Hearing Ai Yan's words, Su Chen didn't react much. Just asked a question indifferently. "Of course." Ai Yan nodded quickly, "If you don't believe it, I can take you to see." "No need." Su Chen shook his head. Then he shook his phone at Ai Yan. According to the internal information of the Night Bureau, Ai Yan is a 4th level wanted criminal of the awakened. He killed his own kind to feed the summoned beasts. His methods are extremely cruel. Su Chen said indifferently. When hearing this, Ai Yan finally showed a horrified expression on her face. "How do you have these? These are only available to people inside the Night Bureau. How come, you are from the Night Bureau?" Finally, Ai Yan reacted. She was extremely shocked. Chapter 56. Why should I work hard on my own when I can rely on women? Take charge of the night game. For those who are awakened, it is simply like thunder. Even some ordinary people have heard of the existence of this organization. Impossible. The selection of people for the night office is very strict. They must at least graduate from college. Calculating the time, you have only graduated from high school. At this time, Ai Yan did not believe that Su Chen was in charge of the night game. How can you be allowed to join the Night Bureau? What qualifications do you have? Ai Yan looked at Su Chen in front of her and asked. Whether you believe it or not, everything you have done has been recorded. Just let me kill you and capture you without any effort. Su Chen said calmly. Regardless of whether it was public or private, Su Chen would never let Ai Yan go. Humph, don't think that because your monster is powerful, you can keep me here. Ai Yan snorted coldly. Although Su Chen's beast control is powerful, but his own strength is still inferior to Ai Yan. Can you try? Su Chen said calmly. Then he looked at Chu Muxue and said, "Kill. Su Chen, if you have the ability, just come and kill me yourself. What's the point of hiding behind a woman?" Ai Yan at this time. I also thought of lines often seen in novels. Anyway, it has come to this point. It's better to use it directly. Exciting general method. Let Su Chen challenge him to a duel. Find another chance and kill him. As long as Su Chen dies, no matter how powerful he is at controlling the beast, he will also die. Ai Yan will naturally be able to escape when the time comes. How to provoke generals? I've heard this kind of thing too many times. Su Chen smiled and said, "The doctor said that I have a bad stomach and am suitable for eating soft food. Is this considered charming? Why work hard when you can rely on women?" Ai Yan was stunned. Is this guy shameless? Who knows, Su Chen is very thick-skinned. If face was worth money, Su Chen would have sold it long ago. As long as you can live, that is more important than anything else. Kill. Su Chen said. Chu Muxue smiled and nodded. Walking slowly towards Ai Yan's direction. Just now, Chu Muxue was really afraid that Su Chen would fall into the provocation technique. If he went up to fight alone, he would be killed. Then Chu Muxue will die too. Fortunately, Su Chen behaved very well. Didn't fall for it at all. You. Ai Yan didn't expect it. Even so, Su Chen would not fight her alone. Suffer death. Chu Muxue said lightly. Ice elements condense around the body. Ice blades appeared next to Chu Muxue. Looking at the ice blades, Ai Yan didn't hesitate at all. He turned around and ran towards the door of the factory. Crunch! But just when Ai Yan opened the door. But he saw that there were ice blades outside the door. How is this possible? No matter how powerful Su Chen's summoned beast is. But at such a long distance. It can even condense ice elements into ice blades. How terrifying is this control power? I'll fight you. At this time, Ai Yan had no way out. He could only turn around and stare at Su Chen. That look was full of anger. It seemed as if it was about to swallow up Su Chen. Even if I die, I want you to bury me with me. Ai Yan roared angrily. The spiritual power began to run wildly. The body also began to slowly expand. Self-destruction. When seeing Ai Yan's behavior, Su Chen also saw it. This Ai Yan actually wanted to use self-destruction to die with them. It's useless if you want to blow yourself up in front of me. Chu Muxue also saw Ai Yan's intention. But facing an awakened person who wants to self-destruct, she didn't panic. Stretching out his hand, his palm faced the swollen Ai Yan. Fingers together. Suddenly, the surrounding ice elements surged crazily. A white whirlwind formed, rotating around Ai Yan's body. After a while, the white whirlwind disappeared. Su Chen could see Ai Yan's already swollen body. Frozen. Break. A voice came from Chu Muxue's mouth. Click. The ice cube wrapping Ai Yan made a sound. Suddenly it started to crack. Bang! When the ice is full of cracks, exploded directly. Turned into countless ice slag. Ai Yan inside has disappeared. The ice shards fell to the ground and disappeared quickly. And Ai Yan also disappeared with the disappearance of the ice slag. Done. Chu Muxue clapped her hands. Hierarchical suppression. Racial oppression. Talent advantages. No matter what, Ai Yan couldn't compare to Chu Muxue. Chu Muxue once said that she could crush anyone below gang level at will. Now it seems to Su Chen that it is really true. At this point he felt a little lucky. Awakened the profession of Dragon Master. If he fights alone, he doesn't know if he can defeat Ai Yan. It would be even more difficult to kill her. But Chu Muxue actually killed her directly. No scum was left. As for Ai Yan's beast control, it also disappeared with her death. Okay, little dragoness. Su Chen looked at Chu Muxue, who looked proud. A compliment. It must be necessary. Chu Muxue was very proud, and then suddenly reacted, who do you think is the little female dragon? Equals. Hearing this, Su Chen knew he would let it slip. He quickly added, I mean, little dragon girl. Who is little dragon girl? Chu Muxue still disagreed. Then, classmate Muxue. Although it is his contracted dragon. But Su Chen didn't want to restrict Chu Muxue with a contract. At this time, I could only say weakly. Well, that's pretty much it. Let's repeat it again. Chu Muxue was very happy when she was praised. Put your hands on your waist first. You are very strong, classmate Muxue. Su Chen spoke again. Hey hey hey. Chu Muxue burst into laughter. There's no way she looks like a cool school belle. Ahem, it's a trivial matter. Chu Muxue shook her head. If you praise me any more, you will go to heaven. The secret realm depends on you. Su Chen added another sentence. Chu Muxue. Are you waiting for me here? I thought I was being praised. It turned out that Su Chen had other plans. I didn't wait for you, you came here on your own. Su Chen pretended to be stupid. How could you kill Ai Yan so smoothly if I didn't come? Chu Muxue retorted. You're here. Have you washed the dishes at home? Su Chen asked back. Chu Muxue was stunned again. I forgot. It was agreed that Su Chen would cook and Chu Muxue would wash the dishes. But I followed Su Chen out in the morning and didn't have time to wash the dishes. Then why don't you go back and wash it quickly, or I won't cook for lunch. Chen had a smile on his face. Okay, I'll go back and wash the dishes. Chu Muxue hesitated. Finally compromised. The food cooked by Chen is much more delicious than the takeout. After saying that, Chu Muxue opened the door of the abandoned factory and went out. A ray of sunlight poured in from the doorway. It drove away some of the chill in the factory. Looking at the back of Chu Muxue who left in a hurry, Chen smiled. There is no other way to let Chu Muxue go back. If Chu Muxue continues to follow Chen, how else could he open the treasure chest? But today, it was really thanks to Chu Muxue who followed. Thanks, classmate Muxue. P.S. Thank you to user 248890033 for the character summon. I don't know why it's called this nickname, but thank you. Please give me 5-star praise, please remind me to update, and give me free gifts. Thank you all. Chapter 57 Sister, if I say that there is not even a trace of AI Yan left, would you believe it? Chen sighed. It's better to raise your own dragon. This is a wanted object of the Night Enforcement Bureau, and there should be a reward. Chen opened his phone and saw a strange symbol. That is a software app. This is a must download after joining the Night Bureau before. There is a lot of news about Zai Bureau in it. The news that AI Yan was wanted was released there. AI Yan, here. Chen looked at it and then saw AI Yan's photo. Here's the introduction. And the reward is also below, 3 level 3 ordinary spirit beads. Chen didn't expect that AI Yan was quite valuable. Without magical skills, the market price of one is 1 million. This is equivalent to 3 million. Moreover, it was easy for Chen to absorb the levelless spirit beads. He is a dragon master and does not need spiritual beads with spiritual skills. Well, you can bring AI Yan back to any night office across the country, whether dead or alive. Chen looked at the introduction. Then, hey? Take it back. Chen turned his head and looked at the ground. Now only a pool of water exists. Not a trace of AI Yan was seen. Let alone a human being, there is no scum left. 3 million, gone. Chen looked at the puddle of water. It was like seeing 3 million. No more. After a while, Chen dialed Lu Menjiahu's phone number. Hello. The other party got through quickly. Just a simple word. Sister, if I told you that I killed AI Yan, would you believe it? Chen asked straight to the point. AI Yan? The wanted awakener? Xin level 6 strength. It is indeed Lu Menjiahu who is in charge of the night game. What a place! Just hearing the name, you know everything. Yes, that's her. Chen nodded. Then continued, can I claim my reward? Bring the body here, of course. Lu Menjiahu didn't say she believed it, nor did she say she didn't believe it. Just let Chen take AI Yan's body back to the night station and that's it. Well. Chen looked at the puddle of water in front of him. She asked weakly, Sister, if I say that there is not even a scum left in AI Yan, do you believe it? Do. After Chen finished speaking, a busy phone tone appeared. Obviously, Lu Menjiahu didn't believe it. Damn it, hang up on me. Bad woman. Chen muttered. Of course, if it were him, he wouldn't believe it either. A person at the first level of the Ren class will be compared to a person at the 6th level of the Xin class. There's no scraps left. How is this possible? Who would believe it? Diddy. At this time, Chen received a message on WeChat. Sent by Lu Menjiahu. Prove. Obviously, Lu Menjiahu didn't completely disbelieve it. As long as Chen proves that he killed AI Yan, that's all. Prove? How to prove this? although Lu Menjiu asked him to prove it. But Ai Yan, who has no scum, how can she prove it? Su Chen didn't record anything, and there were no cameras in this abandoned factory. Besides, Chu Muxue's matter cannot be exposed. Su Chen looked around. Apart from the bottles and cans left behind after the factory was abandoned, there was nothing else. Hey? Bottles and bottles? Yes. Looking at the bottle in front of him, Su Chen suddenly had an idea. That Ai Yan was frozen to death. Then it turned into a puddle of water. Maybe Ai Yan's DNA can be extracted from this water. This might prove it. Thinking of this, Su Chen didn't hesitate anymore and directly picked up a glass bottle. Then I looked around. Saw a rag. Bring it over and wipe up the water on the ground. Then twist it into a glass bottle. Soon, Su Chen wiped away all the water. The glass bottle is also full. Whether you can prove it or not is up to you. Su Chen kicked the glass bottle into his pocket. Just left the abandoned factory. He has not forgotten his goal today. That is the treasure chest near Ai Yan's house. This is the only treasure chest that has appeared recently. It doesn't matter if it's bronze or black iron. Su Chen must get it. Left the abandoned factory. Su Chen quickened his pace. After passing through several streets and alleys, he finally came to this place that Su Chen had subconsciously avoided countless times. X9542, Y1258. The exact location of the treasure chest. Ai Yan has been killed by Su Chen. He didn't have any scruples anymore. Open the system map. Su Chen entered these coordinates into the map. A line will be formed. You can guide Su Chen to the location of the treasure chest. It is indeed here. Follow the route. Su Chen finally arrived nearby. Looking up, you can see a 3-story villa building. That is where Ai Yan once lived. It is also the place where Su Chen had nightmares in his childhood. The system route only goes so far. As for the specific location, upstairs or downstairs, he can only rely on Su Chen to find it himself. I guess the treasure chest is inside the house. Su Chen did not hesitate. He walked directly towards the villa. This is a place that only rich people can afford. Even Su Chen, who has a deposit of 50 million, can't afford it. I heard that this villa reached a price of 100 million a few years ago. As for why Ai Yan can afford it, Su Chen has also heard about it. Ai Yan, who just graduated, joined the monster hunting team. Worked hard to hunt monsters. After several years of struggle and hard work, finally, she used the 1 million she saved and the 99 million given to her by her parents to buy this villa. When she mentioned this matter, Ai Yan's face was also full of smiles. Dreams are the most beautiful, and building dreams is solid. I hope this house is now uninhabited. Su Chen carefully checked the surroundings. For so many years, Ai Yan has been outside, and Su Chen knows her situation. What if there are other friends as cruel as her? If Su Chen barges in rashly, it might be dangerous. In this world, dangers are everywhere. Beware of monsters and awakeners. If you act impulsively, you will die easily. It seems that there is no one here. She should have just come back. Su Chen looked around. He did not see anyone else in the villa. But the villa was clean. And there were signs that someone had lived there. I guess Ai Yan did not come back today. Su Chen found an open window and went directly into the villa. After all, this is Ai Yan's home. Thieves and the like came in. They would probably become Xiaoji's food. Ai Yan did not pay too much attention to these windows. It also gave Su Chen the opportunity to come in. Hey? Is it so obvious? Su Chen had just entered the villa. This is a room, and it seems to be Ai Yan's room. And the treasure chest that Su Chen was looking for. It was placed on the bed in front of him. It emitted bursts of golden light. Gold-level treasure chest. Su Chen smiled with satisfaction. Walk towards the treasure chest. P.S. Yeaju's 3 wives pick up 4 wives and 4 wives. Thank you for your support, come and play. Chapter 58 Fire Attribute Immunity Fruit. This time, the treasure chest was somewhat unexpected to Su Chen. There was no need to look for it specifically. You could see it as long as you entered the villa. After rolling down the window, Su Chen walked towards the bed. There were a lot of clothes piled on the bed. It looked like they were all AI yans. There were some underwear on the top, and the most exaggerated one was a thong that looked like 2 ropes crossed. Isn't this tight? Su Chen complained. Imagine AI Yan wearing it. Hey! Su Chen felt a chill. Imagine Chu Muxue wearing it. Hey! It seemed pretty good. Of course, Su Chen didn't think about these things now. The treasure chest was on the bed, closer to the inside. Su Chen stretched out his hand to reach it. He opened the gold-level treasure chest directly. He was very curious. What could be opened from this level of existence? The last time a gold treasure chest was opened, it was another fruit. That was after Su Chen opened several silver treasure chests. This time, it was a real treasure chest. When the golden light on the treasure chest disappeared, Su Chen found that it was a fiery red fruit. It looked a bit like apple. Su Chen didn't expect it. A gold-level treasure chest actually opened an apple. It's better to open an apple 13 breast max. Ding! Congratulations on opening the gold treasure chest and getting the Fire Attribute Immunity Fruit X1. Fire Attribute Immunity Fruit. Su Chen looked at the red Fuji in his hand. This thing still has this effect? Complete immunity. Su Chen was a little curious. Then he checked it. Then he reacted. Fire Attribute Immunity Fruit. After eating, you can be immune to fire attacks. One fruit can be immune to 10%, and after taking 10, you can be 100% immune to fire. Immune to 10%? That is to increase my immunity to fire by 10%. After Su Chen understood it, he understood it. This thing is equivalent to improving your own immunity. But it is not immune to diseases such as colds. It is immune to fire. But you have to eat 10 to be completely immune. Then I have to open the treasure chest 9 times, and 9 times are fire attribute immunity fruits, so that I can be 100% immune to fire. This probability is too small. There are all kinds of things in the treasure chest. And the level of the treasure chest is random. Black iron, bronze, silver, gold, purple gold. A total of 5 levels. The gold treasure chest is the second. There are only 100 treasure chests every day. And they appear all over the world. Unless Su Chen can go to all parts of the world at any time. Otherwise, it is quite difficult to collect 10 fire attribute immunity fruits. Of course. Don't waste it, at least after eating it, the fire resistance will be much higher. Su Chen has also played games. Although this is the real world. But the principle is the same. After eating, the fire resistance will become stronger. 10 can achieve complete fire immunity. With that one, at least ordinary fire can't hurt Su Chen. Not bad. Su Chen was satisfied after thinking about this. At least 10 such fruits are needed. Then the awakeners of fire attribute. Attacks on Su Chen. All will be ineffective. Yes, as long as Su Chen eats 10 fire attribute immunity fruits. Then all fire attribute attacks will be useless to him. Eat it first. Su Chen picked up the fire attribute immunity fruit. He bit it directly. No taste. This fire attribute immunity fruit looks delicious. In fact, it has no taste at all. And there is no juice, it is dry. Not delicious at all. Su Chen was a little disgusted. While eating the fire attribute immunity fruit, he looked around. What is this? Just when Su Chen was bored and looking around, a piece of paper on the table caught Su Chen's attention. It was a yellowed paper. There was a route map drawn on it. It was very simple. It looks like a route map. It's on the table. Ai Yan must have been looking at it before. What is it? Because it was not put away. It was neatly placed on the table. And it was a simple route map. Ai Yan must have been looking at it before. She was even studying it. Then this map should be very useful. Looking at the map in front of him, Su Chen's eyes lit up. This map is definitely not simple. Su Chen looked at it carefully. It's really as simple as it can be. It's all lines. But there is a place with an X marked on it. Su Chen doesn't know if this is X, read as X, or X, read as X. It doesn't matter where it is placed. Because on this map, there is only one meaning. Treasure map. Su Chen is not unfamiliar with this thing. After all, his treasure box system. In fact, it is equivalent to a treasure map. Find the coordinates. Go to the coordinates. Discover treasures. But that was given by the system. What is in front of me is the real treasure map. Maybe there is a treasure on this X. But what is this place? Su Chen looked at it. Some of the curves above should be rivers, mountains, and trees. Not Baihu City. Su Chen could only be certain of one thing at this time. This is not Baihu City. In other words, this is not a city at all. It's not the outskirts of town, but Ai Yan came back for this treasure hiding place, so it should be near here. Su Chen was almost certain. Ai Yan came here just for this treasure map and this X. Forget it, let's leave here first. It's noon, and we have to cook for the little female dragon. Su Chen ate the fire immunity fruit in several mouthfuls. Although it doesn't taste good, it's not bad without the core. As for the treasure map, Su Chen was not polite. Take it away directly. Just when Su Chen was about to leave, suddenly I saw it on the desktop. There is a box. I opened it and took a look. Ling Zhu. Su Chen didn't expect that this turned out to be a spirit bead. And there are 3 spirit beads that have reached level 3. Although they are all without spiritual skills. But it's equivalent to 3 million. Consider it my trophy. Su Chen was not polite. In this world, among the awakened people, the law of the jungle is always the strongest. Even if Su Chen wanted to live in this villa, there won't be any problems either. But for this kind of place with the shadow of childhood, Su Chen was not interested at all. Checked it out. After discovering that no spiritual beads were missing, Su Chen just chose to leave. First go and hand over this bottle of Ayin to Zai Bureau. I hope it can prove that Ayin is finished in my hands. Su Chen thought of the bottle containing Ai Yan's water. I rode my bicycle in the direction of the night office. Not long after Su Chen left, 3 big men broke into Ai Yan's villa. Is this where that bitch Ayin lives? The leader was a big man with a scar on his face. Looking at the villa, I was very angry. It shouldn't be wrong. A gloomy middle-aged man beside him spoke calmly. Then search it for me. She must not let her get that thing, otherwise, we will die miserably. The scarred man spat and said. Chapter 59. Take him to have his brain checked. In the villa, the 3 of them immediately ransacked the villa. No one from Ai Yan was found. However, he came to the room where Su Chen was before. It seems she is really back. He glanced at the tidy room. The shadowy man sneered. See if the picture is there. The scarred man didn't say much at this time. Good. Okay. The other 2 agreed. Just rummaged around the room. This bitch is so cool. The shadowy man picked up the rope on the bed and said. Hey, it's not the first day you've met her. The other man was younger and thin. We know each other, and I'm not you. I went to her room every night. The sound was very disturbing to people sleeping. The shadowy man said disdainfully. Hearing this, the thin man smiled, you are not together, the day my eldest brother and I. Shut up. Before the thin man finished speaking, he was interrupted by the scarred man. Did you find it? The scarred man asked. Not found. The gloomy man shook his head. I don't have one here either. The thin man spread his hands. Neither found the map. Hateful. The scarred man was so angry that he punched the wall. Suddenly the whole villa shook. Brother, don't be angry. We are on the second floor. The collapse will be fatal. The thin man said quickly. Yes, brother, how about we wait here and see if she will come back? Judging from the things, she probably didn't expect that we would find this place. The shadowy man pointed at something on the table. Obviously, Ai Yan wants to study the treasure map here. Well, that's all it can do. The scarred man nodded. He had no other choice. The things in that map are extraordinary. It can improve their strength a lot. On the way, Chen headed in the direction of Zai Bureau. The distance is not very far. Once again, we returned to the gate of Zai Bureau. Chen still had some emotions. When I came here for the first time, I was arrested because I knew too much. But this time, Chen came in openly. Stop! Just when Chen was about to go in, a voice came over. Chen looked over and saw that he was a guard, quite young. You don't know me. The person in charge of the night office should be on record. These guards should all know this. I know you. The young man said with a serious face. Then you're still stopping me. Chen is considered an official member of the night bureau. And guards don't count. Here, Chen is higher than them. I just want to ask you, do you really have a dragon? The guard still had a serious expression on his face. But his question was full of curiosity. Chen. You stopped me so hard, just for this? And the person you stopped was your superior, do you understand? No. Chen shook his head. Since Lu Menjiu said it, it must be kept secret. Chen would naturally not admit it. Thank you. The guard said 2 words seriously. Then he stood back to his original place. Chen. Are you just curious? Chen thought he was about to be caught again when he stopped. But think about it. Chen just forgot about it. It would be more cost-effective to hand over this bottle of Ai Yan. After entering the night office, Chen didn't go anywhere. He went straight to Lu Menjiu's office. This is his second time here. Not familiar at all. The only option was to find Lu Menjiu. Fortunately, Lu Menjiu was in the office. Sister, I'm here and I'm bringing Ai Yan's body with me. Lu Menjiu's office was not closed. Chen knocked on the door directly and walked in. Oh? Didn't you say that no bodies were left behind? Lu Menjiu asked back. I later thought of a way and brought it here. Chen said and took out the bottle of Ayan. Place it directly on Lu Menjiu's desk. What's this? Lu Menjiu looked at the plastic bottle, which still contained some dirty water. Ai Yan. Chen explained, although Ai Yanza is gone, I brought the water she turned into. You can find someone to test it and you will know. Hearing this, Lu Menjiu looked at Chen. Then press a button. Didn't say much. Not long after, a man in a white coat walked in. Lu Chu, what's going on? The man in the white coat asked. Lu Menjiu pointed at Chen, take him to have his brain checked. Yes, yes, no. Chen thought Lu Menjiu believed him. But he didn't expect that he was going to check his brain. Is this a suspicion that there is something wrong with his mind? Yes. The man in the white coat nodded and looked at Chen, let's go, sir. Hey? I'm not sick. Su Chen was stunned. How could this guy be so obedient? I didn't say you were sick. Lu Menjiu said lightly. Su Chen was stunned again. Then why should I check my brain? You'll know later, go ahead. Lu Menjiu said calmly. Then he pointed to the bottle of AI Yan on the table. Said, by the way, let's check to see if AI Yan's DNA can be found in it. Good. The man in the white coat was also a little curious at this time. But he didn't ask. After hearing this, Su Chen was sure that Lu Menjiu did not suspect that he was mentally ill. Then he followed the man in the white coat and walked out. After passing several places, Su Chen was brought to a place full of experimental equipment. Sit here. The man in the white coat said to Su Chen. Su Chen nodded and sat on the chair. After a while, a strange helmet was placed on his head. Su Chen only felt a flash of light. Okay, you can go back. The man in the white coat said, then took out a piece of information and handed it to Su Chen. This is the test result of the bottle of water just now. Please help me forward it to Lu Chu. I still have experiments to do, thank you. Su Chen took the information in a daze. Good guy, this minute hasn't come yet, right? Is technology so advanced? However, he still gave the information to Lu Menjiu. It's definitely AI Yan. Lu Menjiu nodded. Then he stood up, opened the treasure chest behind him, and took out 2 boxes from inside. 3 level 3 ordinary spirit beads are AI Yan's reward. Lu Menjiu handed a box to Su Chen. Then he pushed another box to him. This is the reward from last time, 5 level 2 ordinary spirit beads and 1 level 2 spirit bead with spiritual skills. Hey? So many? Su Chen didn't expect that there would be so many rewards. Well, you can go. Lu Menjiu nodded. Didn't say much. Su Chen naturally accepted it unceremoniously. And there are spiritual beads with spiritual skills? Are you so generous in running the night game? Sure enough, the salary is not high, but the benefits are high. By the way, you just asked someone to check my brain, and you haven't even told me what's going on. Su Chen suddenly remembered. Lu Menjiu hasn't given a reasonable explanation for what just happened. You want to know? Lu Menjiu looked at Su Chen and asked back. P.S. I'm so tired and my rating is so low. Isn't it poorly written? The author has to doubt himself. Can you please give me a 5-star review? Please, please. Chapter 60 An Unexpected Surprise. Want to know? Nonsense, after someone had their brain checked for no reason. I don't even want to know the result. Don't want to know why? Of course I want to know. Su Chen nodded. Of course I want to know this kind of thing. The brain examination just now was actually examining your mental strength and analyzing your mental state. Lu Menjiu explained. With that said, he handed the information in his hand to Su Chen. Psychic power. Su Chen was a little curious. Can this thing still be tested? I opened it with some curiosity and looked at it. Above is some information about him. One of the lines is a test of mental strength, which is a level. Mental power level, S level, highest. Mental status, stable. S level. Su Chen didn't expect it. His level of mental power. It actually reached the highest S level. What, this, means? Won't staying up late make you sleepy? Because you are a dragon master, which is similar to a beast master. As a beast master, the stronger your mental power is, the more monsters you can control. I think you should be the same. Lu Menjiu explained with a smile. Su Chen nodded. This should be the same. But it's good if the dragon master can meet one dragon. There is basically no hope for the second one, so this test mainly depends on your mental stability. Lu Menjiu's voice changed. He looked at Su Chen and said. Then I'm very stable. Su Chen looked at the form in his hand. In the line of mental strength, it says stability. Stable means barely passing. Lu Menjiu explained, the mental state is divided into 3 levels, stable, relatively stable, and very stable. Isn't there any instability? Su Chen asked curiously. Yes, those below the stable level are divided into 2 levels, unstable and on-the-spot killing. Lu Menjiu nodded affirmatively. After hearing Lu Menjiu's words, Su Chen was a little surprised, kill on the spot. Well, the mental power of some awakened people is very unstable. The chance of mental breakdown of such awakened people is 100%, so I choose to kill them on the spot. Lu Menjiu answered for Su Chen. Su Chen. Miao, you didn't tell me earlier. I told you I wouldn't do any brain tests. If anything, kill them all on the spot. Isn't that free? You have passed the mental test and can go back. Lu Menjiu said to Su Chen. Su Chen didn't want to stay in this place at all. I still have to go back and cook for the little female dragon. Turn around and run. Mom, it's so dangerous here. Watching Su Chen run out, Lu Menjiu picked up the report just now. Although the chance of mental breakdown if you kill an awakened person on the spot is 100%, the chance of it happening is 0. Lu Menjiu said. Press a button. A passage appeared on the wall behind her. Lu Menjiu directly threw Su Chen's report in. After doing this, the channel is closed again. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. After Su Chen left Zai Bureau, he went back with a lot of spiritual beads in his arms. You're finally back, starving the baby dragon to death. When Su Chen opened the door, Chu Muxue sat on the sofa and looked at him eagerly. Something happened, let's go cook now. Su Chen was a little helpless. But Chu Muxue's fighting ability is so strong. For Su Chen, it will be of great help. Besides, Su Chen has always been alone. No matter how delicious the food is, only he can taste it. There is one more person now. I think his cooking is delicious. For Su Chen, it was also quite happy. Then, the moment Su Chen opened the refrigerator, I forgot to buy groceries. Su Chen looked at Chu Muxue with some embarrassment. Chu Muxue. Sigma. Forgot to buy groceries? You. How can you do this? Chu Muxue didn't expect it. Waited for so long. Su Chen didn't come back from buying groceries. How is this possible? She was almost starving. Ahem, I can only eat takeout first. Although the spiritual energy has recovered. But there are still many ordinary people. Naturally, there is also a takeaway industry. Ugh, I don't want to eat takeout. Chu Muxue has eaten takeout many times. Now it's hard to have someone to cook for. Even had takeout. This is so pathetic. Do you want to eat or not? Su Chen ignored it. At this time, the vegetable market was not open either. Su Chen had no choice. Eat. Chu Muxue compromised immediately. There's nothing delicious anyway. If you don't eat anymore, you will starve to death. The two of them could only order takeout. Tomorrow we will enter the heaven-piercing secret realm. How are you preparing? 7 days passed quickly. Tomorrow we will enter the heaven-piercing secret realm. Su Chen had already prepared it. By then, Chu Muxue and I will also be on the same team. I don't need to prepare anything. Anyway, if the monsters inside encounter me, they will either run away or tremble and be unable to run. Chu Muxue was watching TV and eating melon seeds. Hearing Su Chen's words, he replied. Then how can we hunt monsters? Su Chen asked. This time, enter the heaven-piercing secret realm to hunt monsters. But it's related to Su Chen's college entrance examination. Which school you go to will be determined by your performance in the secret realm. When the time comes, I will scare them, and you can just kill them without any difficulty. Chu Muxue looked at Su Chen and said. That's okay. Raising a dragon is convenient. You can also do this when hunting monsters. Well, don't worry, just tell me which school you want to go to. Chu Muxue nodded, she was very confident about this. Can you still control the points? Is this any different from controlling points? Go to whatever school you want to go to. Sure enough, raising dragons is good. Where is better? Good waist, good legs, good figure. It is summer after all. Chu Muxue was wearing shorts and a navel-bearing top. Su Chen was also treated to a feast for his eyes. Did he? At this time, Su Chen's cell phone rang. Almost at the same time, Chu Muxue's cell phone rang. Su Chen opened it and took a look. It's news from the class group. Lu Yunxiao sent a message inside. Lu Yunxiao, dear students, tomorrow you will enter the secret realm of Chuantian. The teacher is here to wish you good results. Lu Yunxiao, of course, I will go with you tomorrow. Lu Yunxiao, this is the roadmap issued by the school about the secret realm of Chuantian. Although it is not very accurate, it is better than everyone wandering around in it. Lu Yunxiao, picture. There is actually a route map to the heaven-transmitting secret realm? The school is quite generous. What Su Chen said was certainly not unreasonable. No matter which secret realm, it is very dangerous. It's easy to be in danger if you wander around inside. At this time, it would be nice to have a map. But a secret map is very expensive, with the worst one costing around 100,000 yuan. After all, it is something to ensure life safety. The Chuantian secret realm is used for assessment by various schools. The map is worthless. Chu Muxue explained. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded, that's right. With that said, he opened the picture of Lu Yunxiao Fa. Su Chen suddenly felt, does this place seem a bit familiar? P.S. Thank you Qunshija for the character call. Thanks man. Window_tabola equals window_tabola dot push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabola below article thumbnail dash 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail 300x250, target _type, mix. Chapter 61, How to check the spiritual skills of the spiritual beads. When Su Chen clicked on the route map to the Chuantian secret realm, I was immediately stunned. The route map of the secret realm he saw. Very familiar. Where have you seen this before? Su Chen frowned slightly. He has never entered the heaven-piercing secret realm. I have never seen a map of the heaven-piercing secret realm. But why does it feel familiar? Have you been to the Chuantian secret realm? Su Chen's surprise was heard. Chu Muxue also asked curiously. No. Wait. Su Chen suddenly remembered something. From his pocket, he took out a piece of paper. Place on the table. Isn't this the map of the heaven-transmitting secret realm? Where did you get it? You didn't buy it with money, right? Chu Muxue was a little curious. Su Chen actually has a map of the heaven-piercing secret realm. Have you prepared in advance? This is what I got from Ai Yan's room. It should be a treasure map. Su Chen didn't hesitate and told Chu Muxue. After all, Chu Muxue is his contracted dragon. No matter who betrays Su Chen, she will never betray him. After all, Su Chen is dead, and Chu Muxue is going to die too. Oh. Treasure map. When I heard the words treasure map, Chu Muxue suddenly became energetic. Well, although I don't know what it is, but it's definitely not bad for her to study it. Su Chen nodded. He knows Ai Yan too well. If it is not good stuff, I will never study it. I didn't know where this place was before, but I just saw the map of the Chuantian secret realm, and I discovered it. Su Chen said, clicking on the pictures posted in the group. Then zoom in. Pass it to Chu Muxue. Look, isn't this the same place? Although they are all simple maps. However, the one issued by the school is more obvious and comprehensive. Just by comparing it, it can be clearly seen that this is a place in the Chuantian secret realm. Then after we enter the Chuantian secret realm tomorrow, we will go hunting for treasures. Chu Muxue is still very interested in this kind of thing. I was watching the TV series very seriously just now. Now they have carefully studied the subtle relationship between the Chuantian secret realm and the treasure map. But, it seems like there's nothing to study. Su Chen was now completely sure. The treasure map in his hand is located in the secret realm of Chuantian. Well, when the time comes to enter the heaven-piercing secret realm, it seems we can't form too many people. Su Chen nodded. Originally, a team consisted of 5 people. But you can also choose not to form a team, or form a team with a small number of people. Su Chen originally wanted to find 2 more people. Then we can take care of each other. Now it seems that it is completely unnecessary. Dong dong dong. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Hello, takeaway. There was a shout from outside. Su Chen stood up and went to open the door. Thanks. After taking the takeaway, Su Chen suddenly remembered that the garbage at home was not thrown away. Don't want to go out? I casually asked, can you help me take out the trash? I'll give you $2. At this time, the delivery boy looked at Su Chen with a gloomy face. Clenched fists. After a moment, he let go of his hand. I think it will work. The takeaway boy nodded. Su Chen. Thanks. With that said, Su Chen turned around and went to get the garbage. If it were in the past, when I encountered such a request, I would usually punch him down with 2 punches. The takeaway boy said, minding his own business. At this time, Su Chen had already brought the garbage. By the way, I tipped the delivery boy 2 yuan. Thank you, boss. The takeaway boy nodded. After carrying the garbage down, I finally bowed to life. This is just a small episode. At this time, Su Chen had returned to the living room. After taking out the takeout, I continued to study the route map of the Chuantian secret realm. This is the entrance to the heaven-piercing secret realm. Chu Muxue pointed to a place. Su Chen looked at it and nodded. If we go in from here, it will be a bit far from our destination. It's okay. Let's enter the Chuantian secret realm for 7 days, which is enough for us to pass. Chu Muxue nodded. The college entrance examination for awakened people is very simple. It is to obtain enough spirit beads in the heaven-piercing secret realm. The duration is 7 days. Well, let's go take a look then. Su Chen nodded slightly. Does your other teammate need to be kicked out of the team? Su Chen said this before. Take someone with you. Chu Muxue originally didn't care. Now there is a secret treasure. That's different. No, I believe him. Su Chen shook his head. Su Chen still believed in Chu Guang. After all, he has been in this world for so many years. Su Chen was the only friend he had. Chu Muxue nodded slightly. Not much was said. Turn your head and watch TV while eating. After eating, Su Chen returned to the room. In front of him, there were 3 boxes. They are 3 level 3 non-spiritual spirit beads, which were found from Ai Yan's room. There are also 3 level 3 non-spiritual skill spirit beads, which are the rewards for killing Ai Yan. The last box contains 6 spirit beads, all of which are level 2. 5 of them have no spiritual skills. But the last one is a spiritual bead with spiritual skills. Su Chen picked it up directly. I don't know what kind of magical skill it is. For things like spiritual skills. Generally speaking, it has nothing to do with Su Chen. After all, the Dragon Master is not a being with any attributes. There are no magical skills with any attributes that can be used. But in this world, there are always some spirit beads prepared for special professions such as Beast Masters and Dragon Masters. Nature is very fair. Some spirit beads have no attribute requirements. In other words, it is a magic orb without attributes. Even if Su Chen absorbs this kind of spiritual bead, he can still obtain the corresponding spiritual skills. Of course, such spiritual beads are rare. The price is also far higher than that of spiritual beads with spiritual skills. Su Chen didn't think that Zai Bureau would give him such a spiritual bead. As for the spiritual skill of checking the spirit beads, very simple. Spirit beads with spiritual skills will have 3 lines on them. If you don't have spiritual skills, there won't be any. Of course, the specific spiritual skill depends on the type of monster you hunt. Or it can only be handed over to the appraisal department. Generally, a kind of monster will only have 1 attribute and 1 spiritual skill. It is impossible that the white spirit wolf killed today has the earth attributed rock falling skill, and the white spirit wolf killed tomorrow will become the fire attributed magma skill. As for Su Chen, he wanted to know about this spiritual bead with spiritual skills. What are the spiritual skills it brings? That's very simple. Just need read the instructions. Su Chen flipped through the box. Sure enough, there is an instruction manual at the bottom. This is the standard configuration of every spirit bead with spiritual skills that has been identified. The instructions don't have many words. He only wrote what level of the spirit bead it was, what kind of monster it was from, where it was produced, and what its spiritual skills were. Su Chen opened the manual and read it. Somewhat surprised. P.S. Because I am not a full-time author and need to go to work, the update time is usually in the evening. Can you give me 5 stars, reminders for updates, and free gifts? If there are many gifts, or if the update exceeds 5,000, I can secretly code an update during working hours. Thanks, Omega. Chapter 62 The Dragon Girl's relatives are here. Su Chen opened the manual. After all, it's just a level 2 spirit bead. Although it is said to be equipped with spiritual skills. But it's not particularly expensive. Of course, this is a price that some people cannot afford. The instructions are also very simple. Name, Spiritual Skill Pearl. Level, Level 2. Monster, Blood-Trailed Light Bead Wolf. Place of origin, the secret place of Mount Tabishi. Skill, Blood Trace. Effect, prey within 100 miles can be tracked through residual blood traces. This thing suits me. Su Chen didn't expect it. It turned out to be such a spiritual bead. This is a spiritual bead without any attribute requirements. Although it is a spiritual skill, it does not require various elements to be used. Of course, it's not just Su Chen who can use it. Anyone can. Chu Muxue, Chu Guang, etc. can all be used. It seems that joining the Night Control Bureau is not bad, at least it can give you such good spiritual skills and spiritual beads. Su Chen knew that this kind of reward was probably random. But what a coincidence, giving him a magic orb without any requirement at random. Su Chen didn't believe it. This must be because Lu Menjiu knew that he was a Dragon Master. Is this the level 2 spiritual skill orb that was just arranged for him? Absorb it and see. Su Chen didn't even think about it. Start absorbing immediately. His current strength is at the level of Ren level. By absorbing this level 2 spirit bead, you should be able to reach level 3 or 4. Of course, the effects of absorbing the spirit beads vary from person to person. How much you absorb depends entirely on the individual. The more advanced the spiritual bead is, the more spiritual power it absorbs. The improvement will be faster. But it's just like what Chu Muxue said. The basics are the most important. To avoid going too far. Broke the foundation. future improvements will only become slower and slower. For Su Chen, a level 2 spirit bead would not destroy his foundation. Absorb it. Thinking of this, Su Chen didn't hesitate at all. Start absorbing directly. The absorption of spirit beads is not very difficult. Any awakened person can directly absorb the spirit beads. However, for awakened people with poor talent, it would be a waste to absorb spirit beads. Soon, Su Chen absorbed this level 2 spirit bead with spiritual skills. Call. When Su Chen exhaled a breath, that's when it's completely absorbed. Of course, you don't have to call. Sure enough, the level 2 spirit beads have increased my strength to level 4. Absorbing them is still very useful. Originally, Su Chen wanted to lower his level. However, the spiritual power of this level 2 spirit bead is too abundant. If Su Chen had an AORB level talent, that might just raise it to Ren level 3. But he is not, he is an S level talent. A level 2 spirit bead, almost all the spiritual power was absorbed by him. There is absolutely no waste. This resulted in Su Chen's strength being directly upgraded from Ren level 1 to Ren level 4. I don't know if this magical skill is useful or not. At this time, Su Chen had already learned the spiritual skill in the spirit bead, blood trace tracking. This is a kind of spiritual skill born by the blood-traced light bead wolf. Rely on the remaining blood stains. You can track prey within 100 miles. After hunting the blood-trailed light bead wolf, there is a chance to obtain it from the spirit bead. And now, Su Chen also has this ability. Try it. Su Chen gave it a try. Concentrate your spiritual energy on your nose. Suddenly my sense of smell became much more sensitive. Hey? Why does there smell blood around? Originally, Su Chen didn't expect it. Just try this magic trick. But at this time, the smell of blood around him was amplified countless times. Su Chen frowned slightly. Track. Su Chen didn't hesitate at all. Directly turn on the skill tracking. Then close your eyes. The spiritual power began to slowly spread, directly covering a radius of hundreds of miles. This can be done only by consuming very little spiritual power. And the taste of blood also became more intense. It was as if a map with condensed spiritual power appeared in front of Su Chen's eyes. The smell of blood turned into footprints. It became Su Chen's best clue for hunting down his prey. Hey? The source of the smell of blood is actually around here. Su Chen didn't expect it. The source of the bloody smell was actually so close at hand. This time, Su Chen didn't sit still anymore. Directly following the appearance of the smell of blood, went looking for a prey. But when Su Chen opened the door, I discovered that the smell of blood was coming from the house. Smell it carefully again. Bathroom. At this time, Su Chen discovered that the smell of blood was in the toilet. But the toilet door was closed. Chu Muxue. There are only two people here. One is Su Chen and the other is Chu Muxue. The toilet door was closed at this time. Then Chu Muxue must be inside. Su Chen, what's wrong? Chu Muxue's voice came from the toilet. Listening to the sound, is it still painful? Could it be that Chu Muxue was attacked? After all, Chu Muxue is from the Dragon Clan. If you are discovered, you will easily be hunted down. Chu Muxue, what's wrong with you? Su Chen asked with concern. Chu Muxue is his contracted dragon. If something happens, Su Chen didn't want to see it either. I'm not okay. Chu Muxue's voice was still full of pain. Su Chen frowned slightly. The voice is so weak. How could there be nothing? Don't lie to me, why are you injured? They smell like blood. Su Chen was very anxious. Don't let anything happen to Chu Muxue. The smell of blood? Is your sense of smell so sensitive? I thought you didn't know. At this time, Chu Muxue had a hint of surprise in her voice. It never occurred to her. Su Chen's sense of smell was actually so sensitive. He could smell even the slightest bit of blood. You still want to hide it from me? What? Is it serious? Let me see the wound. Su Chen did not break in directly. He didn't know what was going on inside. Su Chen. You hate it. As a result, Chu Muxue's rare shy voice came from the toilet. This made Su Chen stunned. Degree? What's going on? Su Chen didn't expect that Chu Muxue would have such a tone. What's wrong? Aren't I just checking your wound? Is it serious? Su Chen could smell a strong smell of blood. In Su Chen's opinion, this was quite serious. You, go away. Chu Muxue's voice became even more shy. If you don't come out, I will come in by myself. Su Chen felt that Chu Muxue was probably seriously injured. If the wound is not checked and bandaged quickly, maybe even lose your life. Don't, I'm fine, just… Chu Muxue hesitated. Finally he said, it's just relatives who are here. Relative? Su Chen was stunned. No matter how stupid you are, you already know what's going on. No wonder the smell of blood is a bit strong. Just now, he said that he would check Chu Muxue's wounds. This. Ahem, I'm going to practice first. No matter how thick-skinned Su Chen was, he still felt a little embarrassed. He quickly found an excuse and ran away. Dragon Girl, will relatives come too? Chapter 63, Unexpected. I have a car. Return to the room. Su Chen's embarrassment was finally relieved. There are actually dragon girls. Su Chen no longer thinks so much. This magical skill is quite good. As long as there is a little smell of blood, you can track it. This is for an awakened person like Su Chen. It is undoubtedly a good spiritual skill. When hunting monsters, there is a high chance that the cunning monsters will slip away. But if you have this magical skill, Su Chen can completely trace it through blood. Unless the monster can escape within 100 miles in a split second. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to escape from Su Chen's grasp. Now, it will be even more convenient to hunt monsters in the heaven-piercing secret realm. Su Chen still attaches great importance to the college entrance examination. If you can get into a good university, resources will be more abundant by then. There are more secret places to go to. I heard that a good university will go to a secret place once a week. It lasts for 5 days. There is no need to hand over the spirit beads of the monsters and beasts that are hunted. The remaining 2 days are a holiday. This is a good university. Those who are worse can still go to the secret place to practice 3 days a week. The worst part is that you can only go there 2 days a week, and you have to hand over half of the spirit beads you get. This is the gap between universities. Looking forward to it. With the expectation of the secret realm and the longing for the university, Su Chen fell into sleep. And Chu Muxue on the other side. At this time, the cheeks are a little rosy. It was not so embarrassing originally. Just know it. But Su Chen said that he wanted to show her the wound. Is this viewable? Even if he knew that Su Chen had misunderstood, Chu Muxue still felt a little shy. Hate. Omega. There is no way, the dragon clan is almost the same as the human clan in this aspect. This is also the reason why Chu Muxue was not found to be different even when she was mixed in the crowd and in the girls' dormitory. Early the next morning, Su Chen got up and made breakfast. At 8 o'clock, you need to go to school together. For the secret realm of Chuantian. Su Chen was originally very envious. Now that I have the treasure map, I am even more yearning for it. Muxue, it's time to eat. Su Chen shouted. Usually when Chu Muxue smells the aroma of rice, she will come out. But today, it's obviously different. Oh. After responding, Chu Muxue walked out slowly. Sitting at the table, waiting for Su Chen to bring the food. Eat. After eating, go to school early. I don't know what the treasure map is. Su Chen was very much looking forward to this trip to the heaven-piercing secret realm. I wonder what kind of harvest will be achieved then? Chu Muxue's voice was very thin. Hardly audible. Su Chen knew that she was a little embarrassed because of what happened last night. But Su Chen didn't mention it. As usual. Just do what you have to do. After having breakfast and washing the dishes, Su Chen handed a thermos cup to Chu Muxue. This is for you. Chu Muxue took the thermos cup blankly. Opened it and took a sip. It's brown sugar ginger tea. Thanks. I just wanted to say thank you to Su Chen. But he saw that Su Chen had already arrived at the door. Carrying her school bag and carrying her school bag. School regulations. When entering the Chuantian secret realm, you can only bring a change of clothes and some necessary things, such as weapons. No food is allowed. This is also the last lesson taught to the awakened ones in high school. Survive in a secret place. If you become an awakened person who hunts monster beasts in the future. If you don't even have the ability to survive in the secret realm, it is easy to be buried in the mouth of the monster. In the secret realm, you can obtain food and distinguish whether it is poisonous or not. This is extremely important. Even if you don't hunt monsters in the future and join the national department, you still need to have strong survival abilities in the wild. This is national unity. Hurry up, don't be late. Su Chen urged. When you arrive, wouldn't it be nice to summon me over again? Chu Muxue said weakly. Wouldn't it mean that everyone in the school knows that I have a dragon? And by then, everyone will know that you are a dragon. Su Chen said without looking back. Find a hiding place. Chu Muxue said. Okay, let's go to the men's room, it's the most hidden place. Su Chen said while putting on his shoes. Chu Muxue, how dare you? Su Chen just smiled and did not answer. Chu Muxue, who was holding a thermos cup, hesitated for a moment and then followed. He was afraid that Su Chen would really summon her in the men's room later. How embarrassing is that? But at this time, Chu Muxue felt warm in her heart. There was no brown sugar at home. In other words, Su Chen got up early in the morning and went to buy it for her. Thinking of this, Chu Muxue also smiled. At least it's not so embarrassing. The two of them went downstairs together. Su Chen got on the bicycle and shouted to Chu Muxue, I'll take you. Chu Muxue looked at Su Chen and then at the bicycle. Shaking his head, I don't want it. Otherwise, just walk slowly, you will have to wait for a while for the bus. Su Chen reminded me. Then he left without waiting for Chu Muxue. Snort. Chu Muxue snorted. Then he dug into his pockets. Take out a car key. Press the button. Diddy. A small pink electric car not far away made a sound. I wonder if Muxue is following. Su Chen deliberately slowed down. After all Chu Muxue's current situation, Su Chen really couldn't bear to let her walk to school. The bus is not for this purpose. It was just a joke with Chu Muxue. Diddy diddy. At this moment, a trumpet sound came from behind. Su Chen subconsciously rode along the side of the road. Then I saw a small pink electric car driving past. Sitting on it. Chu Muxue. Su Chen didn't expect it. Chu Muxue actually has a little e-donkey. No wonder people don't want to ride bicycles. Student Su Chen, you have to hurry up, otherwise, you will be late. At this time, Chu Muxue deliberately slowed down. Turning around, he shouted to Su Chen. Su Chen. At this moment, he seemed to hear Chu Muxue saying to him, Are you stupid? I have a car. Wait a minute, why didn't you tell me if you had a car? Take your school bag back. Su Chen was carrying a school bag at this time, and there was another one in the basket in front of the car. This is Chu Muxue's. What are you talking about? The car is going too fast and I can't hear you. Chu Muxue said. It directly accelerated the speed. Su Chen. The clown turned out to be myself. I had no choice but to speed up and pedal the bicycle hard with both feet. Went in the direction of school. Crack. At this time, a familiar voice came from Su Chen's feet. No. This broken bicycle broke down at a critical moment again. Why are you so unlucky? Did he? At this moment, another horn sound came. Su Chen just got out of the car and was about to push him to school. He saw the car rolling down its window. Don't you have eyes when pushing a cart? Be careful, I'll kill you. Bump 1 and see. Su Chen saw clearly that the person coming was Chu Guang. His face turned cold. Chu Guang also saw that it was Su Chen and was a little surprised. Chen, brother Chen, why are you pushing the cart? Stop talking nonsense, hurry up, take me with you, and catch up with the little pink mule in front of you. Hey hey! Here's your chance for revenge. P.S. Thank you everyone for the gifts. The door was locked when I got home today. Oops, I forgot to bring the key. Chapter 64 Who doesn't want to team up with the school beauty? Get in Chu Guang's car. Driving in the direction of Chu Muxue. Isn't that the school beauty? Just when it's close. Chu Guang also discovered it. Isn't the person in front of me Chu Muxue? Yes, our teammates this time. Su Chen nodded slightly. It has to be my brother Chen. Chu Guang's face was full of excitement. Being able to form a team with the school belle would be very honorable to everyone. Well, hit her. Su Chen hummed. Okay. No, brother Chen, what did you say? Chu Guang almost stepped on the accelerator. React suddenly. The person Su Chen wanted him to hit was none other than the school's cool beauty, who was also his teammate waiting for him. Can we still form a team after a collision? Tang up there. Su Chen spoke again. Chu Guang was in tears at this time. Brother Chen, if you don't want to take me, just say so. Isn't it okay if I quit the team? Don't treat me like this. How? Su Chen looked at Chu Guang doubtfully. Brother Chen, okay. Chu Guang looked at Su Chen. At this time, he was cruel and gritted his teeth. Okay, whatever brother Chen says will happen. Without any hesitation, he stepped on the accelerator and hit Chu Muxue. Did he? The moment Chu Guang stepped on the accelerator, Su Chen pressed the horn. At this moment, Chu Muxue's little electric donkey also turned away instantly. Successfully avoided Chu Guang's car. While avoiding, Su Chen looked at Chu Muxue and smiled slightly. Chu Muxue also nodded slightly. It's a pity that we didn't hit it. Su Chen sighed. In fact, he only cooperated with Chu Muxue to test Chu Guang. If Chu Guang really listens to Su Chen, he will be the one to hunt for treasure. If you don't listen to Su Chen, just use this excuse to let him leave. Su Chen was very confident that Chu Guang would definitely listen to him. Totally believable. But Chu Muxue had to test it. Of course, Su Chen was also worried about Chu Muxue's safety. However, Chu Muxue said that dragons' ability to detect danger and their reactions to avoid danger are higher than all living creatures. There is no chance of being hit by a car. That's how this scene happened. But it was really unexpected that Su Chen's car broke down. Didn't you hit it? It's okay, brother Chen. If I hit her again, she will definitely knock her away. Chu Guang said and immediately stepped on the brakes. Turn around. He bumped into Chu Muxue again. Wait a minute, I don't want to hit you. Su Chen didn't expect it. Chu Guang was actually ready to hit him again. Chu Guang was stunned when he heard Su Chen's words. Why? There was no reaction, so I went up as soon as I hit the accelerator. Chu Muxue's reaction was very quick. When danger is perceived, turn right immediately. Bang! But, the reaction of the small electric car was not that quick. Chu Guang's car hit him directly. Fortunately, no one was directly knocked away. Just passing by. Even so, Chu Muxue's small electric car was also damaged. Su Chen, Chu Muxue, Chu Guang, Little E Donkey, asterisk. Later, a beautiful school beauty appeared in Chu Guang's car. That, I didn't mean it just now. Chu Guang spoke awkwardly. Although everyone can see that he did it on purpose. But what Chu Guang didn't expect, was that Chu Muxue actually believed it. Chu Muxue just hummed. Not much was said. After all, this was planned by her and Su Chen. People are too obedient, and if it doesn't work once, they have to do it a second time. He was almost knocked away by Chu Muxue. As expected of the cool school beauty, she talks coldly. Chu Guang whispered to Su Chen who was sitting in the passenger seat. Su Chen. If you knew how she looked when eating, you wouldn't think she was cold. But the school beauty is a real school beauty. Not long after, a group of 3 people arrived at the school. 4 wheels are fast. There is no traffic jam on the road. At this time, there were not many people in the school. There are only a few teachers in charge of registration. Hey, isn't that Chu Muxue? It's really true. Chu Muxue is here. I really want to team up with the school beauty. Who says it's not the case? But they are S-level talents, how can they like us? That's right. If my talent reached A, it would still be possible, but it's a pity that it's only D. Although there are not many people. But the school beauty Chu Muxue appeared. It still attracted a lot of attention. Chu Muxue. At this time, a male student came over. Su Chen still had an impression of this student. When he awakened, he reached A-level talent. The name seems to be. Isn't that Fan Zhan? At this moment, Chu Guang, who was beside Su Chen, spoke. Well, the A-level talent awakener seems to have the ability to transform into a beast, right? By the way, what is his beast transformation? Su Chen looked at Fan Zhan. Didn't say much. Just a little curious. When Fan Zhan woke up, Su Chen was still looking at the system. Didn't pay much attention. The awakened ability to transform into a beast is Duankaihu Daxihu Zhu. Chu Guang looked at Fan Zhan with envy. Su Chen was stunned. Pig. It's Duankaihu Daxihu Zhu, a level 5 monster from birth. Obviously, Chu Guang still has some understanding of this aspect. This kind of monster looks like a pig. But when he is born, his ability can reach level 5. After adulthood, you can even advance to level 7. Such a terrifying existence. Isn't that still a pig? Su Chen said casually. Chu Guang. Okay, if Brother Chen says it's a pig, then it's a pig. Yes, it's a pig. Chu Guang nodded heavily. Then he asked with some worry, Brother Chen, what if the school beauty forms a team with him? Isn't there a strong person with A-level talent in the team? Su Chen asked back. Chu Guang was stunned. It seems so. Isn't this a good thing? Anyway, a team can have 5 people. Wouldn't it be nice to have another awakened person with A-level talent? Muxue, I want to team up with you. Fan Zhan walked towards Chu Muxue. After all, such an excellent person. Of course, you need to have excellent teammates. Chu Muxue looked at Fan Zhan and said lightly, you don't deserve it. What? Fan Zhan didn't expect it. Chu Muxue didn't give any face at all. In public, he was rejected. I am an A-level talent awakener. I am not worthy. Who is worthy? Fan Zhan is unwilling to give in. But he didn't dare to get angry. Chu Muxue is an S-level talent awakener. There will definitely be a strong one in the future. Can't offend. Surely she doesn't remember who I am? I'm going to give her a heads up. A-level awakener. There are only 3 schools. You have no choice. Oh. Chu Muxue nodded slightly. He replied symbolically. Fan Zhan? Oh? Just oh? A-level people are not worthy of teaming up with me. Seeing Fan Zhan's confusion, Chu Muxue emphasized again. Fan Zhan. Then who are you going to team up with? Fan Zhan doesn't understand that you can't even group A-level talent awakeners. Who do you want to team up with? It can't be. Hey, Su Chen. Chu Muxue pointed to Su Chen not far away. Hi. Su Chen saw Fan Zhan looking over and said hello. Fan Zhan, hi, your sister. Hi. Fan Zhan also waved to Su Chen. Chapter 65 My School Beauty Goddess is Someone Else and Number 039, S. Fan Zhan never thought of it. Chu Muxue's teammate turned out to be Su Chen. This guy is also an S-level talent awakener. He's just a dragon master. That is the most useless profession. At this time, Fan Zhan quickly whispered to Chu Muxue. Muxue, it doesn't matter if you don't want to team up with me. How can you team up with Su Chen? The words are full of heartache. How can it be? How? Chu Muxue's response. Still so lukewarm. Fan Zhan sighed in his heart, she was indeed the cool school beauty. Strong enough. Although Su Chen is an awakener with S-level talent, he is a dragon master. At this time, Fan Zhan quickly took advantage of the situation. No, he said, striking while the iron is hot. Dragon controller, what's going on? Chu Muxue asked again. What happened to the dragon master? The dragon master is the weakest profession. Fan Zhan quickly reminded, but if you want to team up with him, you can also bring me with you. I am very powerful in my beast form. I will charge when the time comes. Why is the dragon master the weakest profession? Chu Muxue seemed to have not heard the last sentence. Ask again. This, don't you know? Dragon is a very mysterious existence. How could it be possible for Su Chen to encounter him? Even if he did, would such a proud and noble being be contracted by a human being? At this time, Fan Zhan said quickly. This is a common understanding among all awakened people. The dragon is the most proud and noble monster. How could it be possible to be contracted by a human being? And the most important thing is, who can meet the dragon? Chu Muxue was stunned. A sudden smile appeared, asterisk, oh. Keep talking. I heard someone praising the dragon. Chu Muxue was really happy. Ah. This made Fan Zhan stunned for a moment. What's going on? I actually made the goddess laugh. It seems that we need to add more basic information to the goddess. Fan Zhan thought that everyone knew this. It seems that the goddess doesn't know yet. It's true that there have never been dragon masters in history, but there are only a few who can truly contract with the dragon clan. Fan Zhan became more and more excited as he talked. Faced with the knowledge that Chu Muxue didn't know, he talked eloquently. We talked for about 10 minutes. Anyway, that's one sentence, unless the dragon is a fool. Say this sentence. Fan Zhan feels comfortable. He felt that Chu Muxue must have changed his mind. Not only was he impressed by his profound knowledge, he will also change his view of Su Chen. An S-level talent awakener without a dragon. That's a waste. But just when Fan Zhan finished his last sentence, Chu Muxue's face also darkened. What are you talking about? Only Fu Long will be contracted by Su Chen. Chu Muxue said lightly. Fan Zhan didn't notice anything was wrong yet. I thought Chu Muxue didn't hear clearly, so she nodded quickly. Added, yes, only a Fu Long would be contracted by someone like Su Chen. You are not allowed to speak ill of my master. At this time, Chu Muxue was angry. Angry. He said desperately. After finishing speaking, I was stunned. Didn't Su Chen make her not need to call her master? Why did you just blurt it out? Still the word master. At this time, Fan Zhan was also stunned. Seeing Fan Zhan stunned, Chu Muxue's heart skipped a beat. It's over, he should know that I am a dragon. At this time, Chu Muxue also felt a little regretful. How could you blurt it out? Now, it was too bad to be discovered that she was a dragon. At this time, Fan Zhan, because of Chu Muxue's master. I was extremely shocked. Then there's the anger. He'd seen too much of this. The word mission instantly came to mind. Then many images appeared in his mind. Owner. 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 Su Chen. How could you do this? Even if you get Chu Muxue. How could you do this to her? You actually asked her to call you master. He actually asked her to do a task. Is it my goddess? It really became someone else's. Can't. At this time, Fan Zhan was extremely angry. What he can't get? Being played with by others. How could this be? You, don't think too much, it's not what you think. Chu Muxue still wanted to explain. After all, if ordinary people knew that she was a dragon, that would be very bad. No need to say it, I know everything. Fan Zhan shook his head. If it wasn't what he thought, how could he call out a master casually? This is definitely not an ordinary couple relationship. I didn't expect that the cool school beauty would have such a good time. That's right, she is someone else's goddess. Maybe Su Chen is her male god. Sure enough, if you are handsome, you can do whatever you want. Su Chen, I will definitely destroy you. This. Chu Muxue didn't expect it. Eventually it was exposed. Perhaps, there is a way. You will keep the secret for me, right? If Fan Zhan is willing to keep the secret, Chu Muxue will not do anything. But if he dares to tell others, Chu Muxue will kill him. After all, compared with her own life, there is also the safety of the dragon clan. She must do this. Well, I will. Fan Zhan nodded disheartenedly. Although this kind of thing made him very angry. But for a request from the former goddess, Fan Zhan still agreed. Thank you. Chu Muxue, who had already had the intention to kill, still chose to believe Fan Zhan. After all, if this kind of thing is told, not many people will believe it, and there is no need for me to do this, don't worry. Fan Zhan felt that he told others that Chu Muxue and Su Chen played so much. Who would believe it? After all, this is a recognized cold school beauty. Well, yes, if this kind of thing is told, not many people will believe it. Hearing this, Chu Muxue nodded. A dragon turned into a human and was contracted by humans. If you tell this kind of thing, no one will believe it. After Fan Zhan finished speaking, he turned and left. Chu Muxue didn't say much. Walked to Su Chen's side. What's wrong? I saw that his face didn't seem very good. Su Chen asked Chu Muxue. Chu Muxue looked at Chu Guang beside her and shook her head. It's okay, he wanted to join, but I rejected him, so he was a little unhappy. Why did you reject him? Chu Guang asked curiously. Such a strong person. If he joins the team, it will definitely improve their efficiency in hunting monsters. No need. Chu Muxue said lightly. Still so cold. Chu Guang didn't speak again. After all, this is not only a school beauty, but also an S-level ice attribute awakener. Whatever she says, it is what it is. Classmates, form a team and you can come to sign up. Let's set off together to the Chuantian secret realm. At this time, a teacher shouted. Let's go, sign up. Su Chen didn't say much. In fact, he knew that Chu Muxue would definitely reject Fan Zhan. This time, they were not only for the spirit beads and grades. More importantly, it was the treasure in that map. P.S. Thank you all for your urging, gifts, and 5-star reviews. Please click to urge for more updates. Please. OR2. Window underscore tabola equals window underscore tabola dot push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabola below article thumbnail dash 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail, 300x250, target underscore type, mix. Chapter 66 finally arrived at the secret realm of Chuantian. Su Chen and the others went directly to the registration location. There are Su Chen and Chu Muxue. Naturally, it attracted a lot of attention. Chu Muxue. That's Su Chen, right? He's so handsome. I also want to team up with Su Chen. It will definitely be a pleasure to team up with Chu Muxue. The two of them actually joined forces. At this time, many people looked envious. Suddenly a voice came out. Who is that fat man? Why are you following the goddess? Someone spotted Chu Guang behind Su Chen. His face suddenly darkened. Su Chen and Chu Muxue are both S-level talents. Even if Su Chen doesn't have a dragon, the cultivation speed is also very fast. One is handsome and the other is beautiful. The two walked together. That's the landscape. But Chu Guang followed behind. What is that? Hey, fat man, why are you following the goddess so obscenely? Someone couldn't help it. Finally he shouted to Chu Guang. They don't know this man. After all, if you are not above sea-level talent, who knows? But the other way around is. I don't know, this person's talent is definitely not above sea level. Ah? Me? I didn't, I was following Brother Chen. Chu Guang pointed at Su Chen in front of him. That person. Hey, fat man, why are you following the male god like that? At this time, a girl shouted directly towards Chu Guang. That's right, don't get too close. Why do you have such weird hobbies? When will it be your turn, man? It's not just that girl. More girls joined the team to defeat Chu Guang. Chu Guang never expected that more people would scold him for saying that he was following Su Chen than those who were following Chu Muxue. Damn it, is Brother Chen so popular? Chu Guang felt very depressed and simply shouted, I just signed up. Is this okay? There's nothing to say about this, right? Sign up and don't get so close to my goddess. Just stay away. That's it, stay away from my boyfriend and don't take advantage of the heat. We only have eyes for the male god, not you. Go away, don't follow the goddess. Chu Guang thought that if he said this, nothing would happen. As a result, people shouted even more vigorously. Mixed doubles for both men and women. Chu Guang. Let me go. Can't I just leave? However, among so many people, there was one person who did not join in the booing. He stood in the crowd, silent. That person is Fan Zhan. At this moment, I saw Su Chen and Chu Muxue walking so close. I felt very uncomfortable in my heart. Everything Chu Muxue told him just now shocked him greatly, but there was nothing he could do about it. Seeing that Chu Muxue was so close to Su Chen, she still defended Su Chen. Fan Zhan knew that all this was done voluntarily by Chu Muxue. But even so, Fan Zhan couldn't accept it. Why? Why? Fan Zhan was very angry and clenched his fists. He won't allow it, absolutely not. Even an awakened person with S-level talent can't do it. He's just a useless dragon master. Fan Zhan stared at Su Chen. Don't worry, goddess, I will definitely rescue you from this pervert. Fan Zhan made up his mind. Even if he fights to the death, even if Chu Muxue doesn't like him, it doesn't matter. He wants to rescue the goddess. No one can stop it. On the other side, Chen and Chu Muxue didn't feel anything. Although Chu Muxue was a little worried that Fan Zhan would tell the truth about her being a dragon. But then I thought about it, there was no point in worrying. If Fan Zhan really tells it, then she could only be a dragon and stay with Chen. Chen, Chu Muxue and why is there Chu Guang? The teacher asked subconsciously. Chen and Chu Muxue are both S-level talent awakeners. There is nothing wrong with forming a team to hunt monsters together. But why is there still Chu Guang with an E-level talent? Ahem, I mean, there's Chu Guang, there are 3 of us in total, right? Where's the team name? Know how to say it accidentally. The teacher quickly changed his tune. Team name? Do you want a team name too? Chen didn't expect it. Participating in an assessment, forming a temporary team, and even asking for a team name? Yes, the final score is calculated based on the group score. The teacher nodded. Although this is somewhat unfair to weak people. But in this world, the weak eat the strong. Those with strong abilities will naturally go to good universities, while those with weak abilities will naturally go to a good university, unless they are like Chu Guang and get into the big picture. Or have better luck. In the sky-piercing secret realm, enough monsters were hunted. Or every monster beast can get a spirit bead. You can definitely get into a key university. After all, luck is also part of strength. I want a team name, what do you think it should be called? Chen turned his head and looked at Chu Muxue. Team. Chu Muxue thought about it. Team. Chu Guang also thought about it. Right. Chen nodded. Then I turned around and filled in the team name line. Ah, yes, team. Team members, Chen, Chu Muxue, Chu Guang. It's better to call it Orange Light. Chu Muxue said suddenly. Chen's Chen, Chu Guang's Light. Are you forming a CP? Chen. Hey, how did you finish writing it? Chu Muxue took a look. How come it is filled in? Ah, yes, yes. Chen nodded. This is the team name. Neither Chu Muxue nor Chu Guang had any objections. Soon, the school was bustling with many people. One by one, they began to form a team. Not long after, the school bus arrived. He pulled Chen and others towards the heaven-piercing secret realm. Brother Chen, Fan Zhan seems to be looking here all the time. Is he jealous that we are teaming up with the school beauty? Chu Guang discovered that since getting in the car. Then Fan Zhan kept looking this way. No, this is not a jealous look, this is a longing look. Chen shook his head and corrected himself. Eager. Chu Guang didn't quite understand. He is eager to join our team. The look in his eyes is full of eagerness and you can't help it. Chen explained. Hearing this, Chu Guang was stunned for a moment, then looked over. It seems, that's right, Brother Chen is still the right judge of people. Fan Zhan was so anxious that his whole body was trembling. I really want to rush over directly. The speed of the car is neither fast nor slow, neither slow nor urgent. They dragged Chen and the others from the city to the suburbs. Along the way, we encountered some monsters. Those who are strong have specialized personnel to hunt them. Those who are weak can just drive past. This car has obviously been modified. A level 1 monster is nothing to worry about. It probably took nearly 5 hours of driving. Chen and others just arrived at the Chuantian secret realm. Brother Chen, we are here. Chu Guang looked around. Very excited. Okay, classmates, we are here, I am teacher Pei Hime. At this moment, an old female teacher walked into the car and said to everyone. This is the heaven-piercing secret realm. There are all kinds of monsters in it, with strengths ranging from level 1 to level 2. The purpose of your visit this time is to hunt them, or... Pei Hime paused. He looked at all the students and smiled slightly, being hunted by them. Chapter 67 A system with no news for the whole day. Hunted by them. Is this Chuantian's secret realm so dangerous? Of course, the school has also prepared emergency measures for everyone. Pei Himei continued. Then someone brought a box of watches. This is a little genius phone watch for you. It has a tracking function and an alarm. As long as you press this button, your location will be displayed. Pei Himei shook the watch in her hand and continued, at this time, the nearby teachers will arrive and rescue you. Of course, pressing the button is equivalent to handing in the paper in advance. So, don't press it randomly unless you have to. Pei Himei reminded, then now let's ask the captains of each team to come up and get their watches. The first is to bravely break into the first team, Captain Liu Cheng. Pei Himei's words just finished. A strong man stood up and walked towards Pei Himei. This person is Liu Cheng, who is also an A-level awakener. Take the phone watch. There were 5 people in his team, so he took 5. Then comes Team Leap, Captain Yan's Hizi. This is the 3rd A-level awakened team. There were only 4 people in his team. Well, the hero saves the American team, Captain Fan Zhan. This name is a bit of a drama. At least Pei Himei didn't think it was very good. This is taking the college entrance examination. Why does it have anything to do with the hero saving the beauty? In fact, even my teammates found it strange. However, in this team, Fan Zhan is the strongest. Naturally, he has the final say. Besides, there's nothing wrong with a hero saving a beauty. Next is, right, team. Pei Himei suddenly felt that it would be good for a hero to save the American team. What the hell kind of team is this? Pfft, what the hell? What's wrong, right? Teacher, what did you say? I suddenly became very angry. Yes. The people in the car didn't know why. After Pei Himei confirmed that the name was correct, he spoke again, yes, team leader, Su Chen. Arrive. Su Chen stood up and took the 3 watches handed over by Pei Himei. Didn't feel embarrassed at all. Are you Su Chen, the S-level talent awakener? Pei Himei had obviously heard of Su Chen. Dragon controller. A legendary profession. Someone actually woke up. But, this is the weakest profession. Yes. Su Chen nodded. This teacher looks young, probably less than 30 years old, and looks pretty good. At this time, he looked at Su Chen curiously. Who asked you for the team name? Pei Himei was speechless. Su Chen was stunned. Yes. Pei Himei. Okay, next team. Pei Himei did not intend to continue talking to Su Chen. Otherwise you will be pissed to death. After handing out the phone watch, Pei Himei looked at everyone again. This assessment is an important turning point and an important opportunity for you. You must cherish it, understand? This is what all teachers will say. Give students some encouragement. It was the first time for some students to hunt monsters. It is inevitable that you will be a little timid. At this time, as a teacher, I have the obligation to allow these students to face it calmly. Every student here, the teacher hopes that after experiencing this, you can become a real man and a real woman. Pei Himei said to everyone. Then he walked up to a girl and asked, in the eyes of female classmates, what is a real man? Interaction can also reduce students' fear of secrets and the unknown. Those who have a sense of responsibility and responsibility are real men. The female classmate thought for a while. Say these 2 words. That's right. Very well said. Pei Himei smiled and nodded. Then he looked at all the male classmates. Did you hear that? So in the secret realm, you must grow into responsible men. Don't be afraid when you encounter monsters, don't panic when you encounter danger, only then can you become a truly good man. Pei Himei said. Hearing this, many boys nodded. Clench your fists and secretly make up your mind. At this time, I was also encouraged. Especially Fan Zhan. Think silently in your mind, have a sense of responsibility and be responsible. I understand, teacher. Then he looked at Su Chen. I must beat you to death to protect my goddess and be a real man with a sense of responsibility. I saw that the emotions of many students were aroused. Pei Himei was also very satisfied. The timidity and panic I felt just now are gone. At least these students will not be afraid when they enter the secret realm and encounter threats. So next, just let these girls stop being timid. Then who will tell me, what is a real woman? Or what does a real woman look like in the eyes of male classmates? Pei Himei plans to continue using the same method. After looking at it, his eyes fell on Su Chen. Pei Himei walked over and asked Su Chen, captain of the opposite team, what do you think is a real woman? Just now, Pei Himei noticed that almost all the girls were looking at her. It all fell on Su Chen. Sure enough, being handsome is different. She could be sure that as long as Su Chen answered, then it will definitely inspire many girls. Su Chen didn't expect it. Pei Himei actually asked him this question. What do you think is a real woman? Pei Himei asked again. Su Chen thought for a while and didn't know how to answer. After hesitating for a moment, I think. Everyone's eyes were looking at Su Chen. They wanted to know what kind of answer Su Chen would have. Well, the one who doesn't inflate is a real woman. Su Chen said. Pei Himei. Chu Muxue. Everyone. God damn it, she is a real woman if she is not inflated. But, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with this. Pfft. I don't know which female classmate it was, but she couldn't hold it back and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Then many people started laughing. This, well, I can't refute it. What else did Pei Himei want to say? But when I saw the classmates around me, they all seemed to relax. I won't say any more. Okay, now all the students, let's follow the teacher and enter the secret realm. Pei Himei said and took the lead to get out of the car. Everyone else followed and got out of the car. Only Su Chen frowned slightly. Get up from this morning. He discovered something. Why hasn't the treasure chest appeared in the system today? This is something Su Chen cares about very much. On the way here, I didn't think much about it. After 5 hours of driving, we arrived at the Chuantian secret realm. Only then did Su Chen react. Today's treasure chest system seems to be very quiet. No treasure chest appeared at all. In other words, today's 100 treasure chests have not landed yet. Is there something wrong with the system? This is what Su Chen is worried about. The system is the key to Su Chen's improvement, so don't let anything go wrong. P.S. 1937847774. Thank you to the Zhaotian Gang and Xiao Daijun for the extravagant update. Thank you to the world's only MOER for the roll call. All I can say at this point is that I will find time to update more. Chapter 68 The treasure box system reacts again. Just when Su Chen was confused, Chu Muxue's voice came over. Su Chen, what are you thinking about? Although she could feel some changes in Su Chen's emotions, but it was impossible to pry into Su Chen's thoughts. There is no need to worry about system exposure. Nothing. Su Chen shook his head. You can't tell anyone about the system. Even though Chu Muxue is his summoning pet. Su Chen also felt there was no need to say it. Then let's go. Chu Muxue didn't ask any more questions. Just a reminder, we are about to enter a secret realm. Good. Su Chen nodded. I didn't bother too much. System problems are solved by the system itself. Su Chen couldn't help either. Okay, students, pass from here to the heaven transmitting secret realm. Once you enter, it means the exam has begun. Now students, please enter in an orderly manner. The one who shouted was Lu Yunxiao. I don't know when she appeared. Because the whole school forms its own team. It doesn't necessarily mean that the original class teacher is leading the team. It was Pei Himei just now. Now it's Lu Yunxiao. Su Chen, come here. At this moment, Lu Yunxiao suddenly called Su Chen over. Su Chen was stunned. I don't know what it is. But he still walked over. Teacher, what's wrong? Su Chen asked. Although Lu Yunxiao's age is not much older than Su Chen. But after all, he was the head teacher and Su Chen's teacher, so he still respected him very much. This is for you. Lu Yunxiao handed Su Chen a rolled-up paper. This is... Su Chen was a little curious. What is this? This is a map inside the Chuantian secret realm. It is more detailed than the one given by the school. It also has a gathering place for monsters. You can watch and hunt the monsters, or avoid them. Lu Yunxiao said simply to Su Chen. This was something Su Chen didn't expect. Lu Yunxiao actually gave him a detailed map. Teacher, this. Su Chen was a little flattered. The price of this thing on the market is not low. The teacher knows that you have great talent, but your family may not be able to keep up with it. This is the only way the teacher can help you. Lu Yunxiao said simply. At this moment, Su Chen felt warm in his heart. I almost wanted to tell the teacher that his family was not short of money. His parents left him a lot of money. But since it is the teacher's intention, then Su Chen had no reason to refuse. Thank you, teacher. Such a detailed map. Even if you want to buy it, you may not be able to buy it. It's not a matter of price anymore. There has to be some connection. It was obvious that Lu Yunxiao must have put a lot of thought into this. No, I hope that one day you can become a real dragon master, and then the teacher will also benefit from you. Lu Yunxiao said with a smile. Well, I will definitely do it. Su Chen nodded affirmatively. Now he has contracted a dragon. And right next to him. But Su Chen naturally wouldn't tell anyone. Just in my heart, I am grateful to Lu Yunxiao. Okay, let's go in. Lu Yunxiao didn't say any more. He took Su Chen back to the team. Okay, classmates, let's go now. Lu Yunxiao shouted to the students around him. Everyone, with a feeling of anxiety and expectation, walked towards the secret realm of Chuantian. Back. Chu Muxue saw Su Chen coming back. Just said it briefly. Su Chen nodded. Chu Muxue is so good at this. He would not even ask him what he was called to do by the teacher. Brother Chen, why is my boss calling you? Just because Chu Muxue didn't ask, doesn't mean Chu Guang didn't ask either. Lu Yunxiao just called Su Chen over. Chu Guang was a little curious. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Su Chen hasn't spoken yet. Chu Muxue gave a reminder first. Hearing this, Chu Guang quickly shut up. Su Chen just smiled and didn't answer. If this matter were known to others, it might harm teacher Lu Yunxiao. After all, buying accurate maps for students is somewhat illegal. But then again, those students who have money and channels have already purchased maps. It's allowed. Let's go. Su Chen said something. Then the three of them also walked towards the entrance of the so-called Chuantian secret realm. This was Su Chen's first time entering the secret realm. Somewhat expected. The so-called entrance to the secret realm is actually invisible. This is a virtual existence. There is no difference from the surroundings. But Su Chen could see that the classmates in front of him disappeared as they walked. Chu Guang was a little nervous. It was also his first time to enter the secret realm. Chu Muxue looked calm. After all, she was born and raised in the secret realm since she was a child. Naturally, there is no sense of the secret realm. Finally it was Su Chen's turn. He approached the entrance to the heaven-piercing secret realm with some curiosity. He stretched his hand through it. There is no strange feeling. No further hesitation. Su Chen walked directly through the entrance. Suddenly there was a trance in front of my eyes. Once again, I couldn't see clearly anymore. Su Chen and the others entered the darkness. Move forward. Chu Muxue's voice reached Su Chen's ears again. Su Chen trusted Chu Muxue very much. Since he said to go forward, then just go forward. Not far away. Su Chen saw a glimmer of light. Finally I can see the road clearly. A group of 3 people continued walking forward. Came out quickly. Only then did Su Chen realize that this was actually a cave. This cave is pitch black, and the entrance is here. Are you not afraid of monsters waiting here? Chu Guang was a little puzzled. When he just walked out, he looked worried. If there are monsters in the cave, they were just sent into the tiger's mouth. If you can't even deal with the monsters that may appear in this cave, then just quit the exam. Chu Muxue replied calmly. Well. Chu Guang was a little depressed. Why is there such a big difference between how Chu Muxue treats Brother Chen and how she treats herself? But think about it. Brother Chen is so handsome. Then there's nothing to worry about. Muxue is right. The monsters in the heaven-piercing secret realm are only level 1 to 2. During the exam, you will also encounter this kind of monster. Su Chen nodded and explained, if you can't handle this, then you won't be able to handle it when you encounter more and denser monsters later. This is actually one of the assessments. Encounter dangers that may occur at any time. You must prepare in advance to avoid it. When you're out training, the monsters won't wait until you're ready before they come to you. Su Chen reminded again, I will even attack you while you are relaxing today. Yes, I understand, Brother Chen. Chu Guang nodded quickly. Well, then. Su Chen also wanted to say some things to pay attention to. But at this moment, the system that had been silent for a day finally appeared. Ding! It is detected that the host has entered the secret realm, and the system will adjust the treasure box. Adjustment? What is going on? Chapter 69 Treasure Chest System Adjustment, Treasure Chest in the Secret Realm. Su Chen didn't expect it. After entering the secret realm, this treasure chest system is still being adjusted. In other words, this treasure chest system will change with the world he is in. The secret realm can actually be regarded as a small world. It is separated from the outside world. The system did not respond for a whole day. So it was waiting for this moment? Ding! The host's secret realm is detected as a low-level small secret realm, and the treasure chest is adjusted to drop 3 treasure chests every day. What? Just 3? Su Chen didn't expect it. There are only 3 treasure chests in this Chuantian secret realm. Where are the promised treasure chests? System, come out. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. But on second thought, it is true. This Chuantian secret realm is too small, and Su Chen can almost walk through it in one day. If there are only 3 treasure chests, Su Chen can even take down 3 treasure chests directly. Thinking about it this way, it is much better than the world outside before. Ding! The low-level secret treasure chest has landed. Please open the system map to check the specific location. Su Chen. Why do you have to mention the low-level secret realm? Can't you just say the secret treasure chest? Wouldn't that be more impressive? But none of this matters anymore. Su Chen immediately checked the location of the treasure chest. X837, Y638. X43, Y1029. X172, Y93. 3 locations. Su Chen saw 3 bright spots. These 3 places don't seem to be very far away. For the treasure before. Su Chen wrote down the map of the Chuantian secret realm. Now it corresponds to the bright spots on the system map. The location of the treasure chest is clear at once. If you walk faster, you can go to all three places. Su Chen. At this time, Chu Muxue shouted. Hey! Su Chen was stunned. Where are we going? Chu Muxue asked again. X172, Y93. Su Chen said, and suddenly felt something was wrong. He had just reported the coordinates. He looked at Chu Muxue, and indeed saw Chu Muxue and Chu Guang looking at him with strange eyes. I mean, let's go to the east. Su Chen didn't say anything more about the coordinates. But the location of X712, Y93 is in the east. Since he was asked to choose, Su Chen naturally chose to go directly to the east. Okay, let's go. Chu Muxue didn't object. Anyway, their goal this time, in addition to treasure, is to hunt monsters. All three of them are going to college. Naturally, they need to have higher scores. Then they can enter better schools. Walking all the way to the east, Su Chen met many students walking in this direction. But they acted very quickly. According to the group, they ran quickly to the front. Although the number of monsters in this secret realm of Chuantian is huge, but it is not easy to meet them. Monsters also know how to avoid danger. So many people suddenly broke in. Some monsters began to hide, waiting for an opportunity to move. Brother Chen, they are all running so fast, should we catch up? Chu Guang looked at those classmates from the same school, even the same class. They all ran forward at a very fast speed. Su Chen. Chu Guang was afraid that they would snatch the monsters away. It's okay, they can't kill so many in a short time. Hunting monsters is not just about killing them. It also requires tacit cooperation between the team, which takes time to run in. Su Chen said simply. So that's it. Chu Guang felt that he had learned a new knowledge. It seems that their team also needs to cooperate well. Walking along the way, I saw many people hunting monsters. But as Su Chen said, their cooperation is not very tacit. It is also a hindrance in the battle. Although it is only a level 1 monster. But for these students who don't have much combat experience, it's already very difficult to deal with. Let's go. Su Chen didn't say much. At this time, they were getting closer and closer to the location of the first treasure chest. Turn left. Su Chen said. Ah! There are grasses on the left, it's hard to walk, there's a road on the right. Chu Guang looked at both sides. Isn't the difference a bit big? The grass on the left is very high. There's a nice path on the right. Although it's small, it's still a path. Su Chen just followed the position of the system. He didn't think too much. Now we have to turn left. Many people have already walked on the road on the right. Even if there are monsters there, they are surrounded by others. Why should we go there? Su Chen said casually. That makes sense. Chu Guang nodded. Brother Chen is really smart. Everyone obviously took these two roads. Everyone will subconsciously take the side with the road. Who would get into the grass? Brother Chen is still thoughtful. Let's go. Chu Muxue had no objection at all. She simply said 2 words. He was the first to get into the bushes. Su Chen followed. Hey, wait for me. Chu Guang didn't dare to stay here alone. He hurriedly followed. They didn't encounter any monsters along the way. Brother Chen, we have been walking for more than an hour, why haven't we encountered any monsters yet? Chu Guang was a little confused. Why didn't we encounter any monsters here? Just follow us. Su Chen would naturally not forget that they were here to hunt monsters and get spiritual beads. But on the way to find the treasure chest, the chance of encountering monsters is the same if you follow them on the road. This is why Su Chen directly brought Chu Muxue and Chu Guang to find the treasure chest together. Oh. Okay. Chu Guang nodded. He listened to Su Chen in everything. Still on the left. At this time, Su Chen spoke again. Brother Chen, is there any difference between the two sides this time? Chu Guang asked curiously at this time. Su Chen shook his head, it doesn't matter. Since we are all on the left, let's just keep going. Chu Guang. Okay. I learned another knowledge point. Once you have chosen a path, you will keep going all the way. There seems to be the smell of a monster on the right. Chu Muxue suddenly said. Hearing this, Chu Guang was surprised, you can smell it. But Chu Muxue ignored him. Su Chen knew that Chu Muxue was a dragon. If there is the smell of a monster, there must be one. What should we do now? Kill. Just at this time, a shout came out. Then there was a sound of fighting. No more now. Su Chen said. Yeah. Chu Muxue nodded. I didn't expect there were still students lurking here. But the monster was robbed, so they could only follow Su Chen to turn left. Then they turned left and right again. It's just ahead. Su Chen said subconsciously. Yeah. Chu Muxue and Chu Guang were stunned. What has arrived? Roar. At this moment, 3 level 1 monsters appeared in front of Su Chen and the others. And in Su Chen's eyes, not only 3 level 1 monsters appeared, but also a silver treasure chest flashing with silver light not far away. P.S. Thank you Lin Lin for the burst of flowers. Happy. Thank you Lin Lin. Thank you Zhihans for the character summon. Thank you. The author has to go to work and can't add more for the time being. I owe it to you when I have time. I'll kowtow to everyone first. Dong dong dong. Keep asking for updates. Asking for gifts and 5-star reviews. Chapter 70 The first treasure chest in the secret realm, open. Su Chen finally saw the treasure box again. And it's also a silver treasure chest. This is the middle one among the 5 kinds of treasure chests. Although I don't know what will be prescribed. But Su Chen will definitely not give up. A 3-headed and first-class blood flame taper. Chu Muxue looked at the 3 monster beasts in front of her. These 3 heads are just first-level monsters. She didn't take it seriously yet. Let's practice our coordination. At this time, Chu Guang looked at Su Chen and asked. Su Chen just said that when hunting monsters, we need to cooperate with each other. Now there are 3 first-level monsters called blood flame tapers. It should be able to be used for running in. We don't have to. Su Chen smiled lightly. Look at Chu Muxue. The latter nodded slightly. There was a pressure that Su Chen and the others could not feel. Directly suppress the 3 blood flame tapers. Boom. There was a trace of panic in the eyes of the 3 blood flame tapers. Even the movements have slowed down a lot. Su Chen was not idle either. Draw out the short knife. The figure moved. Appears directly near the 3-headed blood flame taper. Then he raised the knife and dropped it. The throat of a bloody taper was instantly cut. Not even a scream. Su Chen moved quickly. After all, the dagger skill is at its maximum level. Good sword skills. Chu Muxue saw Su Chen's short knife. He actually quickly killed a blood flame taper. Also a little surprised. She had never seen Su Chen take action before. Looking at it now, Su Chen's strength is pretty good. Although Chu Guang has seen it before. But he saw that a first-level monster was killed by Su Chen with a knife. I couldn't help but be surprised. Is Brother Chen already so strong? Just when the 2 of them were surprised, Su Chen's short knife fell again. A blood flame taper just jumped up. In mid-air, he was directly disemboweled by Su Chen. What a fast knife! Chu Guang was shocked again. But Su Chen knew that this was because Chu Muxue's dragon power suppressed the speed of the blood flame taper. Otherwise, he would not have been able to disembowel the blood flame taper in mid-air. Of course, he would not be attacked by a level 1 monster. Just not so fast. Su Chen's target is not just the blood flame taper. There is also a silver treasure chest right near him. It's close at this point. Su Chen rushed forward. He approached the treasure chest and reached out to open it. Roar! The blood flame taper pounced directly over. 2 companions lost their lives at the hands of this human being. It also angered the blood flame taper. A streak of blood began to cover its hair. Gradually, the hair all over his body turned fiery red. Like blood, like fire. This is the magical skill of the blood flame taper. It burns blood and increases attack and speed attributes. Chu Muxue obviously knew the monsters very well. When the blood-inflamed taper's hair begins to change color. Su Chen also knew this. The hand that was stretched out was not withdrawn. He flicked the short knife in his hand, flying directly through the air in a beautiful arc. Then it landed on his left hand. When Su Chen got the short sword, he didn't hesitate at all. The short sword is infused with spiritual energy. From an extremely tricky angle, it pierced into the head of the blood flame taper. Ouch! The blood flame taper screamed. His life had been ended by Su Chen. The blood color in the hair faded again. His eyes were full of unwillingness. A first-level monster, even if it burns its energy and blood, it's nothing more than that. Su Chen said lightly. His right hand had opened the silver treasure chest without leaving any trace. Suddenly a burst of silver light appeared. Brother Chen, you are so awesome. At this moment, Chu Guang also reacted. Come forward quickly. Just a moment. Su Chen instantly killed 3 first-level blood flame tapers. In Chu Guang's view, this was simply unbelievable. Here you go, see if these 3 blood flame tapers have any spiritual beads. Su Chen directly handed the short knife in his hand to Chu Guang. This is good. Chu Guang nodded. He took Su Chen's dagger. He walked directly towards a blood flame taper lying on the ground. He hesitated. He still raised the knife and stabbed it into the blood flame taper corpse. He has never hunted a monster yet. But this is what an awakened person needs to learn. Su Chen saw Chu Guang and took action directly. Only then did he nod slightly with satisfaction. If Chu Guang doesn't dare, he probably wasn't the same person as Su Chen. Are you okay? Chu Muxue walked towards Su Chen. Ask with concern. Fine. Su Chen shook his head. It's just 3 bloody tapers, what else can happen? A first-level monster, even without Chu Muxue's dragon power to suppress it. He can solve it easily too. Now that Chu Muxue is here, it's even easier. That's okay. Chu Muxue nodded slightly. Chu Guang next to him was slightly stunned. Chu Muxue actually cares so much about Brother Chen? Is this still the cool school beauty? What are you looking at? At this moment, a voice came into his ears. Chu Guang shook his head, no. No. He quickly continued to dig out the inner elixir of the monster. As expected, she is still the cool school beauty. At this time, Su Chen didn't care about this. He was a little curious about what was opened from the silver treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations on opening the silver treasure chest and getting Blood Flame Taper card X3. What the hell? Isn't this the Blood Flame Taper we just hunted? Su Chen was a little surprised. Are the rewards in this system based on the environment? He just hunted 3 Blood Flame Tapers. The treasure chest now opened actually contains 3 Blood Flame Taper cards. If you say it doesn't matter, no one will believe it, right? But now that it's out, of course, there is no need to return or exchange it. Su Chen could only check the effect. Blood Flame Taper card, after use, it can increase attack power by 70% and speed by 50%, lasting 1 hour. When he saw this effect, Chen was also a little surprised. It can actually increase the attack power by 70%? Wouldn't it mean that after using this Blood Flame Taper card, he would be able to fight across levels? Even killing level 3 monsters is no problem. He did not expect that this Blood Flame Taper card could actually obtain the same attribute improvement as the Blood Flame Taper after the Blood Sacrifice. And this kind of improvement is definitely more than that of the Blood Flame Taper. Chen is now at level 4 of Ren level. A 70% improvement would at least allow him to reach Xin level strength. After all, each level of improvement is very difficult. But this is enough. No wonder this Blood Flame Taper card appears in the silver treasure chest. Only then did Chen understand. This is not a system trap. This thing is too good, right? Although there are only 3 pictures, the duration is only 1 hour. But for Chen, he was already very satisfied. The next step is the treasure chest at the next location. Chen thought to himself. Today, Chen wants to get all 3 treasure chests. Brother Chen, dug it out. At this time, Chu Guang's excited voice came over. The 3 monsters all have spirit beads. Chu Guang shouted excitedly. Chen also smiled, it's a good harvest. Then open the system map and determine the location of the second closer treasure chest. Window_tabola equals window_tabola, _tabola.push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabola below article thumbnail -300x250, placement, below article thumbnail 300x250, target _type, mix. Chapter 71 I am not a saint, didn't you hear that it was a cute girl calling for help? Set sail again. This time, Chen's target is X837, Y638. Although X43, Y1029 looks closer. But there is a river in the middle. As we all know, in places where monsters are rampant, water is the most dangerous. If you are not careful, you will be pulled into the water. The battle in the water is very disadvantageous for the awakened ones. Unless you are a water attribute awakener. Otherwise, it would be impossible to compete with the monsters born in the water. It is estimated that it will not float up in 10,000 years. Neither Chen nor Chu Guang have water attributes. Outside, it's better to be cautious. Chen chose to go around. And the location of X837, Y638 happens to be on the detour road. In other words, you have to go without taking a detour. It's better to take a direct detour. Neither Chu Guang nor I have water attributes, so I plan to bypass this river. Chen used the detailed map to tell Chu Muxue. Well, it's up to you. Chu Muxue nodded slightly. Chu Guang was a little curious, Brother Chen, where did you get this map? I wanted to buy one, but I couldn't find anyone to sell it. Chu Guang's family is not short of money. He originally wanted to buy a map. As a result, no one sold it at all. Given it to the head teacher. Regarding Chu Guang, Chen didn't hide anything. I'll go. Does Lao Ban care about you that much? Chu Guang was very excited. He did not expect that Chen's precise map was given to him by Lu Yunxiao. Isn't this awesome? If you were S-class, she would also come to you. What Chen said is correct. If he is not an S-level talent, the most Lu Yunxiao can do is let him cheer. I won't go out of my way to buy him an accurate map. This is the charm of an S-level talent awakener. All right. Chu Guang was helpless. He is just an E-level talent. Even because of the effect of ambergris. But it is far inferior to S-level talent. Even this S-level dragon master is still unable to contract a dragon. Also worthy of help from others. Let's go. Chen said and walked forward. Chu Muxue followed Chen's right side. Chu Guang followed closely behind. When do you plan to see the treasure? Chu Muxue is more interested in treasures. Although the things inside may not be comparable to the Dragon Clan's collection. But at least she enjoyed the fun of treasure hunting. Wait until tomorrow. Our route has not deviated. Chen looked at the map and said. He will also open the treasure chest today. After all, almost the whole morning was spent on the road. Now there are 3 treasure chests, we will get them tonight. Only they know about the treasure now. Not even Chu Guang or Chen told him. Let's talk about it after the plan arrives. Okay. Chu Muxue didn't say much. All of this is dominated by Chen. The 3 of them chatted while walking. It's quite easy. Help. At this time, Chen heard a cry for help. It seems like someone is calling for help. Chu Guang looked at Chen and said. He also heard the sound just now. Chen nodded calmly. Chu Muxue had no reaction. Should we, want to take a look? Chu Guang saw no reaction from the 2 of them. Asked again. Need not. Chen shook his head. What if we are a student of the school and are in danger? Chu Guang is quite good. After all, they are from the same school. In case of danger, it's not bad to lend a helping hand. Students have teachers who will take action. Chen said. Still didn't stop. What if she doesn't want to be eliminated so soon? Chu Guang thought for a while and said. Hearing this, Chen stopped. Looking at Chu Guang, after a moment, he nodded, then go. Ah! Chu Guang originally thought. Chen went with him. As a result, he was asked to go alone. I got scared all of a sudden. Brother Chen is right. If you have anything to do, you can go to the teacher. There is no need. Chu Guang didn't dare to go at all. At this time, I could only say weakly. Let's go. Chu Muxue said lightly. Chen nodded and followed. Chu Guang still looked back a little unbearably. But thinking about it, if Chen didn't take action. When he went there, he also gave away his head. It's better not to go. I can only pray that that student can be wiser. Directly press the little genius phone watch. Notify nearby teachers. Submit your papers in advance. Help. Just after Chen and others walked some distance away. That voice came again. This time, Chen and the others could really hear it. It seemed to be the voice of a girl. Chu Guang looked towards the place where the sound appeared. Still don't have the guts to go check it out. Help. Not long after, the voice came again. This time, Chu Guang couldn't help it anymore. Brother Chen, let's go take a look. Maybe the little genius lost his phone and watch. This is not impossible. It's easy to lose it if you run around in a panic. Then you can't ask for help? This is also reasonable. Can't throw it away. Chen still didn't stop. His target is the treasure chest. What just appeared was the silver treasure chest. So what kind of treasure chest will it be? Chen was very curious. Chu Guang was a little strange. When did Brother Chen become so indifferent? Even if you are not a classmate. I heard someone shouting for help. You should also go and see it, right? But why was Chen so indifferent? The same goes for Chu Muxue. There was no reaction. Help! I'm going to die. The sound, at this time, sounded again. No, Brother Chen, let's go take a look. Chu Guang finally couldn't bear it anymore. He directly grabbed Chen's arm. He didn't dare to go alone. But I don't want to let it go. That won't work. You really want to go? Chen asked back. Chu Guang nodded, we really have to go. If a girl is in danger, we can't just stand by and watch. Girl. Chen suddenly smiled. Chu Muxue also showed a smile. Chu Guang was stunned by these 2 people. Not a girl? Didn't you just hear that? The girl's voice was very sweet. Then turn your head, she's right behind you. Su Chen said to Chu Guang. Ah! Chu Guang was stunned. Then turned his head. Ah! A scream. Chu Guang's whole body jumped up. Behind him is a monster that looks like a weasel. Stand directly on the ground with both feet. Help! A voice came from its mouth. Fuck! Chu Guang didn't expect it. The sound just now came from the mouth of such a strange thing. Level 1 Monster Weasel Doll. Su Chen explained calmly. This is a monster beast that is said to have mutated from a weasel. Can imitate human speech, but only with a simple sentence or a few words. Standing on both feet, like a doll. Hence the name. Just now, this thing was imitating the human cry for help. Su Chen and Chu Muxue had long sensed something strange. Only Chu Guang was still in the dark. I was shocked. P.S. Please give me an update. Thank you everyone for your gifts. Please give me a 5-star review. Asking for a wave of free gifts. Chapter 72, This wave is too fast. Brother, I've been calling you for a long time, but you haven't come to save me. At this moment, the yellow mouse puppet spoke again. Chu Guang obviously didn't understand it at all. How can you still talk? Chu Guang stepped back. While shouting in panic. You don't know the yellow mouse puppet? Did you listen well in class? Su Chen looked at the yellow mouse doll in front of him and was not surprised at all. I didn't sleep in class, Brother Chen. Chu Guang had really never heard of it. How come there are monsters that can talk? This sound of brother made Chu Guang feel like a beautiful girl. Is this the result? That's it. That's it. It doesn't mean it can speak, it just heard it and learned it. Su Chen explained. This squirrel puppet doesn't really talk. It's just that someone said these words in front of it. It was written down. Really? Really? Chu Guang still felt strange. How could there be such a monster? If you don't believe me, why don't you ask? Su Chen said. Chu Guang, it seems to work. Hey, can you say anything else? Chu Guang looked at the squirrel puppet and asked. Help! Help! The yellow mouse puppet opened its mouth and made a girlish voice. Hey, it seems to be true. Chu Guang finally breathed a sigh of relief at this time. Monsters can talk, it's so weird. Brother, I've been calling you for a long time, but you haven't come to save me. The yellow mouse puppet spoke again. This time, Chu Guang was no longer afraid. This monster can, at best, be a parrot. There is nothing to be afraid of anymore. Then I'll leave this first-level monster to you to deal with. Su Chen said to Chu Guang. This monster's combat effectiveness is not high. What I am better at is seducing people. Then attack secretly. Now he appeared in front of Su Chen and the others. If fighting head-on, Chu Guang has no problem. Me? Me? Chu Guang was a little timid at this time. He didn't expect that Su Chen would ask him to go alone. I also want to see how you are practicing recently. Don't worry, I'm here. Su Chen said with a smile. After listening, Chu Guang looked happy. Su Chen's "I'm here" was so reassuring. Good. Chu Guang at this time. His whole body was full of strength. Anyway, Brother Chen is behind you. What are you afraid of? Then, I'm having sex? Brother Chen. Chu Guang clenched his fists. Just ready. Su Chen nodded slightly. He had no intention of taking action. I'm really fucked, Brother Chen. Chu Guang was still afraid. This yellow mouse puppet can even imitate human voices. Isn't that too smart? Such a smart monster, its combat power should be off the charts, right? Are you going or not? Su Chen asked back. Grinding and chirping. How can I become a strong person in the future? Go. Chu Guang gritted his teeth. He rushed directly towards the direction of the squirrel puppet. Ah! Roared. Oops! He tripped over a vine. Chu Guang rolled out. Su Chen! Chu Muxue! Ouch! Ouch! Chu Guang rolled twice. Only then did he stabilize his body. At this time, open your eyes. Face to face with the squirrel puppet. I didn't mean it. Chu Guang looked at the yellow mouse doll in front of him. Said weakly. Help! At this moment, a girl's cry for help came from the mouth of the yellow mouse puppet. He opened his mouth instantly and bit down on Chu Guang. Brother Chen, help! Chu Guang looked at the bloody mouth close at hand. Shout out! Seeing that something was not going well, Su Chen took out his short knife and was about to help. Then he saw a ray of light blooming from Chu Guang's body. Boom! Then there was a loud noise. The yellow squirrel puppet flew directly upside down. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground. Bloody and bloody. This. Su Chen didn't expect it either. Chu Guang's strength is so strong? But think about it. Chu Guang's awakening ability is to accumulate spiritual power. These 7 days, Chu Guang was eating to accumulate spiritual power. Not used at all. At this moment, the accumulated spiritual power exploded. Killed a yellow rat doll that was considered trash among first-level monsters. It seems reasonable. This awakening ability is pretty good. Su Chen was a little surprised. Chu Guang's ability seems to be very good. It's just an E-level talent, which is pretty rubbish. Chu Muxue didn't give any face. If Chu Guang was an A-level or even B-level talent, add this ability, he will definitely become a strong one. It's a pity, that's what happened to him. Su Chen nodded. This is true. Brother Chen, help me. Chu Guang was still shouting at this time. Su Chen! Chu Muxue! Get up! Su Chen said funnily. Save, hui! Chu Guang opened his eyes. Suddenly he was stunned. The monster is gone? Stand up quickly! He saw the bloody monster not far away. Brother Chen, why did you blow it up like this? Don't you use a knife? Chu Guang asked curiously. This monster doesn't look like it was torn into pieces. You killed this, it's none of my business. Su Chen was speechless. This Chu Guang's explosion just now was completely subconscious. Hey? Me? Chu Guang was stunned and quickly felt it. Hey? All the spiritual power I accumulated for 7 days has been used up. You can accumulate so much in 7 days. Su Chen thought this was just an outburst. As a result, 7 days of spiritual power burst out? Yes, it's not easy to accumulate spiritual power. This is because of the ambergris I bought from you and the wolf leg meat. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much. Chu Guang frowned. Su Chen wanted to take back the words he just praised Chu Guang's abilities. Save up for 7 days. Just killed a first-level monster. It's still a monster with not very strong defense. If you encounter a stronger one, the most you can do is shock it. But if there is monster meat to eat every day, it should be faster. Thinking of the roasted wolf legs, Chu Guang's saliva was about to flow out. It was the best thing he had ever eaten. Not one. The monster meat is made into dishes, which are really delicious. That. Su Chen looked at the corpse of the squirrel puppet. Chu Guang _O. Su Chen. Chu Guang. Steamed, fried, stewed, grilled, fried, or sashimied? Su Chen asked. Brother Chen, can you not want this? Chu Guang remembered the way the squirrel puppet had penetrated people just now. Can still talk. How can this be said? The spiritual power you accumulated has been used up. If you don't replenish it now, you will encounter too many monsters and you will not be able to protect yourself. Su Chen reminded me. Now Chu Guang has nothing to rely on. If you don't add it. If you encounter a group of monsters, you may die miserably. Can. Chu Guang just wanted to speak. A roar came from not far away, roar. There are other monsters, Brother Chen, I'm going to hunt them. Let's eat them. Hearing the monster is not talking. Just a normal roar. Chu Guang quickly wanted to hunt. But he was stopped by Su Chen. Brother Chen, what's wrong? Chu Guang asked puzzledly. I saw Su Chen looking at the grass not far away warily. Chapter 73 Prepared for Brother Chen, a tonic, very tonic, the kind that makes your nose bleed. Su Chen looked at the grass not far away warily. This voice. It made him feel very threatened. He quickly stopped Chu Guang. Chu Guang now doesn't even have the ability to protect himself. This is the cry of the second-level monster Beiwa Huang Yanhu. Chu Muxue is quite familiar with these monsters. Although I haven't seen the monster appear yet. But Chu Muxue already knew what kind of monster it was. 2. Second-order monster. At this time, Chu Guang heard the second-level monster. He quickly took a few steps back and hid behind Su Chen. Not only is the second-level monster, but it is also a very powerful existence among the second-level monsters. Su Chen continued to explain. Rustling. At this moment, a voice came from the grass. Immediately afterwards, 100-flowered yellow tiger was seen walking out slowly. In its mouth, there is a leg. Although it is not a human leg, it is still bloody enough. Goo. Chu Guang swallowed. That leg still had a great visual impact on him. What to do? Chu Guang asked weakly. It's just a second-level monster, so I'm not afraid of it. Su Chen smiled. Although this Beiwa Huang Yanhu is a relatively powerful existence among the second-level monsters, his strength should be above Su Chen's. But besides Su Chen, there was Chu Muxue. Leave it to me. Chu Muxue also knew. Su Chen's strength is only at the 4th level of Ren level. It is still difficult to defeat this 100 flowers yellow flame tiger. Let me try it. Although Su Chen was not as powerful as Beiwa Huang Yanhu in front of him. But he still wanted to try to see if he could kill it. You, be careful. What else did Chu Muxue want to say? But he didn't say it in the end. After all, she also knew Su Chen's strength. Besides, if Su Chen couldn't beat him, she could take action. Su Chen nodded. The dagger from before was already held in Su Chen's hand at some point. There are not many second-level monsters in this heaven-piercing secret realm. The chance of encountering it is very small. And it is almost a relatively weak second-level monster. A few GUI-level awakeners can definitely kill them. Unexpectedly, a second-level peak Beiwa Huang Yanhu would appear here. What the hell is going on? Bad luck? Roar. Seeing Su Chen preparing to attack, the 100 flowers Huang Yanhu also roared. He raised his head and swallowed the leg directly in his mouth. Crack, bang. After chewing it a few times, swallow it. Snort. Su Chen snorted coldly. He rushed directly in the direction of Beiwa Huang Yanhu. Boom. At this time, Chu Muxue's dragon power appeared again. Press directly in the direction of the 100 flowers Huang Yanhu. Roar. Su Chen clearly saw it when Long Wei appeared. There was a flash of fear in Beiwa Huang Yanhu's eyes. Is this dragon's power so terrifying? Su Chen was a little surprised. The dragon clan is no matter in the world of monsters or beasts, or among humans. They are all top-notch existences. But Chu Muxue is still a young dragon. The strength is not very strong either. But even so, the coercion can still make Beiwa Huangyanhu feel extremely scared. He is truly worthy of being a dragon. At this time, Su Chen also arrived in front of Beiwa Huangyanhu. There was no hesitation in holding the short knife in his hand. Stab in the direction of Beiwa Huangyanhu. Roar! Although he was suppressed by Chu Muxue's dragon power just now. But Beiwa Huangyanhu is also a level 2 peak monster. Faced with Su Chen's attack, it quickly turned around to resist Su Chen's attack. The battle begins. Su Chen vs Beiwa Huangyanhu. One person uses a knife, and the other tiger uses a claw. The light of the sword and the shadow of the claws. Chu Guang, who was not far away, was stunned. Be careful of its magical skills. At this time, Chu Muxue shouted. The Beiwa Huangyanhu's claws were actually burning with flames. This is the innate skill of Beiwa Huangyanhu. Huangyan Claw Attack. This 100 Flowers Huangyanhu is a fire attribute monster. And its spiritual skills can also condense the fire attribute into any part of the body. Increase attack power. Bang! Su Chen dodged. One of the Beiwa Huangyanhu's paws slapped on the ground. A pit instantly appeared on the ground. There are even signs of burnt blackness. What a risk! Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If the claw just struck him, that would probably blow him away. There may even be injuries. Roar! Seeing that Su Chen couldn't be photographed, Beiwa Huangyanhu jumped up. Snort! Chu Muxue snorted coldly. The body of Beiwa Huangyanhu, which was jumping in mid-air, suddenly fell. Falling heavily to the ground. This is Long Wei. What is going on? No matter how stupid Chu Guang is, he can still see the strange behavior of Beiwa Huangyanhu. Falling directly from mid-air. This feeling is very strange and awkward. Maybe I ate too much and couldn't dance. Chu Muxue replied calmly. Too much? Chu Guang was stunned. He agreed with Chu Muxue's statement. Even though he was full, he couldn't jump up. At this time, Su Chen became more comfortable fighting. After all, Chu Muxue's dragon power is there. After half an hour of fighting, Su Chen finally found the opportunity. Directly killed the 100 Flowers Yellow Flame Tiger. Roar! Beiwa Huangyanhu let out an unwilling roar. But in the end, he was so weak that he fell to the ground. Brother Chen, you're awesome! Chu Guang saw that Beiwa Huangyanhu was dead. He quickly ran forward. Good. Su Chen nodded. At this time, he also knew how strong he was. Level 2 monsters can be killed. It's a bit difficult to defeat a level 2 peak monster. If Chu Muxue hadn't been there, Su Chen would have spent a lot more time. I'll do it next time. Chu Muxue said to Su Chen. Su Chen was stunned and nodded. He just wanted to test his combat effectiveness. Next time we meet, Chu Muxue can come. Brother Chen, there are spiritual beads here, but they don't have spiritual skills. Chu Guang has already dug out the Beiwa Huangyanhu's spirit bead. It's a pity that there are no magical skills. They are just ordinary spirit beads. That's okay, the second level spirit beads are also very valuable. Su Chen didn't dislike it. Then he looked at the 100 Flowers Huangyanhu in front of him. Looking at Chu Guang. Chu Guang O_O. Then comes. Obviously, he still likes the meat of Beiwa Huangyanhu. Do it yourself and take it away. Su Chen said. Chu Guang nodded. Directly use a short knife to cut off some parts of Beiwa Huangyanhu. Anyway, they can't finish the meat of such a big Beiwa Huangyanhu. Just take some away. Su Chen looked at what Chu Guang had cut off in front of him. 2 tiger legs, some tiger meat, and a tiger whip. Why do you bring this? Su Chen asked Chu Guang. Hehe, this is for Brother Chen, a supplement. Chu Guang looked at Su Chen with a wicked smile. He looked at Chu Muxue again and added, what a shame. It's like a nosebleed. P.S. Updates, 5-star reviews, free gifts, give it a try. Thank you all for your gifts. I don't have enough time now. If I have time, I will thank you more. Chapter 74 lets use a leopard as a stepping stone. X800Y512. The location where Chen and his party were. It's not far from X837, Y638. Brother Chen, why do you have to go up the mountain, He. Chu Guang supported a tree. While panting, he asked Chen. They were currently on a high mountain. Could have been bypassed. But Chen insisted on climbing up. Monster beasts mostly live in mountains and hide in jungles. Didn't you learn that when you were in school? Chen asked back. Chu Guang shook his head, no, in class I either sleep or read novels. Because you didn't study hard, you don't understand anything now, shame on you. Chen said something disgusting. He was still carrying the tiger meat and legs. As for things like tiger whip, in Chu Guang's backpack, Chen didn't want it. Chu Guang thought it could be sold for a lot of money. Just brought it with me. Yes, I will definitely study hard when I go back. Now. Can you take a rest? I'm exhausted. Chu Guang was almost exhausted. Although this mountain is not very high. But for a person of his stature, it's too tiring. Well, let's take a rest. Chen nodded. Then he looked at Chu Muxue, you should also take a rest. I'll walk around to see if there are any monsters. Chu Muxue nodded. Chen put the backpack and the tiger legs and tiger meat on the ground. Headed towards his goal. X837Y638. It's not very far. This is the location of the second treasure chest. Although neither Chu Muxue nor Fatty could see the treasure chest. You won't see rewards either. But if it is in mid-air, reach out and open it. It's still obvious. For the first time, Chen took advantage of the battle to open the treasure chest. This time, I don't know where the treasure chest is exactly. If you can avoid it, avoid it. A little to the left. Chen moved forward according to the map. Be alert to your surroundings. This is the secret realm of heaven and earth. Not on the street. You may encounter monsters anytime and anywhere. Chen was extremely vigilant as he walked along. Fortunately, there are no monsters or people around here. It's here. Soon. Chen arrived at the location of the treasure chest. Look up. A bronze-colored treasure chest is right in front of you. Of course, what he saw in front of him was not just the treasure box. There is also a bottomless crack. What the hell? Chen lowered his head and looked at the crack at his feet. What the hell is this? This crack probably goes deep into the ground. It's probably a few hundred meters deep. Although it is not very wide, it is only about 2 meters wide. For an awakened person like Chen, it's still very simple to jump over. But the problem is, the treasure chest is suspended above the crack. That's right, in the middle of the crack is the treasure chest. Didn't fall. Not stuck either. Just suspended in mid-air. Chen reached for it. Can't reach it. After thinking about it, Chen jumped. The distance of 2 meters is very easy for him. On the other side of the crack. Reach out. Still can't reach it. Chen. This is so meowing, it must be poisonous. Right in the middle. No matter where he was, Chen couldn't reach him. Moreover, the treasure chest could only be opened by Chen. Other things are basically out of reach of the treasure chest. Unless this entire space is moved. Maybe that's okay. But Chen doesn't have this ability either. He couldn't take the treasure box away yet. You can only open the treasure chest in place. What happened? When I jumped over, I opened it by accident. Su Chen thought for a while. It is estimated that this is the only way now. There was no hesitation. Su Chen jumped up. Take off. Bang. Land. Jumping too hard. There was no time to open the treasure chest. Come again. Su Chen turned around. Take off again. Bang. Land. Still not enough. To open a treasure chest, you don't just need to open the lid. There is a lock that needs to be opened. Come again. Do it again. I'm coming again. I don't believe it can't be opened. My hands are still too slow. Su Chen was between these 2 meters, continuously jumping back and forth. Fortunately, this time, Chu Muxue and Fatty didn't come together. Otherwise, Su Chen would jump back and forth like this. He probably thought Su Chen was crazy. Of course, some clues may also be found. Hey! Su Chen jumped in the direction of the treasure box again. Unfortunately, it still didn't work out. It's okay if you don't want the bronze treasure chest. Su Chen was angry. It's just a bronze treasure chest, forget it, I still have to ask for it. Roar. At this time, behind Su Chen, a beast roar came. Su Chen looked behind him warily. I saw a monster approaching him. Level 1 monster poisonous leopard. Su Chen was not afraid of this monster. When Su Chen found the poisonous leopard, that guy also found out that Su Chen found it. It instantly increased its speed and rushed towards Su Chen. When Su Chen found out that the poisonous leopard found out that he found it, it jumped directly. It jumped over the other side of the crack. Landed. Perfect. But the poisonous leopard originally lived here, and its jumping ability is very good. At the moment Su Chen landed, it had already jumped over. Hey, not bad. Su Chen smiled. Turned around and jumped again. Hey hey! Landed again. Roar. The reaction of the poisonous leopard was also very fast. It reacted in just a moment. With a roar, it jumped towards Su Chen again. Keep going. Su Chen shouted again. Then jumped directly. Reached out to grab the treasure chest. Still failed. It would be great if I could stop for a while in the middle. Su Chen's reaction was fast enough. But in mid-air, it flashed by. There was no way to do too many actions. The treasure chest could be touched. But there was not enough time to open it. Roar. At this moment, the poisonous leopard caught up again. Su Chen took out his short knife and wanted to give this guy a fatal blow. But suddenly he reacted. Got it. Su Chen smiled faintly. When the poisonous leopard had not yet landed, Su Chen had already jumped. This time, he did not reach out again. After landing, he turned around. The poisonous leopard had jumped up again. Jumped towards Su Chen. This time, Su Chen did not hesitate at all. Jumped directly. In mid-air, he stepped on the poisonous leopard. In just a moment of gap. Roar. The poisonous leopard roared. Su Chen's hand had already opened the treasure chest. Bang. Su Chen landed perfectly. Bang. The poisonous leopard also landed perfectly. But it landed at a height of several hundred meters. In mid-air, he became Su Chen's stepping stone. He failed to jump over. He fell directly from mid-air. Poison leopard, I have never seen such a speechless thing in my life. Su Chen, don't chase me in the next life. He turned around again. He looked at the bronze treasure chest behind him emitting a bronze light. He was not too excited because of the familiarity. But he was so excited. Chapter 75 What comes out of the bronze treasure chest is extraordinary. Bronze treasure chest. The penultimate treasure chest. But every time he opened it, he could bring something to Su Chen. At least what comes out every time is pretty good. The bronze treasure chest opened for the first time. He brought Chen a level 4 spirit bead with spiritual skills. This time, it shouldn't be too bad. Chen was looking forward to it. If only I could get a level 4 spiritual skill orb with no attribute requirements. That's perfect. Ding! Congratulations on opening the bronze treasure chest and getting X3 fireproof instant noodles. What? Although Chen understood it. But I still couldn't believe my little ears. Must fire instant noodles? Is it going to be popular? I quickly checked the effect. It turned out to be a fire repellent charm. Fire avoiding instant noodles, after eating, you will be immune to fire attacks and can walk in flames for half an hour. Is this, still going to take a bath? Chen looked at the 3 packs of instant noodles in the system inventory. This turned out to be in a bag. It seems that it still needs to be boiled and soaked in water. Chen. Brother Chen. Just when Chen was about to complain about the system, 2 voices came over. Chen saw that Chu Muxue and Chu Guang were already running over. Why are you here? Chen thought to himself that it was a good thing that he didn't let them see him jumping around here all the time. We just heard the roar of the monster and came here. Brother Chen, are you okay? Chu Guang ran over quickly. Looking at Chen, he asked. They were resting just now. It was nothing. But suddenly I heard several beast roars. Came here quickly. It's okay, a poisonous leopard. Chen shook his head. Didn't expect that. The sound here actually passed through. Ah! The poisonous curl leopard is considered strong among the first-level monsters, right? Chu Guang was shocked when he heard this. That was a peak-level monster beast. But think about it. Chen just defeated a level 2 peak monster. The guy's whip is still in his backpack. The old one has grown much longer than him. Wrong. Great, it's okay. Chu Guang breathed a sigh of relief. After looking around, I didn't see the body of the poisonous leopard. He was stunned and asked Chen, Brother Chen, didn't you kill the poisonous leopard? Kill? Chen nodded. What about the body? Chu Guang was stunned. He thought of an extremely terrifying possibility. Brother Chen's strength increased greatly, and he defeated the poison roll leopard until there was nothing left. I couldn't help but feel extremely excited. Brother Chen has become a god? Maybe there's no scum left. Chen thought for a while and said. Falling from such a height. Maybe there is really no scum left. What? Brother Chen, you are so awesome. Chu Guang's idea was verified by Chen. I suddenly became excited. I fell down, and I don't know if there are any spirit beads. It's going to be a bit troublesome to get down. Chen looked at the crack. I don't know how it cracked. After the poisonous scroll leopard fell, it was estimated that the chance of survival was not very high. Ah! You're going down. Chu Guang looked down. Suddenly his legs felt weak. I have a fear of heights. Brother Chen, can't we go down here? Chu Guang looked at Chen. If this goes down, if you are not careful, you may fall to pieces. Fat man, come here. At this time, Chen directly hugged Chu Guang's neck. Take Chu Guang away in another direction. He looked back at Chu Muxue. He looked into the crack again. Snort. Chu Muxue snorted coldly. Directly transformed into the ice dragon's body. In an instant, it flew under the crack. Brother Chen, what's going on? Chu Guang looked at Chen, a little curious. What's going on? There's something I want to tell you. Chen thought for a while and said. Ah? What's going on? Chu Guang became even more curious. Along the way, Chen led him through the grass and climbing mountains. He felt that Chen was hiding something from him. I got a treasure map before. Su Chen hasn't finished speaking yet. Then I heard Chu Guang exclaim, treasure map. Don't make any noise. Su Chen covered Chu Guang's mouth. Chu Guang nodded quickly. That place is in the heaven-piercing secret realm. Su Chen said again. Ah? Shall we go look for it then? Chu Guang asked quickly. Su Chen nodded. Just as he was about to speak, he heard footsteps coming from behind him. Turning around, he saw Chu Muxue standing behind him. Obviously, for Chu Muxue, the distance of several hundred meters is a distance. Very simple. Brother Chen, when are we going? Chu Guang was very yearning for treasure hunting at this time. Let's talk again. Su Chen did not continue. Anyway, Chu Muxue is back. Ah! Chu Guang didn't expect that Su Chen would stop talking. Su Chen looked at Chu Muxue. Chu Muxue shook her head. Obviously, the poisonous leopard has no spirit beads. Where to go next? Chu Muxue asked. Su Chen looked at the location of the last treasure box. Said, follow me. The location of this treasure chest is at X43, Y1029. That is on the other side of the river. It's not like Su Chen never thought about letting Chu Muxue freeze the river. But this is not only uncomfortable. It is also easy to attract the attention of Hanoi monsters. It may cause unnecessary trouble. Chu Muxue nodded. Su Chen jumped towards the other side of the crack. Land and turn around. Chu Muxue didn't hesitate at all. 2 meters distance. Can't help her. Chen, brother Chen, how are you doing? Chu Guang looked at Su Chen. Confused. This, a 2-meter crack, hundreds of meters deep. How do you jump over here? Just transfer it here. Su Chen said. I don't dare. Chu Guang walked to the edge of the crack. After looking at it, I didn't dare to jump. The distance of 2 meters is still a bit difficult for him. Then you stay here, and we will pick you up when we come back from the treasure hunt. Su Chen shook his head. Turn around and get ready to leave. In fact, a distance of 2 meters is not a problem for fat people. His strength is already at the 5th level of GUI level. Even if you are fatter, jumping 2 meters is no problem at all. It's just a psychological effect. I didn't dare to jump at all. Not enough, there are still quite a lot of monsters here. Su Chen reminded him as he walked. Don't, brother Chen, don't. As soon as I heard the monster, Chu Guang's face suddenly turned pale. Su Chen had no choice. Chu Guang wants to become stronger. Just can't be afraid. Bang! At this time, Su Chen heard a voice coming from behind. Then I heard footsteps. It's obviously the fat man's. You can really do it. Su Chen just wanted to praise Chu Guang. I saw Chu Guang moving at an incredible speed. Running towards him. And behind him, followed a huge monster beast. Brother Chen, I believe it. There are really many monsters here. TT. Chu Guang shouted loudly as he ran. P.S. Someone asked me, where is my address? Then let me tell you, it's on the 774th floor, building 784, 193 Street. Just connect the numbers. Chapter 76 Chu Muxue has become suspicious. Behind Chu Guang is a monster named Steel Bone Colorful Light Elephant. It is also a first-level monster. But it is huge in size and has very strong defense. Among the first-level monsters, it is considered to be rare and powerful. Leave it to me. Chu Muxue looked at the Steel Bone Colorful Light Elephant in front of her. She spoke lightly. Yeah. Su Chen nodded. This guy's defense is too strong. His short knife is probably hard to hurt. It can be killed. It's just that it will take a long time. Seeing Su Chen nod, Chu Muxue did not hesitate. Opened his hands to the steel bone colorful light elephant. Suddenly, the surrounding ice elements began to condense. Gradually, it condensed around Chu Muxue. Finally, a small whirlwind was formed. Condense! Chu Muxue shouted in a low voice. That small whirlwind directly turned into countless ice blades. Go! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Countless sounds of breaking the wind. Flying towards the direction of the steel bone colorful light elephant. Is this all you have? Chen had seen Chu Muxue use this move many times. But she always used this move. One trick can conquer the world. Chu Muxue said lightly. Then she grabbed it with her hand. The ice blade that was originally flying away. At this time, it was directly separated. It went around the body of the steel bone colorful light elephant. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. There were bursts of wind-breaking sounds. Those broken ice fell directly on the body of the steel bone colorful light elephant. Crack, crack. Suddenly, those ice cubes began to spread all over the body of the steel bone colorful light elephant. In just a moment, the steel bone colorful light elephant was directly frozen. Roar! But the steel bone colorful light elephant was not a vegetarian. Even if it was frozen all over, it still rushed forward regardless of everything. Be careful! Chen saw that the steel bone colorful light elephant was directly crashing towards Chu Muxue. But Chu Muxue had no intention of dodging. He quickly reminded her. Humph! Chu Muxue snorted coldly. Still didn't dodge. Spiritual power continued to surge. Can you still control it from such a long distance? Chen suddenly discovered. As Chu Muxue's spiritual power surged, the ice on the steel bone colorful elephant, it could still be controlled by Chu Muxue. It began to tighten slowly. Roar! The steel bone colorful elephant roared. The ice on its body had begun to restrict its movements. But its body, due to inertia, continued to rush forward. Bang! Just less than 1 meter away from Chu Muxue, the steel bone colorful elephant finally couldn't hold on. It fell directly to the ground. Crack! Chen was a little surprised that Chu Muxue could kill a first-level monster with strong defense so easily. At this moment, a voice came into Chen's ears. Then Chen looked at the fallen steel bone colorful elephant in disbelief. He saw that the body of the steel bone colorful elephant fell heavily to the ground. It actually began to crack. That's right. It broke into pieces. Chen never thought of it. Chu Muxue's freezing. Not only the surface was frozen, even the inside was not spared. At this time, the steel bone colorful elephant had undoubtedly become ice chips. There was no blood in the body. This. Chu Guang was also stunned at this time. Looking at the steel bone colorful elephant that was chasing him just now. Now it broke into pieces. This contrast is too great. Crack! At this time, the head of the steel bone colorful elephant exploded again. Gilyalu! A sound came out. Chen saw that a spirit bead rolled out of the head of the steel bone colorful elephant. There is a spirit bead. Chu Guang also saw it. He hurried forward to pick it up. This is probably the only part of the body of the steel bone colorful light elephant that has not been frozen. Spiritual beads are extremely hard. In this world, nothing that can damage spiritual beads has been found. Spiritual beads can only be absorbed. Of course, because they cannot be damaged, spiritual beads cannot be made into other things. They can only be spiritual beads forever. This is a spiritual bead with spiritual skills. Chu Guang was very excited. He never thought of it. This spiritual bead of the steel bone colorful light elephant actually has spiritual skills. The value is different. Spiritual skills? It's a pity that it's only a first-level spiritual bead. Chen nodded slightly. Although it is a first-level spiritual skill spiritual bead, But it's better than nothing. These spiritual beads obtained during the assessment of the Chuantian secret realm. They all belong to the students. Although the score only counts the number, not the spiritual skills. But everyone knows. The spiritual bead is YYDS. Chu Guang quickly handed the spiritual bead to Chu Muxue. Well. Chu Muxue took it. Didn't say much. Put it directly in the backpack. This is counted as a grade. Let's go. Su Chen said to Chu Muxue and Chu Guang. He still has one last treasure chest to get. Look at the time, it's not much time left. Yet. Chu Muxue and Chu Guang nodded slightly. Then he followed Su Chen and walked down the mountain. Looking at the direction Su Chen left, Chu Muxue had some doubts in her eyes. After a while, she disappeared. Caught up with Su Chen. Where is the last one? Su Chen opened the map. Then he confirmed the location with the precise map in his hand. X43, Y1029. This is the last location of Su Chen's treasure chest. Turn right, then turn left. Su Chen looked at the map. He muttered something. Chu Guang couldn't hear it. But Chu Muxue heard it. He looked at Su Chen with some doubts. Let's go, let's turn right first. Su Chen raised his head. He said to the two. Okay. Chu Guang didn't ask anything. He followed Su Chen and left. Chu Muxue didn't say anything. He also followed Su Chen silently. But there was some doubt in his eyes. Soon, they reached another corner. Su Chen said directly, turn left. There is a monster on the right. Chu Muxue reminded. Su Chen looked at Chu Muxue, then go to the right. As he said, he walked directly to the right. Chu Muxue frowned slightly. She originally thought that Su Chen would go to the left according to the original plan. But she didn't expect. Su Chen actually followed the advice. Am I overthinking? Chu Muxue doubted herself a little. Just now he looked at Su Chen and seemed to be looking for a purpose. That's why he spoke. It just happened that there was a monster on the right. Su Chen was very calm. He knew that Chu Muxue had some doubts. What he said just now was for Chu Muxue to hear. We should have walked to the right. Soon, Su Chen and the others saw a group of monsters not far away. That's right, a group. It's no longer just one or two. There are at least a dozen monsters. All of them are level 1. Evil Star Sparrow Python. When he saw this group of monsters, Su Chen recognized it immediately. This is a kind of social python. Let's go together. Su Chen looked at Chu Muxue. Yes. Chu Muxue nodded slightly. The Secret Realm survival rule, when you encounter a group of monsters, try to kill them quickly, otherwise, you will attract more monsters. After saying that, the two of them flew directly in the direction of the group of evil star sparrow pythons. Brother Chen, what about me? Chu Guang watched Su Chen and Chu Muxue rush over. Want to rush but dare not. Wait for you to help us pick up the spirit beads. Su Chen's voice floated over faintly. Got it. Chu Guang replied quickly. A group of 3, with clear division of labor. Window underscore tabola equals window underscore tabola dot push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabola below article thumbnail dash 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail, 300x250, target underscore type, mix. Chapter 77 The third treasure chest in the secret realm is found. The attack method of the evil star sparrow python is very simple. It's nothing more than bites, and venom. Just avoid their heads. No need to worry at all. Su Chen's speed was not slow. The short sword in his hand kept changing positions. He is a person with a maxed out dagger skill. An inch short and an inch dangerous. When those evil star sparrow pythons just approached Su Chen, he was solved in an instant. Chu Muxue was more direct. Her pressure was already strong enough. Among the evil star sparrow python, it seems to be even more at ease. Only 10 minutes. All the evil star bird pythons were killed by Chen and Chu Muxue. Ox. Seeing a dozen evil star bird pythons being killed by Chen and Chu Muxue, Chu Guang was also very excited. It's a pity that he is not strong enough and there is no way to get there. Fat man, how many of these 17 evil star bird pythons have I killed? Chen asked. There are 17 evil star bird pythons in this group. When he was fighting just now, he didn't care. I don't know how many he killed. Brother Chen, you killed Qi Tiao. Chu Guang answered Chen's words without hesitation. Only 7. Chen didn't expect it. He just killed 7. In other words, Chu Muxue directly killed 10 evil star sparrow pythons? So strong? Yes. Just now, the school beauty Chu condensed an ice spear and pierced 3 evil star sparrow pythons. Chu Guang also saw this scene just now. I was immediately stunned. With one move, 3 first-level evil star bird pythons were directly pierced by her. Killed instantly. If only I came a few more times. Wouldn't that be an instant sweep? So. Chen looked at Chu Muxue. Is this the so-called 1 inch longer, 1 inch stronger? But Chu Muxue has the power of dragon. It was also easier to kill the evil star sparrow python than Chen. I didn't know just now that Chu Muxue was competing with Chen. Still unintentional. The power of the dragon was only controlled around her body. What Chen faced were the real 7 evil star bird pythons. Good. Chen smiled slightly. After all, he is his contracted dragon. The stronger it is, the better it is for Chen. Fat man, pack up the spirit beads. Chen said to Chu Guang. Saying that, he also threw the short knife to him. Okay. Chu Guang took the short knife. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and disemboweled those evil star bird pythons. Now he is very skilled. Not long after, he had opened the heads of 17 evil star sparrow pythons. There are 5 spirit beads in total. Brother Chen killed 3 of them, but the school bell Chu killed only 2. Because the way to kill is different. Chu Muxue was killed with ice element. Chen was killed with a short knife. The 2 are different and can naturally be distinguished. Looks like I still win. Chen smiled. He killed 7 evil star sparrow pythons and got 3 spirit beads. Chu Muxue killed 10 evil star sparrow pythons, only 2 of them. Is this proportion too small? Snort. Chu Muxue snorted. Didn't say much. Anyway, this is considered the team's spiritual pearl. The final score is calculated by the team. Let's go. Chen looked at the time. There was a lot of delay again. It was already evening. If we don't hurry up, it will be night. At that time, more monsters will come out to hunt. For Chen and the others, this was not a good thing. Although there can be more gains. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. If there are hundreds of second-level monsters. Chen and Chu Muxue were also unable to resist. Even if it can be killed. Even if they are tired, they will be exhausted to death. X43, Y1029. Chen's final destination. It was very close now. Follow the coordinates on the system map. Chen and the others should be at X78, Y653 now. The final destination is not far away. Chen. At this time, Chu Muxue called out to Chen. Chen was stunned. What's wrong? According to the treasure map I saw that day, it seems we are going in the wrong direction, right? Chu Muxue was a little curious. Although as Chen's summoning pet, it shouldn't be done. But curiosity made Chu Muxue do it anyway. What on earth is Chen looking for? Well, I know, but now, we should look for monsters first, obtain enough spirit beads to ensure that we can enter a good school, and then find the treasure location. Su Chen said with a smile. Although that wasn't his intention. Ah? Why, Brother Chen? When I heard this, Chu Guang was also stunned. Why? With the treasure, what if there are spiritual beads inside? Then they don't have to look for it. Because studies are more important than anything else, you have to prioritize. Su Chen then pulled. Of course, studies are also very important. Then, what if the treasure contains spirit beads? Chu Guang asked directly what he thought. Su Chen shook his head, I don't want to bet my future on this eventuality. Besides... Chu Guang and Chu Muxue looked at Su Chen curiously. That treasure map was obtained by me from a heinous awakened person. According to my previous understanding of her. Su Chen paused and continued, she should have many accomplices, maybe they have also entered the heaven-piercing secret realm. What? Chu Guang was stunned. Be alert immediately. On this point, Su Chen didn't lie. When Ai Yan left before. But I went with the team. If his guess is correct, others must know about this treasure map and must have seen it. As for why it was in Ai Yan's hands. Maybe she wants to keep it all to herself. Su Chen didn't know if other people would find this place. It's better to be careful. You're still thoughtful. Chu Muxue also nodded slightly at this time. Ai Yan's strength is very good. If she has any accomplices, the strength should be about the same. It's better to be careful. Let's go. Su Chen said. Continue walking in the direction of X43, Y1029. The last treasure chest. Hoping for something better. Along the way, Su Chen and the others did not encounter any more monsters. But night has already begun to fall. Su Chen knew that the real danger would come. At night, no matter it is a person or a monster. All very dangerous. It's getting dark, why don't we rest here? Chu Muxue suggested at this time. She is a dragon and has her dragon power. At least other monsters didn't dare to approach easily. Not necessarily for Karen. Yeah, that's fine. I'll go find some branches. Fatty, you make a fire, and Mu Shui will be alert to the surroundings. Su Chen nodded. Because at this time, it is the third treasure chest away. Only less than 10 meters away. Su Chen could see the forest not far away. There is a faint light. Although it is mostly obscured by trees. But Su Chen could still see it. That's the light of a treasure chest. P.S. Thank you Yeshyen who loves to eat bread cups for the role summoning. Thank you all for your gifts, reminders, and 5-star reviews. Thanks. Chapter 78 The third treasure chest in the secret realm. Open, open, open. Su Chen's third treasure box finally appeared. Fortunately, I found it before sunset. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If you don't have enough time. He had to choose to rush on his way in the middle of the night. That would be too dangerous. What did you find? At this time, a voice came from behind Su Chen. Then a beautiful figure appeared beside Su Chen. The road. Su Chen said with a smile. Road. The person who came was none other than Chu Muxue. Hearing Su Chen's muttering, he asked curiously. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. After all, she also had some doubts in her heart. All day long. Su Chen seemed to be looking for something. Well, you see, if you keep going forward on this road and turn around here, you can directly reach the location of the treasure. Su Chen took out the map. Then take advantage of the time when the sky is not completely dark yet. Said to Chu Muxue. Didn't you say you won't look for it for now? Chu Muxue looked at the route map, and it was true. But didn't Su Chen say that before? Want to hunt monsters first and obtain spirit beads? Why did you change your mind at this time? Well, that's what I thought originally, but I just looked at the map and found that if we go from here, not only can we get there quickly, but we can also avoid other students. This is what Chen suddenly discovered. I originally planned to say it later. As a result, Chu Muxue suddenly appeared. Chen had to say it now. I see. Chu Muxue nodded slightly. She naturally understood what Chen said. Avoiding the sight of others can reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. Chen nodded slightly. By the way, why are you here? Where is the fat man? He just reacted. Chu Guang would probably be in danger if he were alone. Chu Muxue hesitated. Chen was stunned. What's wrong? Release your hands. Chu Muxue, Omega. Ahem, then you go back. I'll find some branches to light a fire. It's going to be night soon and it's time to get cold. Chen was also a little embarrassed. He quickly changed the topic. Well, I'll go back first. Chu Muxue nodded slightly. Leave first. Call. At this moment, Chen breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't dare to talk anymore. Pick up some branches and walk forward. After a while, I came to the side of the treasure box. It's even worse this time, a black iron level treasure chest. Chen was helpless. The first one is silver level and the second becomes bronze level. This last one is actually only at the black iron level. Falling down level by level. But it's still a treasure chest anyway. Chen walked over. It was opened easily. Black iron treasure chest. Chen didn't have any expectations. Ding! You successfully opened the black iron treasure chest. Congratulations on getting Inspiration Capsule X1. Chen was confused again. Inspiration Capsule? What is this? I quickly checked the effect. Inspiration Capsule, after taking it, there is a 1% chance of understanding a spiritual skill. Understanding spiritual skills? Is this still possible? Chen didn't expect it. This black iron treasure chest doesn't look like much. Things are pretty good. Understand spiritual skills. Even a super strong person would not dare to say that he can do this. Although the probability is a bit low. 1% chance? Too low. It is almost impossible to understand. But if the quantity is huge, it is still useful. It's a pity that only one piece of this black iron treasure chest was opened. Chen didn't eat it directly. It is better to stack things with this probability together. Direct impulse. After all, if this kind of inspiration capsule can really comprehend spiritual skills, that must be the most suitable for Chen himself. At least he won't be able to comprehend a magical skill with attributes. Then he can't use it. Forget it, keep it. Chen didn't go to get it. After picking up some branches, I went back. Brother Chen, shall we eat tiger meat? Saw Chen coming back. Chu Guang has already cut up all the tiger meat. Well, if you want to eat tiger whip, I won't stop you. Chen smiled slightly. That one won't work, it's too filling. I'll take it back and make wine, or sell it. Chu Guang shook his head. There is no woman now, in case it is too much. He won't be able to stand it anymore. As for Chu Muxue, he didn't dare to think about it at all. If you think about it, not only will you die, but you may also be cut. Ignition. Skewers. Bake it directly. Chen brought seasonings. The barbecue will be fragrant in an instant. Muxue. Chen handed a skewer of barbecue to Chu Muxue. Chu Muxue. You're not polite, just take it and eat it. Both are monsters. Naturally, the food tastes more delicious. Fat man. Chen handed Chu Guang a string. Have a bunch yourself. Tasty. Su Chen was a little surprised. This monster meat is so delicious? No wonder it sold for such a high price. But there are also reasons why most monster meat cannot be eaten. This is the first time Su Chen has eaten monster meat. The meaty texture, just a light sip, the meat is melted directly. This is barbecue. Su Chen has never eaten such delicious and tender barbecue. Maybe it is because of the spiritual energy that makes the meat so delicious. Su Chen, I want more. Chu Muxue just finished a skewer. Once again shouted to Su Chen. Here you go. Su Chen picked up a skewer that had just been grilled. Handed it to Chu Muxue. Thank you, hee. Chu Muxue smiled. Continue eating. Brother Chen, I want more too. Chu Guang also finished eating. Take it yourself. Su Chen picked up a skewer and ate it himself. Chu Guang. Is this how you treat people differently? You have one skewer, I have one skewer. Soon, there was only one skewer left of the grilled tiger meat. Su Chen, I want more. Chu Muxue had eaten several skewers. She was not satisfied yet. This is the last one, I won't give it to you. Su Chen didn't eat many skewers. He just kept grilling. Give it to me. I won't give it to you. I'm not full yet. I'm not full yet either. You and I said something, and the two of them actually started fighting for it. Chu Guang on the side, degree. Under the night, the light bulb seemed to be brighter. At the same time, other students. At this time, they all found a place to rest. This was prepared to train their survival ability in the wild. Of course, there was no place for them to rest. Did you get anything today? Who? A man was eating a bucket of instant noodles. While eating, he chatted with the students next to him. There were many teams gathered here. At least in their opinion, there was safety with more people. No. We encountered a level 1 monster and let it run away. Another person, holding a pancake in his hand, ate while saying, what about you? We are almost the same. We encountered a level 2 monster and ran away. The classmate who was eating instant noodles said expressionlessly. Level 2 monsters are simply not something they can deal with. Of course, no one will laugh at them. Those who can escape from the mouth of a monster that they can't beat are very strong. At least they can't guarantee that they can do it. But there are still some people who have gained a lot. Among them is Fan Zhan. It's just that he is not very happy. Window_tabola equals window_tabola dot push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabola below article thumbnail dash 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail, 300x250, target underscore type, mix. Chapter 79 A New Day, A New Danger, A New Secret Treasure Chest. Fan Zhan team at this time. Very happy. Today they encountered 3 first-level monsters. They were all killed. In their opinion, this is a great joy. I'm so lucky today. There are 3 first-level monsters with 2 spirit beads. If this continues, we will be number 1 soon. Yes, if you can gain something like this every day, it will be quite strong. Thanks to Brother Fan. Yes, Brother Fan, thanks to you this time, I think I have a chance to go to a prestigious university. At this time, the 4 members of his team were talking to each other. Chatted. And there is also barbecue in their fire. Looks like snake meat. But Fan Zhan looked distracted. Brother Fan! Brother Fan! Some people saw that Fan Zhan was distracted. Shout a few words. Ah! Only then did Fan Zhan react, okay, eat, eat. No. Brother Fan, what's wrong with you? One of the team members asked curiously. This would be so distracting if you encounter a monster. There is no doubt that he will die. No. Fan Zhan shook his head, what can I think about? Really? Since the beginning, you have been looking around. Are you worried about monsters? Don't be afraid. If anything happens, we will go first. Another team member said. Today they were all taken care of by Fan Zhan. Only then can you eat meat. The main combat power is also Fan Zhan. Naturally, it is centered on Fan Zhan. No. Fan Zhan shook his head, and then asked, have you seen the other team? Ah, right? You didn't see it. The 4 team members shook their heads. I understand, Brother Fan is worried about Chu Muxue, right? She is an S-level talent, and the captain Su Chen is also an S-level talent. Don't worry. One of them said casually. Su Chen. When I heard these 2 words, Fan Zhan's fists were hardened. Yes, Su Chen, S-level talent is amazing. Another teammate said. Amazing. I heard this man praising Su Chen. Fan Zhan simply couldn't bear it. Yes, no. Oops. Fan Zhan punched him directly. The man flew out upside down. Brother Fan, you. That man was baffled. Because this scene happened too suddenly. Everyone else was also stunned for a while. Only then did he react. Quickly pull people in. If anyone dares to mention Su Chen again next time, don't blame me for being rude, Fan Zhan said. Turned and left. 4 people were left looking at each other. And in another place, 3 big men were gathering together. That bitch was actually killed by someone in charge of the night bureau. A thin man said, still in disbelief. Originally, he was waiting for Ai Yan to return. The result was unexpected. Got the message. News from the night bureau. Ai Yan was discovered and shot to death during the arrest. This news made them run away overnight. The treasure map probably fell into the hands of Zai Bureau. Another person said. Fortunately, Ai Yan hid all the things he researched in his underwear, otherwise, we really wouldn't be able to find it here. The thin man spoke again. Then he became a little worried, but the treasure map fell into the hands of the people in charge of the night bureau, will they come too? If that is the case, wouldn't we have fallen into a trap? There's no way around it. In order to improve your strength, you have to work hard. The big man at the head finally said, if you feel it's risky, you can go back, I won't stop you. Brother, what are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? The thin man smiled. The big man at the head stopped talking. Close your eyes and rest. I searched for Ai Yan's house for a long time but couldn't find it. When the thin man pulled Ai Yan's clothes, he unexpectedly found something. This is the result Ai Yan came up with after studying the treasure map. In the end, they determined that the location of the treasure was in the secret realm of Chuantian. I just happened to encounter a school that entered the Chuantian secret realm for exams. They just slipped in. They have done a lot of this kind of thing. But if the treasure map falls into the hands of Zai Bureau, they should be more careful. Snort. Chu Muxue did not steal Su Chen. He snorted coldly. Angry on the side. It smells so good. Su Chen ate the last skewer of barbecue. Ignoring Chu Muxue at all. Chu Guang on one side was stunned. Powerful. Brother Chen is still stronger. Others are eager to please the school beauty. As a result, Brother Chen refused and even snatched away the last skewer of meat. He is simply an idol. If Chu Muxue's group of suitors knew this, then you can't beat Su Chen to death. Of course, if he knew what Chu Guang was thinking, Su Chen would definitely be dismissive. Have you ever heard of an owner giving food to his pet if he refuses to eat it? Ever heard of it? That owner must be a fool. Chu Muxue is his contract beast. What's wrong with eating a bunch of meat? Besides, for you. Su Chen picked up a bunch of newly roasted meat. Pass it to Chu Muxue. Wow! Chu Muxue, who was still angry at first, suddenly became happy. Then he seemed to remember something. However, he took the kebab handed over by Chen. Eat it. There is enough tiger meat here. Seeing that everyone didn't have enough to eat just now, Chen baked a lot more. Ba, ba, ba. After eating, the three of them leaned against the tree trunk and slept. At night, it was very noisy. There are many monsters wandering around. But when they passed by the place where Chen and the others rested, they would all choose to hide quietly and cautiously. It wasn't because Chen and the others started a fire here, but because of Chu Muxue's pressure. The pressure of the dragon is felt by any monster. All very scary. It's better not to offend easily. In this way, Chen and the others slept beautifully all night. Other students were not so lucky. Monsters come to harass me from time to time in the middle of the night. The dark circles under their eyes became much thicker. Everyone yawned and continued on their way. Brother Chen, where are you going today? Chu Guang asked curiously. Treasure hunt. Chen simply said 2 words. Chu Guang became excited. Treasure hunting? Brother Chen means. He was very excited. Even if you don't know what the treasure map is in the end, he was still excited. It's fun. Let's go. Chen was a little strange. Today's system is not out yet. What's going on? Staying in bed? Ding, the treasure chest system is activated, and 100 treasure chests have fallen all over the world. Ding, a treasure chest has fallen into the secret realm. Please find the host according to the map and open the treasure chest. Said Cao has arrived. Just after talking about the system, this system appeared. However, it seems that some adjustments have been made. There are still 100 treasure chests. But you can fall into a secret realm. This is much better than before. Only one. Chen was a bit dissatisfied with the lack of them, but thinking about it, having one was better than none. Just one. Then open the system map directly. Check it out. After seeing the location of the treasure chest, Chen laughed. P.S. If you click for more updates, you will receive a free gift to give the author some motivation. Chapter 80, Changes in the World After the Cataclysm. The location of the treasure chest this time. It happens to be right next to the location of the treasure map. In other words, this time, Chen didn't need to make excuses. Just go directly in the direction of the treasure map. Let's go. Chen said to Chu Muxue. Chu Muxue nodded slightly. Good. Chu Guang was slightly excited. A group of 3 people. Head towards where the treasure map is. This journey was much calmer. Where Chen and the others are, not even a single monster was encountered. Strange, why are there no monsters? Chu Guang looked around curiously. He didn't encounter any monsters along the way, which he was really not used to. Isn't it better to have no monsters? Chen said casually. He did know the reason. Chu Muxue's dragon power was when they were sleeping last night. It can already be seen. Without the disturbance of monsters, they are afraid of dragons. Today too. With Chu Muxue's dragon power, ordinary monsters would not dare to approach. Every time, it was Chen and the others who provoked the monster first, rather than monsters provoking them. This is the power of the dragon clan. I don't know if it was the dragon's power last night that scared away the surrounding monsters. It just so happens that there are no monsters around here. Anyway, no monsters were encountered along the way. It's almost like coming here to play. After walking for a while, still haven't encountered any monsters. Chu Guang had completely relaxed his vigilance at this time. Leisurely. Followed by Chen and Chu Muxue. Walk forward slowly. There are no rough roads or mountain rivers. There are even cicadas chirping. This seems to be no different from coming on vacation. Brother Chen, look there, there is a cicada. Look at its wings. They are really thin. They are as thin as cicada wings. Chu Guang had no intention of paying attention to this before. I feel comfortable now. Immediately I was very interested. Eating noodles without garlic means not eating garlic. Su Chen said calmly. What's the meaning? Chu Guang was stunned. Brother Chen, are you hungry? Young man, you are still too young. Chu Muxue shook her head. What? Chu Guang still didn't react. Brother Chen is hungry, what does it have to do with his youth? When people can't hold it in, they can't hold it in. Su Chen spoke again. The greater the ability, the greater the ability. Chu Muxue also took the call. Only Chu Guang still looked confused. Su Chen, every 60 seconds of breathing reduces 1 minute. Chu Muxue, if a fat man is not fat, he would be quite thin. Chu Guang O_O. Anyway, I didn't understand. Su Chen and the others walked all the way in the direction of the treasure map. At the same time, another place in this secret realm. There were also 3 people walking in the same direction. Almost there. Su Chen took out the treasure map and looked at it pretendingly. In fact, he only needs to follow the system map. You can find the location of the treasure map. But this way, it is easy for Chu Muxue to find out. Great, treasure, here I come. Chu Guang was still very excited. Even along the way, I didn't encounter a single monster. He was still very excited. Be careful. This treasure map was obtained from someone else. It is inevitable that someone else has seen it. Chu Muxue reminded. Su Chen snatched this treasure map from Ai Yan. Maybe someone else has seen this treasure map. Su Chen knew that Ai Yan must have a team. As for whether anyone else saw the treasure map, I don't know if anyone has found this place. Entering the secret realm of Chuantian. It's not just Baihu High School. There are several other high schools. It's just that the place of entry is different. Su Chen wasn't sure if anyone else had sneaked in. If there is, it must be very troublesome. Can become a team with Ai Yan. Even if his strength is poor, it won't be much worse than Ai Yan. I don't know how many such people there are. If there are too many, Su Chen and the others could only give up. Of course, if the strength does not reach the gang level, Chu Muxue can still solve it. Brother Chen, this won't be dangerous, right? At this time, Chu Guang was no longer so calm. He originally thought it was just a simple treasure hunt. As a result, there are still great dangers. I don't know either. Su Chen shook his head. What is the specific situation? He doesn't know either. He didn't even know how many Ai Yan's teammates there were. It just depends on luck. Fortunately, there is no danger. Ai Yan's team does not know the location of the treasure map, or the school teacher's management is very strict. As luck would have it, it just happened to happen when we arrived at our destination. Gu. Chu Guang swallowed, then, are we still going? Of course. Su Chen said. The treasure is right in front of you, so why not go there? Let's go. Chu Muxue would naturally not object. She was just a reminder. But I didn't say not to go. Let's go, then go. Chu Guang was a little scared. Not as calm as before. Turn right ahead and you'll reach your destination. Pay attention. Su Chen looked at the location not far away. That is a volcano? There is actually a volcano in this secret realm. Su Chen didn't expect it. In the secret realm, there are still volcanoes. Of course, the secret realm is just the real world, formed due to disasters. Chu Muxue explained. The so-called catastrophe is the revival of spiritual energy. The whole world has changed since then. Whether it's land or sea, Many places have disappeared, and of course, some places have been replaced by the current places. The treasure won't be inside the volcano, right? Chu Guang said casually. Su Chen, _ Chu Muxue, _ Chu Guang, ahem, I am. This is what is written in novels, it is impossible in reality. The three of them continued walking forward. There seems to be someone. At this moment, Chu Muxue suddenly became vigilant. As a monster, the perception is infinitely stronger than that of humans. As long as there is some trouble, you will notice something strange. Su Chen also immediately became vigilant. Chu Muxue is a dragon. It is also Su Chen's summoning pet. Regarding what Chu Muxue said, Su Chen naturally believed it. Seeing Su Chen, everyone became vigilant. Chu Guang also knew that this matter was certainly not simple. He quickly hid behind Su Chen, recondensing the spiritual power just yesterday. Although it's not of much use, but you can still protect yourself. Tap tap tap. Just when Su Chen and the others became vigilant, the sound of footsteps came out. Tap tap tap. Then there were footsteps. People. Hear this footsteps. Su Chen understood immediately. This is people. It was completely different from the footsteps of the monster. Chu Muxue nodded slightly. At this moment, a figure emerged from the woods. Immediately afterwards, there were some people behind, and they all walked out. When seeing these people, Su Chen was obviously stunned for a moment. Chu Muxue also frowned slightly. Window underscore tabola equals window underscore tabola dot push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabola below article thumbnail dash 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail 300x250, target underscore type, mix. Chapter 81 Fan Zhan doesn't like the school beauty, but Su Chen. See people showing up. Su Chen and the three of them had different expressions. Holy shit, it's Fan Zhan, it scared me to death. Chu Guang didn't expect it. The person who appeared turned out to be Fan Zhan's heroic beauty rescue team. Just now he looked wary. Now I breathed a sigh of relief. Since they are classmates, I will definitely not do anything to them. But they took such a long detour. I didn't expect to meet my classmates. This is not easy. But Su Chen and Chu Muxue were still wary. The Fan Zhan in front of him seemed to be evil at first glance. Su Chen, you made it so difficult for me to find you. Fan Zhan looked at Su Chen with excitement on his face. Last night, he inquired with several classmates. It was finally determined which direction Su Chen was running. Then I chased him all the way. Halfway through, I also saw the traces left by the fire. Then he quickly caught up. Fortunately, Su Chen and the others were not in a hurry or rushed. Only then did they catch up. Fan Zhan, what do you want to do? Chu Muxue looked at Fan Zhan and asked. His target was obviously Su Chen. Muxue, don't be afraid, I will let you escape from his grasp. When Fan Zhan looked at Chu Muxue, his eyes suddenly softened. Escape? I don't need it. Chu Muxue shook her head. He said calmly. Fan Zhan probably felt that Su Chen was a dragon master. She followed Su Chen and was easily discovered. But she has become Su Chen's dragon. There is no way to explain this to Fan Zhan. Don't be afraid, I'm sure I can do it. Fan Zhan said firmly. I just have some doubts in my heart. Why didn't Chu Muxue want to be rescued by him? Was she already used to Su Chen's perversion? Impossible. I understand, Chu Muxue was afraid that he wouldn't be able to defeat Su Chen. When the time comes, Su Chen will become even more aggressive towards her. Damn it! Su Chen, let's fight to the death. Fan Zhan was very angry. At this time, the spiritual energy in his body continued to surge. Ah! Fan Zhan shouted. Spiritual energy flashed. His ears gradually became larger. The same goes for the nose. The mouth opened wide, revealing two large fangs. The head instantly turned into a pig's head. The Duankaya show pig. When Su Chen saw the pig's head, just reacted. This is the Duankaya big show pig. I heard Chu Guang say before that Fan Zhan's ability is to transform into a beast. Now I see it with my own eyes. Also a little curious. Su Chen, come on, let me see what you are capable of. Oh. Although animalistic. But Fan Zhan's reason still exists. At this time, he roared in anger. It seemed as if Su Chen was about to be torn apart. You solve it. Su Chen turned to look at Chu Muxue. Since Fan Zhan wants to see his ability, then the Dragon Master's ability is naturally that of a dragon. Chu Muxue is Su Chen's dragon. Come on Chu Muxue, there's nothing wrong with you. Chu Muxue nodded slightly. The fewer people who know about this kind of thing, the better. Chu Muxue, it has nothing to do with you here. Go away, I'm afraid of hurting you. Although after turning into a beast, Fan Zhan still had reason. But it will still be affected. Now he is a humanoid monster. Some people's reason is suppressed after anger. It's easy to go berserk. Just now, he called Muxue, but now he calls Muxue directly. You can tell. Tap tap tap. Chu Muxue didn't answer. He walked towards Fan Zhan step by step. She asked Fan Zhan to keep it a secret before. As a result, so many people have come. In case someone discovers it. That's it. Chu Muxue had no choice but to take action. Don't come here, otherwise I won't be polite. Fan Zhan watched Chu Muxue keep approaching. He couldn't help but take a step back. Said angrily. As he spoke, smoke came out of his nostrils. I said, you don't need to worry about this matter, just take the people and leave. Chu Muxue said lightly. At this time, she was also a little angry. This Fan Zhan actually brought so many people here regardless of the situation. You, what did you say? You don't need my attention. Fan Zhan's Zhu Tiou was very angry. Looking at Chu Muxue again, he said angrily, I understand. At this time, Fan Zhan understood in his heart. Chu Muxue did it voluntarily. His goddess. The one he has always admired. He still wants to come and save people today. Unexpectedly, it was voluntary. She actually followed Su Chen voluntarily. Why? Why? Fan Zhan after transforming into a beast. My thinking ability has obviously declined a lot. And there is also some anger that only monsters can have. Not just angry. When the anger level reaches a certain level, you will lose your mind and ignore it. This is what Fan Zhan is like at this time. His anger has overcome his reason. At this moment, all he wanted to do was fight. Chu Muxue, since you are like this, don't blame me. Fan Zhan roared angrily. There was no hesitation. With a big pig's head on his head, he rushed towards Chu Muxue. Bang bang bang. Fan Zhan was very fast. And each step was very heavy. A lot of footprints were directly pressed on the muddy ground. Chu Muxue had no expression on Fan Zhan's behavior. She looked at him indifferently. Brother Fan actually attacked Chu Muxue. That's the school bell. Brother Fan didn't come here for Chu Muxue. Brother Fan came here for Su Chen. At this moment, Fan Zhan's 4 teammates realized it later. They had heard Fan Zhan say that he was going to find Chu Muxue and Su Chen to settle accounts. They thought that Fan Zhan was going to settle accounts with Su Chen because Chu Muxue teamed up with Su Chen. He was robbed by Su Chen. Fan Zhan was going to settle accounts with Su Chen. Now they saw Fan Zhan attacking Chu Muxue, and they realized it. It turned out that it was not like that. Fan Zhan was going to trouble Su Chen because of Su Chen. Fan Zhan was jealous of Su Chen teaming up with the school belle. From now on, you can know it. Who would want to fight with the school belle? It must be because the person you like the most is taken away. Then this person must be Su Chen. Fan Zhan doesn't like the school belle, but Su Chen. After coming to this conclusion, Fan Zhan's teammates were all stunned. Then, should we still fight? This is the school belle, isn't it bad? Yes, even if brother Fan doesn't like her, I still like her. Then, just watch. At this time, the four teammates were a little stunned. After thinking about it, they didn't fight after all. Ah! Fan Zhan roared. He punched Chu Muxue. Chu Muxue moved to the side and dodged the punch. Then a knife directly chopped Fan Zhan's neck. You! Fan Zhan turned around. Pighead stared at Chu Muxue in surprise. Then, you for a long time, but couldn't say anything. Bang! Fainted directly. This! How is it possible? One move. Brother Fan can't even withstand one move, it seems that he can't get love. The four teammates were very surprised. The strength of Fan Zhan and Chu Muxue is so different. It seems that this love, I'm afraid, can't get it. Lift it away, next one. Chu Muxue looked at the four people indifferently. It immediately made them take a step back. P.S. Thank you for your gifts, 5-star reviews, and urging for more. Thank you. Thank you for the roll summons of coffee and tea. Thank you, boss. Chapter 82. Su Chen was shocked that he was influenced by the original owner. Chu Muxue's strength directly made Fan Zhan fall into a coma. His four teammates looked at Chu Muxue with admiration. Aren't you guys going up? Chu Muxue looked at the four people who retreated and asked lightly. The four people shook their heads quickly. We won't go up, we are just here to carry brother Fan away. One of them said weakly. Then carry him away. Chu Muxue was still so indifferent. Yes. The four nodded. Without any hesitation. 2 people lifted their hands, and 2 people lifted their feet. Lifted Fan Zhan directly. Ran away quickly. Damn, Chu Muxue is so strong. Brother Fan may have no chance. I didn't expect that brother Fan could turn against the school beauty for the person he likes. It's amazing. Yeah, it's amazing. Everyone lifted Fan Zhan. While running, they chatted. Duan Chu Daxiu Pig. A shocked voice came from the woods. It's just a beast-transformed person, why are you panicking? Another voice sounded. Hey, I thought there was actually a Duan Kaihu Daxiu Pig in this Chuantian secret realm. The previous voice was obviously relieved. Then he continued, but among these students, there is actually an awakened Duan Kaihu Daxiu Pig who has transformed into a beast. He has great potential. If we can let him join us, our strength will be greatly improved in the future. Let's talk about it later. It's not far from the location of the treasure map. Don't make trouble. A voice reminded. Yes, big brother. You are too strong. Chu Guang looked at Chu Muxue with admiration. That's Fan Zhan who transformed into Duan Kaihu Daxiu Pig. That's Duan Kaihu Daxiu Pig, who is ranked among the best in beast transformation ability. Just knocked out by Chu Muxue in one go? How strong is Chu Muxue? Is the gap between A-level talent and S-level talent so big? Yeah. Chu Muxue nodded slightly. It's good to be able to give some reaction. Let's go, we're almost at the treasure map location, be alert. Su Chen reminded. Okay. Chu Muxue said, following behind Su Chen. Be alert to the surroundings. She always felt that there seemed to be someone approaching them nearby. After turning a few times, Su Chen matched the location. It's the crater, and it seems to be an active volcano. Su Chen was a little helpless. At this time, it was finally confirmed. The location of the treasure is the crater. And this volcano still has magma flowing. Su Chen, look! Just when Su Chen was looking at the map, Chu Muxue reminded. Hey! Su Chen was stunned. Then he looked over. He saw 3 men standing near the crater. A strong man, a gloomy middle-aged man, and a thin man. The 3 stood in front of the crater. What do they seem to be discussing? Su Chen couldn't hear clearly. But you can tell from their clothes. They are definitely not students. How can there be such old students? These people should be Ai Yan's teammates. Can you tell what their strength is? Su Chen asked. He knew that these people found this place. It was definitely not a coincidence. They must be Ai Yan's teammates. The spiritual power is very well restrained, I can't tell. Chu Muxue shook her head. As a monster, the perception is naturally stronger than that of humans. It's a pity that the restrained spiritual power can't feel the strength. Chen. Brother Chen, who are they? Chu Guang was a little flustered. These 3 people are not easy to mess with at first glance. The scar on the face of the sturdy man looks scary. This is definitely not an ordinary person. I'll check it out. Su Chen took out his mobile phone. Then he clicked on the app of Zai Bureau. Searched for Ai Yan. As expected, several people related to Ai Yan appeared. Sure enough, these are these 3 people. Looking at the photos above. Although there are some differences. For example, the scarred sturdy man has no scar. The gloomy middle-aged man is younger. Apart from these, the others are exactly the same. It seems that these photos are from the past. The thin man's name is Ho Yang, and his strength has reached the 7th level of Xinjia. The gloomy middle-aged man is Zhang Wenwei, and his strength is at the 8th level of Xinjia. The last scarred man is Song Tong, and his strength has reached the 9th level of Xinjia. Su Chen looked at the information in the mobile phone app and briefly introduced it. At the end, he added, this is their data 3 years ago. According to the records, the last time we met Ai Yan, his strength was 2 levels stronger than the data. Looking at the information in his hand, Su Chen also sighed. 3 years ago, he had not come to this world. As a result, their data is already available. Wait. At this moment, Su Chen's pupils shrank slightly. He discovered a terrible thing. 3 years ago, he had not come to this world. But in his memory, he hated Ai Yan to the bone. In his heart, the childhood brought by Ai Yan also had a great shadow. Even more than being abandoned by his parents. When I saw the photo and the letter, Su Chen didn't miss his parents that much, nor was he cruel. But he was very cruel to Ai Yan. I can't wait to kill her. This cruelty almost broke through his sanity. If Su Chen had this body from childhood to adulthood, that's normal. But Su Chen traveled to this world 3 years ago. Why do you still have this hatred? Could it be that the consciousness of the original owner can still affect me? Su Chen thought to himself. If this is the case, is the original owner dead or not? He has all the memories of the original owner. But it doesn't mean that Su Chen will be controlled by memory. He can use memory. But memory cannot control him. But this hatred can affect his emotions. After discovering this, Su Chen was very worried. If the original owner's thinking can still affect him, so is he Su Chen, or is the original owner Su Chen? Who is controlling this body? Su Chen. Seeing Su Chen deep in thought, Chu Muxue shouted. Call. Su Chen breathed out a breath. What's wrong? Chu Muxue asked worriedly. Because it was Su Chen's contract with the dragon. She could feel Su Chen's emotional changes. Su Chen seemed very nervous just now. Fine. Su Chen shook his head. Throw the thought you just had away from your mind. In the past 3 years, the original owner's emotions have not affected him. Proves that the original owner no longer exists. The reason why I still feel hatred when I think of Ai Yan. It's probably the body's memory and an autonomous response. At least, when he saw Ai Yan, he was not controlled by his body or controlled by the original owner's thoughts. Nor is it controlled by the original owner. At this point, Su Chen was certain that this body belonged to him. What should we do now? It's all Xing's strength, we can't beat him. Chu Guang looked nervous. I just heard what Su Chen said. All 3 of them are at least Xin level in strength. How else can they fight? If it's Xin level, it's okay, but I'm afraid it will reach Gang level. Su Chen frowned slightly, staring at the back of the scarred man. Maybe I can try it. Chapter 83 The plan works, let's take action. Near the crater. The 3 scarred men were standing in the crater of the volcano studying. Brother, is this really here? This is the crater of a volcano, isn't that girl Ai Yan making it up? The thin man looked at the rolling magma. Somewhat worried. Although they are all Xin level strength. But facing the natural force of magma, it is still impossible to resist. She didn't know we could find her, so there was no need to leave a note to lie to us. The scarred man shook his head. He believed that this was true. The location of that treasure. Right here in the crater. Although the location is the crater, it might be somewhere on the edge, not in the magma. The shadowy middle-aged man looked at the crater and said. If the treasure really is in the volcano, there's really no way to get it. Well, let's look for it. The scarred man nodded. He also believes that the treasure will never be in the magma. Maybe on the crater rim. It's also possible that there's an agency nearby. Well, let's search separately. The shadowy middle-aged man asked. Good. The scarred man agreed. Then the 3 of them inspected the crater separately. After all, the crater is huge. It is very troublesome for a person to investigate. Spread out and are easier to find. Now is our chance. Su Chen looked at the 3 separated people. Said. Brother Chen, what do you want to do? Fatty is very cowardly. But whatever Su Chen said, he would do it. No complaints at all. These 3 people are now spread out. There are many protruding rocks around the crater. We can break them one by one. Su Chen briefly expressed his thoughts. Although the strength of these 3 people is very strong. But they have Chu Muxue. If the 3 of them are not allowed to join forces and defeat them one by one, there is still a chance. Chu Muxue nodded slightly. She also agreed with Su Chen's words. And they are getting further and further away. At least we are fast enough. Even if we rush over, there is nothing we can do. Su Chen said again. This crater is very big. The 3 of them wanted a quick rescue, but it also took time. What a great idea! Chu Guang nodded quickly. This is a great idea. As long as they join forces, maybe they can. Then who should we attack first? Chu Muxue looked at the 3 of them and asked. The thin man is weak. Starting from him, we can defeat him quickly. Chu Guang said quickly. You must start with the weakest. This way the probability of success will be high. My special girl is really a genius. No, start from that shadowy middle-aged man. Su Chen shook his head and said, the scarred man is the strongest and may delay the arrival of the other 2, which will be detrimental to us. Although the thin man is the weakest, if our movements attract the attention of the other 2, they are not weak together. Having said this, Su Chen looked at the shadowy middle-aged man. As for him, his strength is average, just enough for us to eat. Even if the remaining 2 people join forces, we still have a chance. After analysis, Su Chen was also sure. It would be best to take action against that shadowy middle-aged man. Agree. Chu Muxue nodded. She thought Su Chen's analysis made sense. Then let's go. Su Chen groped in the direction of the shadowy middle-aged man. As he walked, he said, Muxue, let's go together later. Good. Chu Muxue nodded. She didn't really care. Even if she has reached level 9 or even gang level, she can still deal with XIN level 8 people. But that has to be transformed into its true form. Chu Guang is in some trouble here. What about me? Chu Guang asked quickly. The three of them started working together. He can't just watch from the side. You wait aside, and if you have the opportunity, blast him directly into the magma. Su Chen said. Chu Guang's ability can only be used once. If the timing is right, maybe it can be a useful tool. After all, although the condensed energy is one time, its power is not weak. Below is the magma. If you blast him down, even a gang-level expert cannot withstand the power of the magma. Good. Hearing Su Chen's words, Chu Guang nodded. He was very nervous at this point. It feels exciting again. This is the list of fugitives from the Night Bureau. If only they could work it out. Isn't that a great achievement? Maybe you can even join the Night Bureau. Su Chen took out his cell phone. Just slap the three of them. No sound, silent shooting. If it can be solved, in order to avoid Ai Yan's situation from happening again. Su Chen left some evidence. At this time, the three scarred men were walking further and further away. What kind of mechanism could be here? It must have been misled by that bitch Ai Yan. The thin man looked around. Nothing. This treasure hunt is not fun. How could it be such a coincidence that the treasure is in the magma? Then there is nothing else to find, and there is no need to leave a treasure map. And the other side? The scarred man searched slowly. The expression cannot tell the mood. But it can also be known at this time that he has many mythical beasts in his heart. Mother Ganlin, who hid the treasure in this damn place? What remains is the shadowy middle age. No words were spoken, and there was no expression on his face. Searching inch by inch. Afraid of missing something. He understands Ai Yan. If it weren't for sure, it wouldn't be hidden in such a secret place. Probably so that when they catch him, he can hand over the treasure map. Find it yourself based on your own clues. They need to study the treasure map. There is no need to study the road map that has been researched. Besides, if she doesn't hand over the treasure map and only hands over this road map, they won't believe Ai Yan. So this road map is absolutely true. Think about it this way. The middle-aged man Yin Ying searched more carefully. He didn't notice at all that behind him, 3 people had followed him at some point. Ready? Su Chen looked at Chu Muxue and asked in a low voice. They had been following for an hour. At this time, the 3 scarred men were already far away. Even if a gang-level expert runs with all his strength, it will take at least 10 minutes to arrive. Chu Muxue nodded slightly. If they started now, they would have at least 10 minutes. Do it. Su Chen didn't hesitate at all. Said something. With a movement of his body, he held a short knife in his hand and rushed directly towards the yin-yang middle-aged man. Behind Chu Muxue, spiritual power surged. Countless ice blades condensed. Chu Guang watched blankly. The middle-aged yin-yang felt fluctuations in spiritual power. He suddenly became alert. He quickly turned around and looked in the direction behind him. At this moment, a short knife appeared. He stabbed directly towards the yin-yang middle-aged man's chest. Court death. I felt that Su Chen's strength was only at the 4th level of Ren level. The gloomy middle-aged face had a gloomy expression. The spiritual power also burst out instantly. Shinja's peak strength is unreserved. The peak of Xin level. Feel this powerful spiritual power. Su Chen was also slightly stunned, but in an instant, his eyes became sharper. The short knife in his hand, without any hesitation, stabbed towards the heart of the shadowy middle-aged man. Chapter 84. This strike is just one strike. Su Chen didn't hesitate at all. The short knife in hand. It stabbed towards the heart of the gloomy middle-aged man. Hateful! The yin-yang man roared angrily. Su Chen felt that the wood elements around him began to condense. Whoosh whoosh! At the same time, countless vines stretched out from the ground. It rolled towards Su Chen. As expected of a team hunting monster beasts outside, the response is so quick. Su Chen didn't expect that this guy's reaction would be so fast. But think about it. A team that can hunt monsters. I must have walked on many dangerous edges. Such people are very vigilant. And the reaction ability is by no means comparable to that of ordinary students. What made Su Chen even more concerned? Such a team. If they really get 3 people together. What a tacit understanding. It's definitely not something the 3 students can handle. Unless, Chu Muxue turns into a dragon. But Chu Guang is here. And once one of the 3 of them runs away, the news that Chu Muxue is a dragon will leak out. Unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, Su Chen didn't want to do this. The figure moved. Su Chen chose to give up the attack. Avoid those vines. If hit, he will definitely be seriously injured. The other 2 will come over then. It will be very troublesome. Snort. At this time, the shadowy middle-aged man snorted coldly. Spiritual power surged, and those vines once again attacked in Su Chen's direction. Su Chen frowned slightly. The short knife in his hand was slashing towards the vines. A vine was cut directly. But there were still many vines flinging towards Su Chen. Crack! Just when those vines were about to hit Su Chen. Suddenly frozen. Well done, Chu Muxue. Those vines were directly frozen by Chu Muxue. Su Chen did not hesitate and once again raised his knife and rushed towards the yin-yang old man. How is that possible? The old man yin-yang discovered that the vines were directly frozen. He couldn't break free. That girl is no more than Renjia. He is at the peak of Xin level. Why can't you break free? But at this time, there was no time for him to think about this. Su Chen's attack has already come. The yin-yang man quickly gathered his spiritual power again. Su Chen slashed at him with a knife. Just at this time, the wood element was successfully condensed. A series of vines protected the shadowy man. Ah! Su Chen gave a low drink. The spiritual power is concentrated on the short sword. Those vines were constantly disconnected under Su Chen's short sword. Ah! Su Chen's knife penetrated the shadowy vines of the middle-aged man and struck him on the shoulder. It sounds long, but it only takes a moment. Until Su Chen's short knife struck him on the shoulder. Only then did Yin Yang, a middle-aged man, find out. He underestimated these students. Fat man! Su Chen shouted. Chu Guang had already been prepared. Hearing Su Chen's shouting, without any hesitation, he aimed at the shadowy middle-aged man. Boom! A ray of light blasted out from the fat man's body, sweeping towards the gloomy middle age. It must hit. The fat man prayed in his heart. This was the first time he had exploded this stored energy. I don't know how well it can be controlled. Bang! The middle-aged Yin Yang has not yet reacted. A ray of light came from a distance. He has been involved in hunting monsters all year round. He could feel if he was hit by this light, it will definitely fall into the magma. Thinking of this, the body also reacts. Dodge to the side. But at this moment, middle-aged Yin Yang suddenly discovered that his body was out of control. Look down. His feet don't know when. It was actually frozen. How is that possible? The middle-aged Yin Yang broke free. Although let the ice crack open a gap, But he didn't completely break free. It would take at least 10 seconds to break free. This is simply not enough. Who is this girl? Although his strength is only Renja, he can freeze him. And that young man could cut through the vines on his body so easily. At this time, the shadowy middle-aged man could only watch helplessly as the light hit him. Ah! A scream. Fly directly towards the back. And behind him is magma. If it falls, even a gang-level expert will not be able to survive. What's more, he is only at the peak of Xin level. In the magma, they will be shattered to pieces. It never occurred to him. He actually died in the hands of 3 students. Success! Seeing the light successfully hit the shadowy middle-aged man, Chu Guang was also very excited. This is his only chance. Missed. Gathering again, I don't know how much I need to eat. There is no such time now. Call. Get one. Su Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. Su Chen. At this time, Chu Muxue shouted. Su Chen looked over. Just see the location of the crater. There was one, no, 2 figures appeared. He was a shadowy middle-aged man with a scar. That's... Su Chen stared at the scarred man's back. There was actually a pair of wings there. The scarred man can fly. How is it possible to fly? He can fly. Chu Guang also saw it at this time. There was an incredible expression on his face. W. Beast transformation. Su Chen could tell at a glance. This scarred man's ability turned out to be animal transformation. And after transforming into a beast, he also has the ability to fly. The great sky vulture that cuts the wind. No one knows more about monsters than Chu Muxue. As the #1 dragon girl in the world of monsters and beasts. In the memory inheritance, there is information about various monsters. When she saw the scarred man after transforming into a beast, although his head did not transform into a monster, just extra wings, but Chu Muxue still recognized it. That is the great sky vulture that cuts the wind. The 5th level demonic beast, the wind-slaying great sky vulture. When I heard this name, Su Chen also reacted. The strength of this wind-destroying sky vulture can reach level 5. Although this does not mean that the scarred man's ability has reached his own level. All we can say is that he has the potential. If you continue to improve, it is very likely to reach your own level. Being defeated by so many children. The scarred man looked at Su Chen and the others. Frowning slightly. They are not ordinary children. The boy's knife can cut off my vines. The girl's ice makes it extremely difficult for me to break free. The fat man's blow is at least level 5. Although the middle-aged Yin Ying was not dead, his physical injuries were obviously more serious. The power of Chu Guang's attack just now was so powerful that he could not underestimate it. 5th level of Xin level. The scarred man looked at Chu Guang. Feeling the terrifying look in his eyes, Chu Guang was frightened. Hiding directly behind Su Chen. Su Chen didn't expect it either. The power of Fatty's blow was so powerful. But this also depends on what you eat to replenish your spiritual power. Ordinary meals naturally do not have such power. In the past 2 days, Chu Guang had eaten monster meat. It is natural that the condensed blow reaches the 5th level of Xin level. It's just, this blow, just one blow. If you can't kill someone, you can only wait to die. Chapter 85. The claws penetrated the fat man and number 039's belly. Su Chen and the others looked at the scarred man warily. Although the shadowy middle-aged man was seriously injured. But this scarred man is not so easy to deal with. If Su Chen guessed correctly, the scarred man's strength had already reached gang level. What now? Chu Muxue looked at Su Chen and asked. What do you think? Su Chen asked back. My suggestion is to kill him. Chu Muxue stared at the scarred man. There was no warmth in his tone. This kind of awakened person is wanted by the night police. No one is innocent. For each one, dying 10,000 times is not enough. It's just what I want, but can it be done? Chen meant. Is it possible without turning into a dragon? Chu Guang is still aside. It would be a bit difficult if his ability wasn't to transform into a beast, but unfortunately, he is. Chu Muxue said lightly. Transforming into a beast is equivalent to gaining the power of some monsters. Unfortunately, he also gained the weakness and nature of the monster. Chu Muxue's dragon power can not only suppress monsters. Even people who have transformed into beasts can be suppressed. Just like Fan Zhan. After transforming into a beast, Chu Muxue solved it more easily. Then give it a try. Chen nodded. Now is not the time to hesitate. It would be even more troublesome if that thin man came over. Chu Muxue nodded. The ice element has begun to condense. Chen picked up his backpack and gave it to the fat man. There are a lot of barbecued meats inside. You can eat as much as you want. The power of Chu Guang's attack was not weak. It's a pity that the CD time is a bit long. You also need to rely on food to supplement. Now I can only watch from the side. Might as well eat it. Ah? Okay. The fat man nodded quickly. He knew that his task now was to eat to replenish energy. Humph, even if you can reach the 5th level of Xin level, you won't be nearly killed. How have you been able to survive these past few years? The scarred man said calmly. Then he stared at Chen and the others. Leave it to me to handle this. As he spoke, spiritual power surged. Then he looked at Chen. Boy, you must be the one who stole Ai Yan's treasure map, right? He used some tricks. Adjusted some monitoring. The last time I saw Ai Yan, she was with Chen. I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't seen any treasure maps, let alone what is eye-catching or not. Chen said calmly. At this time, he was waiting for Chu Muxue to condense the ice elements. Don't know? Then you still attack us? The scarred man naturally didn't believe what Chen said. If not for getting the treasure map, how could he be here? And he also attacked them. The weak preys on the strong. I am sure to kill him. When the time comes, the spirit beads on his body will be mine. Chen said calmly. Even if the spirit bead falls into magma, it will not melt. Humph, then I should praise you for your courage, but... The scarred man snorted coldly. The wings behind him suddenly flapped, his body swept away, and he punched Chen in the direction, that's it. Seeing the scarred man suddenly speed up Chen. Chen's pupils narrowed slightly. This wind-cutting vulture is famous for its ability to control the wind. Among the flying monsters, it can enter the top 10. You must know that there are thousands of kinds of monsters in the world. Being in the top 10 is already very impressive. Chen lifted the knife in his hand instantly. Snort! I saw the scarred man making some moves. Chu Muxue also snorted coldly. Long Wei also appeared at this time. Suddenly the scarred man's speed slowed down a bit. This discovery made the scarred man's pupil shrink. He didn't notice it at all. What happened? At the same time, an ice element appeared. Frost had condensed on the wings of the scarred man. Zhang Wenwei is right, there is indeed something wrong with your ice. Even though it was just frozen. But the scarred man could already feel it. Chu Muxue's ice element is extraordinary. Otherwise, his wings would not be frozen. Now is not the time to hesitate. Just when the scarred man was looking at Chu Muxue, Chen also moved. A short knife in hand. Without any hesitation, he slashed at the scarred man. You dare to face me head-on even if you are at the Ren level, you are awesome. The scarred man spoke calmly. Then spiritual power surged, and his hands transformed directly into claws. He grabbed it in the direction of Chen. Su Chen, be careful. Chu Muxue reminded. And Su Chen had already reacted. The short knife in his hand was horizontal. Bite. There was a sound of gold and iron intersecting. The scarred man's claws fell on Su Chen's blade. The powerful force directly knocked Su Chen back. At this moment, when his wings flapped, the ice on them also shattered. The scarred man's speed increased a lot. But his target was not Su Chen or Chu Muxue. It was Chu Guang who was eating barbecue. Chu Guang was originally eating meat and watching movies. He didn't expect the scarred man to attack him directly. I didn't do anything. Chu Guang let out a low cry. It was too late to run at this point. He could only watch helplessly as a fist enlarged in his eyes. It's over. Chu Guang only felt that he was finished. Why don't two such strong people fight? You want to beat me, a weakling. But the scarred man had other thoughts in his mind. Since Zhang Wenwei said it, this fat man's blow was equivalent to the 5th level of Xin level. Then he'd better solve it first. Although it looks like this fat man is weak. But just now, Zhang Wenwei fell into the crater because of the fat man's blow. Over the years, they have killed countless ordinary people, even awakened ones. Naturally there will be no mercy. If this blow continues, Fatty will definitely die. Kill both of them when the time comes. If you throw it into the magma, no one will know. As for that pretty girl, hey. Without Ai Yan, let her take her place. Fat man. Su Chen shouted low and threw the short knife in his hand directly. At a tricky angle, he stabbed the scarred man's hand. Crack. Chu Muxue also took action again. Eyes formed on the wings of the scarred man again. Snort. The scarred man felt the power of Su Chen's attack. If you are stabbed by that short knife, you will definitely be injured. The fist that hit Chu Guang turned into claws. Resisted Su Chen's dagger. The other paw didn't hesitate at all. He grabbed the fat man's belly. Those were claws that could withstand Su Chen's short sword. Those are the claws of the wind-destroying sky vulture. The sharpness can be imagined. Just a touch. Tear. A voice reached everyone's ears. Chu Guang lowered his head in disbelief. He saw one of the scarred man's claws inserted into his belly. Ah! A scream came from Chu Guang's mouth. At the same time, an ice dragon fell from the sky. He rushed straight towards the scarred man. P.S. Thank you Zhu Xiansuo Mo for the character summon. Grateful. Thank you all for your gifts, reminders, and 5-star reviews. Once again, I beg for updates, gifts, and 5-star reviews. Chapter 86 Dragon? Is this a dragon? Catch it and sell it for money. Su Chen ran directly in the direction of Chu Guang. Chu Muxue turned into an ice dragon. Chu Guang looked at his belly in disbelief. The scarred man looked at Chu Guang with a ferocious smile. The middle-aged Yin Ying looked at Bing Long in shock. Everything happens in just an instant. Roar! A dragon roar broke everything. Then the surrounding ice elements quickly condensed. In just an instant, the scarred man was frozen. Fat man! At this time, Su Chen also came to Chu Guang. His stomach was bleeding continuously. Chen, brother Chen, tell my mother. At this time, Chu Guang knew that he was hopeless. Ready to start leaving last words. Stop talking, hurry up, drink this. Su Chen directly took out a bottle of red blood. This was found by opening the treasure chest before. Able to restore health and treat injuries. One bottle can only restore 30% of the damage. But enough is enough. Brother Chen, now is not the time to drink water. Chu Guang didn't drink, but was still ready to give his last words. If you don't drink, you will really have to give your last words. Su Chen said and opened Chu Guang's mouth directly. A bottle of red medicine, just pour it in. Ahem. Chu Guang choked and coughed violently. But the effect is also very obvious. At this time, the wound on Chu Guang's stomach had stopped bleeding. Another bottle. Su Chen didn't hesitate at all. He directly gave Chu Guang another bottle. Brother Chen, I don't want. Chu Guang still wanted to say. But Su Chen's red blood bottle was already pressed against his mouth. Pour it directly into him. Ahoy! Chu Guang was forced to drink it. Su Chen saw that after drinking this bottle of red blood, Chu Guang's wounds have begun to heal. But it's not completely healed yet. Brother Chen, I. Chu Guang hasn't finished speaking yet. Just close your eyes. Fat man! Fat man! Su Chen shouted twice. Is this red blood bottle useless? It shouldn't be. The bleeding stopped and the wound healed. There's just a scar left. Why is the fat man still dead? Ahoy! At this moment, a snoring sounded. Su Chen! This meow, he fell asleep. It turns out it's not without effect. Go to sleep. Su Chen said and put Chu Guang down. Then he looked at the two people not far away. Muxue, kill them all. Su Chen said calmly. His ability is to control dragons. Naturally, they rely on dragons to fight. And Chu Muxue is his dragon. Her action was equivalent to Su Chen's action. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. Roar. A dragon roared. Crack. At this time, the scarred man had broken free from the shackles of the ice. I just wanted to fight. I was stunned. Dragon, dragon. The scarred man was shocked. How could there be a dragon in this secret realm? Take a closer look and you will see that the dragon is wearing a little genius phone watch on its feet. Brother, dragon, dragon. At this time, the thin man also came over. Suddenly, I saw the dragon in the sky. Treat Zhang Wenwei quickly, and then come together to catch this dragon. The scarred man was stunned. Just reacted. This dragon is the girl just now. That is to say, this dragon is only as strong as Renjia. He is of gang level strength. Plus 2 other teammates. The strength of the 3 of them is definitely enough to eat this dragon. Now you are rich. In the world, no dragon has been caught yet. If they could catch this dragon, definitely sell for a high price. Yes. Although the thin man didn't know what happened. But he also understood at this time. Brother is definitely right. They want to capture the dragon. His ability is water-based. It's relatively gentle, and the healing talent has awakened. The two work together very well. After a while, Zhang Wenwei recovered a lot. Already able to stand up. Fighting is no problem. Come together and capture this dragon. At this time, the scarred man completely transformed into a beast. Flying in mid-air. Yes. The other 2 people did not hesitate at this time. They are all tempered from the edge of danger. Although the opponent is a dragon. But it just made them start to feel a little scared. Now they are blinded by money. If you catch this dragon, you can definitely sell it for a good price. Humph, just with the 3 of you, do you want to catch the dragon? At this time, Su Chen snorted coldly. After Chu Muxue transformed into dragon form, the strength is definitely stronger than the gang level. Su Chen could tell that the strength of the scarred man was only at the gang level. Not bad though. But, it's not enough. Among the same level, dragons are invincible. Even people with high dragon levels dare not talk about catching dragons. With just these 3 people, how could they possibly touch Chu Muxue? But these 3 people didn't know. Beast transformation, wood element vine, water element transformation into shark. 3 different attacks. Attacked directly at the dragon transformed by Chu Muxue. Boom! When the 3 attacks fell, Chu Muxue finally took action. I saw an ice element stronger than before condensing. Freeze! A word came out of the mouth of the ice dragon. Then countless ice blades attacked the three people. Passed through the shark transformed by the water element. The shark was frozen instantly. Falling on the ground, it cracked directly. At the same time, the vine transformed by the wood element was also frozen at this moment. No matter how the middle-aged man Yin Yi controlled it. It didn't move. Crack! A strong pull directly broke the vine ice. But the vine also broke. The last one was the scarred man. His attack used himself as a weapon. Whether it was a mouth, wings, feathers, or claws. They could all be used as weapons. And now, he used feathers. Countless feathers, like sharp arrows, flew towards Chu Muxue. But under Chu Muxue's ice element, those feathers froze directly. They fell to the ground. They broke into pieces. What a terrible ice element! The scarred man looked at his attack. Under Chu Muxue's ice element, it didn't have any effect. He couldn't help but sigh. The dragon clan is indeed powerful. But it also made him want to catch this dragon even more. He must be able to sell it for a good price. Don't keep them all. This dragon is not an ordinary monster. After we finish this wave, we will have no worries about food and clothing for several lifetimes. The scarred man said to the other two. Yet. The gloomy middle-aged man nodded. Then the spiritual power surged, and he whispered, "Spiritual skill, Vine Magic Dance. This is a spiritual skill, and it is powerful. It has reached at least the third level of spiritual skills." Chen looked at the spiritual skill of the gloomy middle-aged man. At this time, the vines around him were no longer green. Instead, it turned black. It was still shaking. It was like dancing. Spiritual skill, Laquan Holy Arrow. The thin man also shouted at this time. A spring of water condensed in front of him. Then it turned into countless water arrows. Another third-level spiritual skill. These two people actually have third-level spiritual skills. Then Chen looked at the scarred man flying in the air. What level of spiritual skills does he have? Window_Tabula equals window_Tabula_Tabula.push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabula below article thumbnail -300x250, placement, below article thumbnail, 300x250, target_type, mix. Chapter 87 Chen, do you have any more medicine? I want to drink 10 bottles of medicine. Under Chen's gaze, the scarred man finally used his spiritual skills. It is also a third-level spiritual skill. I saw the scarred man's mouth that had turned into a beast. A sentence suddenly came out. Spiritual skill, Golden Crow Divine Miasma. Suddenly, wisps of black energy emanated from the scarred man's body. Is this poison? Chen didn't expect it. This scarred man's spiritual skills were actually poisonous. And it looks pretty strong. Chu Muxue should be fine, right? Looking at the siege of those three people, Chen was a little worried about Chu Muxue. Then he picked up his short knife from the ground. Do you really think that dragon masters can only control dragons and fight? Chen said lightly. Without any hesitation, he rushed towards the shadowy middle-aged and thin man. Humph, little ice dragon, no matter how strong your dragon clan is, you are not strong enough. If you meet us today, you will be unlucky, but I will find a good buyer for you. The scarred man snorted coldly. Attack! As these two words fell, the three attacks were directed towards Chu Muxue. Do you think you are the only ones who know level 3 spiritual skills? Chu Muxue said lightly. The surrounding ice elements also became more restless when she said these words. Ice Dragon Seal. Chu Muxue gave a low drink. Nothing works. But it can be clearly felt. The surrounding air became even colder. Crack. At this moment, the scarred man suddenly discovered that his wings were frozen. The surge of spiritual power directly shattered the ice. The spiritual skills have attacked. In his expectant eyes. Blast towards Chu Muxue. Crack. There was another sound. Then the three of them were surprised to find out. Their spiritual skills were useless. Frozen again. How is that possible? The thin man didn't expect it. His attack, such a powerful blow, was actually frozen again. But he hasn't given up yet. Spiritual power continues to surge. Infused into spiritual skills. The spiritual skill that was frozen in ice once again advanced a little. The same goes for the other two. Ha ha ha, I admit that you are powerful, but unfortunately, it is not enough when the three of us join forces. The scarred man laughed loudly. If he was the only one, I really don't know who would win. However, there are three of them. Although the strength of the other two people has not reached the gang level. But it's pretty much the same. The spiritual skills are all level 3. In this way, the power is also very strong. Chu Muxue was alone. Facing the attack of 3 people. It's already very good to be able to do this without falling behind. But they didn't notice that not far away, a figure had already groped over. You look so good when you fight seriously. Chen said calmly. At this time, their battle has entered a fierce stage. Chen's existence was not discovered at all. That thin man is not very strong, and the scarred man is flying in the sky, so I can only attack you. Chen looked at the gloomy middle-aged man. The tone was calm. At this time, no one could stop his attack. Snort. He snorted coldly. Chen's speed suddenly increased. In an instant, he appeared behind the shadowy middle-aged man. Careful! The big man with the scar is in the sky. Suddenly, I saw a person behind the shadowy middle-aged man. He quickly shouted a reminder. The shadowy middle-aged man was stunned. The response was pretty quick. Years of cooperation have accelerated their subconscious reactions a lot. Countless vines appeared behind him. It's no use. Chen spoke calmly. A short knife in hand. Slash directly towards the vines. It didn't work before and it doesn't work now. The knife fell from the hand. Countless vines were cut off. And Chen didn't slow down. The knife stabbed toward the back of the yin-yang middle-aged man. Ah! A scream came from the mouth of the yin-yang middle-aged man. At the same time, his spiritual skills also disappeared at this time. Without anyone to control it, the spiritual skills cannot be sustained without the spiritual power to maintain them. With the disappearance of this magical skill, there are 2 spiritual skills left. He couldn't resist Chu Muxue's attack at all. Instantly frozen. With being frozen. Still 3 people. Crack. The scarred man's wings were frozen. Falling directly from the sky. No. The thin man looked at the ice spreading from beneath his feet. Shout out. Please, let it go. I still want to beg for mercy. But it was too late. The mouth was sealed with ice. Then the whole person was frozen. Such a strong ice element, is this the Dragon Clan? Chen looked at the 3 people not far away who turned into ice sculptures. I sighed in my heart. At this time, Chu Muxue also fell down. Are you okay? Chen asked. Fine. Chu Muxue shook her head. Although nothing happened, the spiritual energy consumption was quite large. After all, her strength is only at the Ren level, although she can fight with the Gang level. Level 3 spiritual skills can be used forcefully, but the consumption is still very high. This is for you. Chen took out 2 small blue bottles from somewhere. Pass one of the bottles to Chu Muxue. What's this? Chu Muxue was stunned. What is this? You'll know after you drink it. Chen said with a smile. Chu Muxue looked at Chen with suspicious eyes. You won't give me something weird to drink, will you? Then will you drink? Su Chen asked back. At this time, he had finished the bottle in his hand. Drink. Chu Muxue took the small blue bottle handed over by Su Chen. Just drank it. This is... Chu Muxue looked at the small blue bottle in her hand with a shocked expression. Su Chen smiled with satisfaction. This expression is what I want. How? Isn't it shocking that you feel that your spiritual power has been restored? Hey. What is this? It tastes good. So sweet. Chu Muxue was so shocked that she was almost speechless. Just took a sip. So delicious. It was the best drink she had ever had. Su Chen. He drank it too, and it seemed to taste really good. But there's nothing sweet about it. Could it be that the sense of taste of dragons is different from that of humans? Etc. Is the point here? Shouldn't it be about the magical effect of restoring 30% of spiritual power? Su Chen, what kind of drink is this? Where did you buy it? Do you have any more? Give me another bottle. Chu Muxue drank the whole bottle directly. He looked at Su Chen eagerly. Asked. This is medicine. Su Chen said helplessly. Don't you feel that your spiritual power has recovered a lot? Medicine? You lied to Long. Medicine is bitter, but this is sweet. Chu Muxue looked unbelieving. Such a delicious thing, you say it's medicine? Do you think I believe you? Don't you feel that your spiritual power has recovered? Su Chen reminded me. Chu Muxue felt it. Suddenly surprised, hey, it seems to be true. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. Finally found the point. Then Chu Muxue asked excitedly, Su Chen, are there any more medicines? I want to drink medicine, 10 bottles. Chapter 88. Can't you just let me ride on it? 3 ice sculptures. Those were 3 people who were frozen. What to do with these 3 people? Chu Muxue asked. I'll take a photo first. Su Chen took out his cell phone. He walked up to the scarred man and squatted down. Made a scissor hand gesture. I took a photo with him. Come on, Muxue, help me take a picture. Su Chen handed the phone to Chu Muxue. Then he walked over to the shadowy middle-aged and thin man. Hugged 2 ice sculptures. Crack. Chu Muxue took a photo directly. Su Chen looked at it and said, not bad, come on, use this special effect to make another one. After saying that, Su Chen clicked on a filter effect. Chu Muxue. Although, I finally took a few pictures of Su Chen. Okay, that's enough. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. What do they do now? Chu Muxue asked. Dead yet? Su Chen asked back. He didn't know if it was frozen or dead. Well, he died the moment he was frozen. Chu Muxue nodded. She is a 3rd-level spiritual skill from the Dragon Clan. It's not something that ordinary monsters can compare to. Then throw it into the lava. Su Chen didn't hesitate at all. When it's time to be decisive, you have to be decisive. Although these 3 people are all extremely evil people. But if you take it out, it will definitely attract unnecessary attention. Su Chen didn't want Chu Muxue to be exposed. Anyway, the photo was taken. The night office should be ready for business. If these 3 people were thrown directly into the magma, there would be no problems. Yeah, that's fine. Chu Muxue had no objection at all. Transformed directly into an ice dragon. Holding one in one paw. By the way, he also picked up Su Chen. Su Chen? Hey, what are you doing? Su Chen was not prepared at all. Just take a look and see if the treasure is in the magma. Chu Muxue said. Then it flew directly into the sky. Can't you just let me ride on it? Su Chen was helpless. After all, he is also the master. Why are you being carried away? Chu Muxue didn't answer. Fly directly into the air. Then an ice sculpture was put down. Boom! The ice sculpture fell into the lava. It melted instantly. There is no scum left. Don't let go of the wrong paw. Chen looked at the ice sculpture. Directly reduced to ashes. Is the temperature too high? In case you lost it by mistake. He is gone. Don't worry, I'll die if you throw it away wrongly. Take a look and see if there are any clues. Chu Muxue was calm. Her life was already connected with Chen. If something happened to Chen, she wouldn't survive. Definitely pay attention. No. There is no mechanism here, and there is nothing suspicious about it. Chen looked around carefully. Boom! Another ice sculpture fell into the lava. Chen! Why do you feel like you are threatening me? Is there any? If not, I will kill someone to show you. No. Chu Muxue also took a look, but seemed to find nothing. Your treasure map can't be fake, right? Chu Muxue was a little suspicious. If the treasure map is fake, then this trip will be in vain. Based on Ai Yan's character and the performance of these three people, the chance that the treasure map is fake is not high. Chen shook his head. In his memory, he still knew Ai Yan quite well. If she wasn't sure, she wouldn't have been able to run away with the treasure map. It's impossible to study it for that long. And these three people are obviously not ordinary awakened people. Only with at least a certain degree of judgment would one venture into the sky-piercing secret realm. You know, this is a secret examination realm governed by several high schools. Although it is only a high school, the strength of several principals is gang level or above. If these three people are caught, that's a dead end. Well, what you said makes sense. Chu Muxue agreed with Chen's statement. But I didn't see anything suspicious here. Boom! Chu Muxue threw the person down again. Chen was stunned and looked at the magma. Could it be? Chen guessed and said. Chu Muxue was stunned. Then he reacted, you don't mean in the magma, right? Chen nodded. Now the only possibility is in here. After all, there is none around. Maybe in the lava? What should I do? I can't get down. Chu Muxue shook her head. Not to mention she is an ice-attributed dragon, even if she has other attributes, she cannot go down. Unless I let my fire-attribute cousin come over, but she has a bit of a bad temper, so she probably won't come. Chu Muxue said. The cousin of the dragon clan must be a dragon. Is your cousin pretty? Chen asked curiously. Of course, it's just a curious dragon. Good looking, with a hot body, and What do you want to do? Chu Muxue suddenly reacted. What does Chen want to do? No, just curious. Chen shook his head. If you can contract another dragon, wouldn't that be wonderful? One ice and one fire, 2 layers of ice and fire, ahem. How about we go back first and don't wait until Fatty wakes up? It will be troublesome if we see a dragon. Chen remembered. The fat man is still sleeping. In case you wake up at this time. That's trouble. What? Fatty is not dead yet. Chu Muxue thought Chu Guang was already dead. Still not dead in the end? No. No, he's still alive. Chen shook his head. After the fat man drank the red blood bottle. Almost as good as it gets. If I have another bottle, there shouldn't be any problems. Then go back quickly. Chu Muxue quickly flew back. At this time, Chen saw the surface of magma not far away. There is a treasure chest floating. I'll be a good boy. This treasure chest is in this place. If he comes, how can he get it? Muxue, wait a minute. Chen said suddenly. Hearing this, Chu Muxue stopped and said, what's wrong? Look over there. Chen pointed in the direction of the treasure box. said to Chu Muxue. Good. Although I don't know what the situation is. But now that Su Chen said it, Chu Muxue did so. Yes, it's right here. It's a little lower and I can't see clearly. Come to the location of the treasure chest. Su Chen said. Okay, but is there anything here? Chu Muxue asked curiously. Su Chen said casually, it seems a little different here, please land a little further and take a look. After all, the treasure chest is right in front of you. Although it is a black iron treasure chest. But for Su Chen, he would not let go of any treasure chest he could get. This black iron treasure box exudes the light of black iron. It was just obscured by the magma. Not seen. What? Why can't I see it? Chu Muxue looked at it carefully. Still saw nothing. If you lower it a little lower, you'll see it. Just a little bit away from opening the treasure chest. Hearing this, Chu Muxue descended again. Su Chen got close to the magma, this is too low. He could feel the heat. But at this time, Su Chen reached out and opened the black iron treasure box. At the same time, Chu Muxue's cheers also came out, I saw it, I saw it. Su Chen? No. Window_tabola equals window_tabola dot push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabola below article thumbnail dash 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail 300x250, target underscore type, mix. Chapter 89. Calm down, let me make some noodles. What the hell? What did Chu Muxue see? There seems to be a passage under this magma. Chu Muxue said excitedly. Su Chen? No. How about such a coincidence? But take a closer look. It's true. Su Chen didn't expect it. There is actually a passage under the magma. Although it is still in magma, there are passages, which means there is a problem. Maybe the location of the treasure map. It's right down here. Su Chen, what should we do now? Chu Muxue asked. There really is a passage, but it's a pity that it's in the magma. It's not easy for them to think about it. Go back first. Su Chen thought for a while and said. Good. Chu Muxue nodded. Fly back directly. At this time, the system's voice also sounded. Ding, you opened the black iron treasure chest successfully and got good luck jelly X1. This thing. Su Chen remembered when he made a contract with Chu Muxue. Just because I ate good luck jelly. Better luck. Only then did he contract with Long. This time, good luck jelly again? Can bring good luck for half an hour. And there are no side effects. For Su Chen. A pretty good thing. Call. The feeling of being back on land again. It's really good. Just as Su Chen fell down. When Chu Muxue turned into a human again. Ugh. A voice came over. Su Chen ran over quickly, Fat man, how are you? Chen, brother Chen? Are you dead too? When Chu Guang saw Su Chen. An excited look on his face. Then he looked at Chu Muxue, the school beauty is also dead? What a pity, so many infatuated people will be sad now. Su Chen. Chu Muxue. It seems like you are fine. Su Chen looked at Chu Guang like this. Then you know there is no problem. Is everything okay? Oh, I haven't even had time to say my last words. Chu Guang was very aggrieved. His last words have not been revealed yet. But brother Chen is also dead, so I confessed in vain. I just didn't expect that there really is a heaven. Chu Guang stood up. He looked around and said, look at this lovely grass, look at these green trees, look at this fiery lava, this, hey? Isn't this special meow in the secret realm of the sky? Chu Guang suddenly realized that this was still the secret realm of heaven translation. I'm not dead. He was a little excited. I thought I was dead. Didn't you die? You are lucky, how do you feel now? Su Chen looked at Chu Guang and asked. Body? It seems you're fine. Chu Guang looked down at his belly. There is also a scar on it. That's fine. Just drink this and you'll be fine. Su Chen took out the red blood bottle and handed it to Chu Guang. Although one bottle can only restore 30% of the damage, but a serious injury can be cured by 30% and turned into a minor injury. After that, if you treat it 30%, it will become a minor injury. Go down this bottle. Basically recovered. Thank you, Brother Chen. Chu Guang took it and drank it without any hesitation. Su Chen, I want it too. Chu Muxue saw Chu Guang drinking happily. Shouted quickly. You're not hurt, what do you want? Su Chen won't give it. This thing is kept to save lives. Not for drinks. Humph, cheapskate. Chu Muxue snorted coldly. Muttered something. By the way, Brother Chen, when I was unconscious, I seemed to see a dragon. At this time, Chu Guang suddenly reacted. When he fell asleep. Faintly, I seemed to see a dragon. Flying in mid-air. There is a dragon in the Chuantian secret realm? Are you sleepy? Naturally, Su Chen couldn't admit it. Is there a dragon? Indeed, it is around. No, I really saw it. Brother Chen, let's go find the dragon. You are a dragon master. If you have a dragon in the future, who will dare to bully you? Chu Guang said excitedly. Seeing his look, Su Chen also smiled. This guy is still thinking about him. Although your words moved me very much, I really didn't see the dragon. Su Chen shook his head. Who dares to bully a dragon? Well, there are many people who dare to bully. After all, dragons are still cubs. Then, where are those three people? Chu Guang looked around curiously. The existence of those three people was no longer found. He was killed by Chu Muxue and I working together. Su Chen said casually. Hearing this, Chu Guang was very surprised. You guys. He was very doubtful. Although I am a bit stupid, I am not a fool. Although you and the school beauty are powerful, they are even stronger. How did you kill them? We're lucky, but we are all scarred. That battle was so tragic. The school beauty's head was almost torn off and her face was disfigured. Su Chen said casually. He raised his hand and said, Did you see that this arm was twisted into a knot just now? Chu Guang. If I hadn't had a special medicine, like the one you just drank, the three of us would have gone to heaven. Su Chen pointed at Chu Guang's belly. Chu Guang looked down and was shocked. The remaining scars on his belly were all healed. Oh my god, Brother Chen, where did you buy this medicine? I'll buy some later. It's so effective, isn't it? Chu Guang now completely believed Su Chen's words. He could plug a hole in his stomach. What's disfigurement? What's twisted hands? That's nothing. This potion is amazing. I want it too. Chu Muxue said hurriedly. Although this potion is amazing, but Chu Muxue likes to drink it even more. It's so delicious. If there's a chance in the future, I'll ask for you. That ant doesn't often come out to set up a stall. Su Chen lied without blushing. They must not know about the system. Then, are we still treasure hunting now? Chu Guang was very timid. But he was very interested in treasure hunting. Of course, Chu Muxue and I have found the passage. Su Chen changed the subject with satisfaction. It seems that the potion incident is over. Where is it? Chu Guang looked around curiously. No passage was found. In the magma. Su Chen pointed at the other party he had just found. Hey? Brother Chen, that's magma. Chu Guang reminded. That's magma. Magma. I know, isn't this thinking of a solution? Su Chen does have a solution. But is there really a treasure in the magma? They only have one chance to try and fail. This magma can't go down at all. Chu Guang shook his head. How can you go down this magma? I can't go down either. Chu Muxue shook her head. She has no way to go down either. I do have a solution. Inside Su Chen's system. But there are still 3 packs of instant noodles. Fire-avoiding instant noodles can be immune to fire attacks and walk in flames for half an hour. As long as you eat it, you can enter the magma. Forget it, let's give it a try. Su Chen thought to himself. What can I do? Chu Guang and Chu Muxue looked over curiously. What else can I do? Su Chen took out 3 packs of instant noodles and said, calm down, let me make some noodles. Chapter 90 Advance Preparation for Entering the Magma. At this time, Su Chen opened his backpack directly. Pretend to take out 3 packs of instant noodles. In fact, it was taken from the system inventory. The packaging of these 3 bags of instant noodles is very leaky. Just a transparent bag. But everything that should be in it is there. Such as vegetable bags and seasoning bags. Others, there is a plastic fork, gone. Brother Chen, what time has it been, and you still have the heart to eat instant noodles? At this time, Chu Guang couldn't help but speak. Chu Muxue on the side also nodded in agreement. She had eaten too much instant noodles before, but now after eating the food cooked by Su Chen. I don't want to eat instant noodles at all. And what time is it now? That's when you have to consider not going down to look for the treasure. Look at the 3 people working hard just now. Treasures are definitely good. At this juncture, Su Chen still wants to eat instant noodles? This is not as good as Chu Guang, a fat man. Su Chen also glanced at Chu Guang in surprise. If he hadn't known the effect of this instant noodles, I'd probably say the same thing. All right. After experiencing life and death, Fatty has made progress. I suggest that we should eat meat. What's good about instant noodles? It's noon, it's time for lunch, let's eat some meat. Chu Guang couldn't stop drooling when he thought about eating meat. Although he ate a lot of meat today. But the monster meat is so delicious. Not enough for him. Su Chen. Chu Muxue. Damn it, I thought Fatty had made some progress. The CO author just simply doesn't want to eat instant noodles. Eat instant noodles. Su Chen didn't explain. Just tear open a pack of instant noodles. Suddenly a special fragrance wafted. Goo. Su Chen couldn't help but swallow. This smells so good. Is this what instant noodles taste like? It smells so good. If Su Chen had this taste, he would be willing to eat instant noodles every day. Not only does it taste better than instant noodles, it also tastes better than monster meat. Goo. Chen. Brother Chen, which brand of instant noodles is this? I'll go back and buy 2 boxes, no, 10 boxes. Chu Guang was also immediately attracted by the aroma of the instant noodles in Su Chen's hand. This girl smells so good. Which brand of instant noodles is this? Goo. Chu Muxue on the side also swallowed. Then he looked at Chu Guang and said calmly, don't make random comments about Su Chen's decision. Ah! Chu Guang was stunned. School bell just now, don't you agree with what I said? How did it become a random comment? But... yes, I think Brother Chen is right. You should eat some instant noodles now and calm down. I'll boil water. Chu Guang ran away directly. Not long after, he came back with some dry branches. Just light it. Then boil the water. Brother Chen, you can order instant noodles. Chu Guang said quickly. Su Chen nodded. Then pour the instant noodles into the pot. This is a small pot. Chu Guang brought it with quite a lot of functions. Even the functions require electricity. But Chu Guang failed to bring the generator in. There are no batteries. so it was reduced to a pot that could only be cooked with fire. Oh, who knows what I've been through these days? At this time, while the three of them were waiting to cook noodles, the water was still boiling. It suddenly became quiet. Chu Guang was stunned. Let's go see the fire. It's still very prosperous. What's going on? Brother Chen, what's going on? Chu Guang looked at Su Chen with a confused look on his face. Su Chen didn't know what was going on. But then I thought about it. Avoid fire instant noodles. This thing doesn't need to be soaked in cold water, right? To tell you the truth, this instant noodles has a special ability. After eating it, it becomes immune to fire and can only be soaked in cold water. Su Chen explained. Immune to fire. Chu Guang and Chu Muxue were both shocked. Eating instant noodles can make you immune to fire? If this had been said before, they still wouldn't believe it. Now looked at the pot. After looking at the flames under the pot, they believed it. It's obviously boiled water. But as soon as the instant noodles are put down, boiling water becomes quiet. I'm going, Brother Chen, you didn't tell me earlier. With that said, the fat man directly reached out to get the noodles. Ouch! A scream, hot, 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 hot. It seems that the water is still boiling water, but the instant noodles are there, so it looks like cold water. Su Chen didn't expect it either. The water is still boiling. Chu Muxue took out her chopsticks and picked up the pancake. There was no heat at all. It looks like it was just taken out. Then take out a large bowl and put the fireproof instant noodles in it. Then pour in cold water. But the instant noodles still did not become soft. This. Su Chen didn't expect it either. I originally thought I would use cold water. It will be better. But I didn't expect that it still had no effect. Hateful. Chu Muxue didn't have the patience to wait any longer. I picked up the instant noodles and took a bite. Crack! A crisp sound came from Chu Muxue's mouth. Yummy! Chu Muxue said, and suddenly saw that there were seasoning packets and vegetable packets. There was no hesitation. Pour them directly into the bowl. Then add boiling water after brewing. Take a sip. Wow, it tastes good. Chu Muxue sighed. Su Chen was stunned on the side. Is this how to eat this fireproof instant noodles? Ouch, hey. Chu Guang saw Chu Muxue eating it directly. My hands don't hurt anymore. Just pick up a pack of instant noodles and do the same thing. Then I took a bite of instant noodles. Then he took a sip of soup. Wow, my family, let's just say, this instant noodle soup is really amazing, I'm really in love with it. Isn't this pure and terrible? It's so yyds. Chu Guang, who had just taken a sip, sighed. Su Chen. Chu Muxue, crack. I took another bite of instant noodles. Su Chen picked up the last pack of fireproof instant noodles. Also eat the same way. The taste is really, meow is really amazing. Well, very good. Su Chen didn't use too many exaggerated words. This was extremely surprising. The food produced by this system is getting more and more delicious. But, can't we say eat dry on the packaging bag of instant noodles? They had boiling water and cold water at the same time. Combined with the vegetable buns and seasonings, it's soup. Ha, it's so comfortable. At this time, Chu Guang finished the last sip of soup. I touched my belly comfortably. Let's go. The effect of this fireproof instant noodles is only half an hour. If we can't come back within half an hour, we will die. Su Chen said, walking towards the magma. He needs half an hour. Go into the passage and find the treasure. Come back at the end. Goo. This, Brother Chen, after eating this instant noodles, can it really avoid the fire? Looking at the hot lava, Chu Guang was a little scared. If this thing goes down, it might be cooked. Would you like to know if you try it? Chen said calmly. How to try? Chu Guang was stunned. As a result, Chen kicked him directly in the next second. Kick him into the lava. Chapter 91 Entering the Magma, the treasure is this? Plop. Chu Guang was kicked directly into the lava by Chen. Help! Brother Chen, help! I'm going to die, I'm going to die! Just fell into the lava. Chu Guang yelled. But Chen just looked at him. Are you melting? Chen asked calmly. Chu Guang was stunned. Then I looked at myself, as if. No, I'm not melting. At this time, Chu Guang was pleasantly surprised. He didn't melt. It really didn't melt. Then what are you barking at? Chen smiled and cursed. This is something produced by the system. Chen 100% believed in the effect. Otherwise, Chen wouldn't be able to appear here. It was impossible to successfully contract with Chu Muxue. Let's go. Chen said something to Chu Muxue beside him. Then he also jumped into the magma. Chu Muxue jumped down without any hesitation. After entering the magma, Chen didn't feel any heat or any other special feeling. I just feel that this magma is like water. We only have half an hour. Let's go in through this passage. In 15 minutes, whether we have found the treasure or not, we will come back directly. Chen said to Chu Muxue. The reason why Chu Muxue and the two of them also ate fireproof instant noodles. It wasn't because Chen was generous. But in the magma, there is no way to refill the glass. Although they are immune to fire, it does not mean that magma has no effect on them. It was as if they were in the water at this point. Can normal people eat instant noodles in water? When he opened his mouth, the magma poured directly into it. Then let's go. Chu Guang was very excited. Now I want to see where the treasure is. Wait a minute, I'll eat a jelly first, but, you don't have any. Chen took out a piece of jelly from his pocket. This is the good luck jelly that just came out. Chen had eaten one before, it was strawberry flavored and he didn't like it. But this time the system was changed. Durian flavored. When it comes to durians, Chen eats them. But the durian flavored stuff. Why don't you give me a strawberry flavored one? Chen endured the smell of gas and ate the good luck jelly directly. Hey, brother Chen, why do you eat shit? Chu Guang also smelled it. He didn't like the smell. Chu Muxue also avoided. It's a good thing I don't feed them. Otherwise, stop talking nonsense and let's go. Chen didn't hesitate at all. Dive directly into the magma. Go into that passage. Here, there is indeed magma everywhere. If it weren't for fireproof instant noodles, he couldn't get in at all. Chu Guang and Chu Muxue also followed behind. The passage is not wide and can only accommodate 2 people at most. When Chu Guang came in, he was a little embarrassed. Chen groped towards the passage. As you move forward, be alert to your surroundings. He didn't know if there were other living things in the magma. After all, there are water attribute monsters, ice attribute monsters, and of course fire attribute monsters. If it happens to live in magma, then Chen and the others would be in danger. Let's go. Chen was speechless. I can only make gestures. The spiritual power protected the body. If it were not immune to fire, this spiritual power would be burned away by the magma at once. There are existences of strength like them. There is simply no way to resist the power of nature. There have been awakened people before who died from natural disasters such as earthquakes and tsunamis. Of course, this way of dying is quite frustrating. At least he died in the hands of a monster. Chu Muxue and Chu Guang behind him both nodded. The 3 of them walked forward. I hope the good luck jelly can bring me good luck. The reason why Su Chen didn't hesitate at all. I ate good luck jelly. The main reason is to have better luck and be able to find treasures. Even if it doesn't work, better luck, don't encounter monsters in this magma. Now it seems that the effect is still there. At least they didn't encounter monsters along the way. The passage continues. Su Chen and the others walked for about 5 minutes. At this time, the passage actually bifurcated. There are 3 in total. Brother Chen, which direction are you going? Chu Guang gestured to Su Chen. Su Chen hesitated for a moment and then gestured to Chu Guang and Chu Muxue, let's play rock paper scissors. If Chu Muxue wins, go to the left. If the fat man wins, go to the right. If I win, go to the middle. Anyway, I ate good luck jelly. Let luck decide everything. Chu Muxue. Chu Guang. But they have no better way now. We can only follow Su Chen's method. For the first time, Chu Guang lost. The second time, Chu Muxue lost. Su Chen pointed to the middle passage. The other 2 nodded. The 3 of them continued walking forward. Soon, they came to a fork in the road. Su Chen still used the previous method. The third, the fourth. As long as there is a fork in the road. The 3 of them played rock paper scissors. Without hesitation. Sometimes Su Chen won, sometimes Chu Muxue won. Only Chu Guang always lost. This also made Su Chen understand that he could win not because of the lucky jelly. But the road he represented was really correct. In this way, Su Chen was relieved. At least the road now was always unobstructed. At this time, they had spent 13 minutes. If they still couldn't find it in another 2 minutes, Su Chen would just give up. Nothing is more important than life. You can enjoy it only if you have life. If you don't have life, you will have nothing. Su Chen, look. Just when Su Chen was thinking this, Chu Muxue found something. Su Chen looked over. At this time, he saw that there was a door on the rock not far away. Get rich, get rich. Chu Guang rushed over excitedly. But was stopped by Su Chen. He didn't eat the lucky jelly. He never won the rock-paper-scissors game. This luck is too bad. Su Chen didn't dare let him go first. After holding Chu Guang, Su Chen looked around carefully. After not finding anything unusual, Su Chen walked over. There was no mechanism on the door. Probably he didn't expect that someone would really go down to the magma. Su Chen pushed the door open. Probably there was magma inside. It was very difficult to push. Boom! Su Chen used his spiritual power directly. Pushed the stone door open. It seemed that a sound came out. The door opened. Su Chen and the other 2 hurriedly looked inside the stone door. Hey! Su Chen and the others saw. Inside the stone door was a corpse. A human corpse. All of a sudden, the 3 people became alert instantly. What the hell? Su Chen thought to himself. Is this the treasure they are looking for? Could this guy have left a treasure map and asked someone to collect your body? Chu Muxue pointed at the body. Su Chen looked over. He found that the body was sitting on a box. P.S. I was going to add more chapters to thank everyone for the tips, but something happened. Sorry. Thank you for your gifts, urging for more, and 5-star praise. Thank you. Chapter 92, Almost Died in the Magma. From Su Chen's angle, you can see it. Under the corpse, there is a box. I don't know what's inside. Is it the treasure they want to find? But Su Chen is a little curious about the corpse. Why is there nothing happening in this magma? Su Chen, go and take a look. Chu Muxue also said to Su Chen at this time. Su Chen nodded slightly. He turned directly into the door. There is no mechanism inside. Of course, it may be that he is lucky. He did not trigger the mechanism. Why is this person here? What's in this box? Su Chen thought to himself. But now is not the time to think about these things. The effect of fireproof instant noodles is not much. Su Chen walked in. At this time, he also saw the corpse clearly. Originally, Su Chen thought that it was a person's corpse. When he got closer, he was a little surprised. That turned out to be lizard? No, it's a monster, a creature similar to a lizard that I have never seen before. Su Chen thought about it at this time. He took out his mobile phone directly. He took a group of photos of the corpse. The corpse was wearing human clothes, and its face was like a lizard, but it had hair. The fingers on both hands were the same as those of humans. But there was a thin film connecting the fingers. It seemed to have evolved to adapt to swimming. Swimming? In the magma. A thought flashed through his mind. Su Chen had never seen such a strange creature in his textbooks before. Then he put his hands together for it. I came here to search for treasure according to your treasure map. Don't blame me if I offend you. After praying these in his heart, Su Chen reached out and grabbed the corpse. He pulled it open directly. A huge box had already appeared in front of Su Chen. I don't know what's in this box. Su Chen looked at it curiously and found that the box was not locked. After thinking about it, he didn't know what would be in it if he opened it. If it is easily destroyed, the magma will directly flow in. I am afraid that the treasures inside will be damaged. He reached out and called Chu Guang. Chu Guang pointed at himself. Su Chen nodded. Although he was a little scared, Chu Guang still walked over. Su Chen pointed at the box. Then he pointed at the passage. Chu Guang and Chu Muxue both understood. Su Chen wanted to carry the box out first. After all, the effect of the fireproof instant noodles was about to come. Su Chen and Chu Guang moved the box out of the cave with force. Then Su Chen walked around inside again and confirmed that there was nothing missing. Then he turned around and left. There are still 10 minutes, hurry up. Su Chen looked at the time. There are only 10 minutes left. It took more than 10 minutes to walk here just now. It took a few more minutes to push open the stone door and wait. Now there are only 10 minutes left. But when I came here just now, there are so many forks along the way. They used rock paper scissors. It took quite a while. If we go back now, we should still have time. MMM. Hurry up, hurry up. Su Chen urged. Together with Chu Guang, they just picked up the box and ran. Now they don't have much time left. 3 minutes left. Su Chen calculated the time while running. It should still be in time now. At this moment, the fat man next to him seemed to have a problem. Su Chen looked over and frowned slightly. The fat man's strength is not strong, and his spiritual power can't support it at this time. Although he is completely immune to fire. But if magma flows into his mouth and nostrils, it's still very uncomfortable. The fat man's strength is relatively weak. It's a bit difficult to maintain the spiritual power defense shield now. Su Chen does have a potion to restore spiritual power. But now in the magma, it's impossible to use it. Hurry up! Su Chen shouted. The three of them sped up. At this time, the spiritual power shield condensed by the fat man was already very thin. If the magma was inhaled, I don't know what would happen. Maybe after the effect of the fireproof instant noodles disappears, these magmas will still work. Hurry up, there is still 1 minute. Su Chen shouted in his heart. They were very fast. But after all, they were walking in the magma. Although there was spiritual power isolation and the effect of fireproof instant noodles. But stepping on the magma was like stepping on mud. Especially on the way back. It was very difficult to walk. This was beyond Su Chen's imagination. MMM. Brother Chen, I can't do it. Chu Guang was already exhausted at this time. His spiritual power was consumed very quickly. That layer of spiritual power protection. It could be broken at any time. MMM. Hold on, it's almost there. Su Chen said. Then the spiritual power surged. It directly wrapped Chu Guang in it. Su Chen's spiritual power was still sufficient. However, it seems a bit difficult to move forward to help two people resist the magma. At this moment, another wave of spiritual power came. Gathered together with Su Chen's spiritual power. This is... Ahoy! Chu Muxue! Su Chen turned back and glanced at Chu Muxue. The latter just nodded to him. Although the strength between them is similar. But Chu Muxue's spiritual power was stronger. After wrapping the three people, Su Chen looked at each other. Then he rushed forward quickly. Chu Muxue behind him also quickened his pace. 10 seconds left. Su Chen counted the time. There are only the last 10 seconds left before the fireproof instant noodles are effective. In front of them, there was only less than 3 meters away. If it is on flat ground, with the strength of their awakened ones, it only takes 1 second. But here is the magma, making it difficult to move even an inch. Sanmai at this time may become the final burial place for the three of them. Quick! There are only 2 meters left. Su Chen could already see the exit at this time. 5 seconds. Ah! Su Chen gave a low drink. The three of them sped up. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. Ah! Chu Guang took 1 step forward. Stepped out of the magma. Chu Muxue followed closely behind. Su Chen was the last one to come up. He held the box. Chu Guang and Chu Muxue were on top, pulling up the box. 1 second. Su Chen used both feet to exert force. Spiritual power surges. Then he jumped up. The effect of fireproof instant noodles disappears. Just when Su Chen jumped up, the system beep appears. Then Su Chen landed steadily on the ground. Hoo ho ho! This time, Su Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. But he knew that there might be some lucky jelly in it. Think of this! Su Chen got up directly. Opened the box. He was worried if the effects of the good luck jelly wore off. What other changes will happen to the box? After all, he was lucky enough to pick up the box. Crack! The box was opened directly by Su Chen. Chapter 93 Is this stone worth 500 million? Su Chen's action. Naturally, it attracted the attention of Chu Muxue and Chu Guang. The two of them also hurried over. Wanted to take a look. What was in the box that they had worked so hard to take out from the magma? What is this? When Su Chen opened the box, he found that it was a pile of stones. That's right, it was not a spiritual bead. It was not a treasure either. It was actually a pile of stones. No way! We just brought a pile of stones up. When Chu Guang saw this pile of stones, he almost cursed. This was what they had taken great pains to bring out from under the magma. It was actually a pile of stones? How could this be possible? Su Chen. Chu Muxue also looked at Su Chen. If the treasure they were looking for was just a pile of stones, then the adventure just now was really not worth it. I don't know, let's take a look first. Su Chen frowned slightly. He didn't know either. This so-called treasure, in the end, turned out to be a pile of stones? But at this time, Su Chen still picked up a stone. Study it carefully. The weight of this stone is much lighter than that of ordinary stones. The first feeling Su Chen had when he picked up the stone. It was very light. This weight is different from that of ordinary stones. Chu Muxue was also a little curious at this time. Then he picked up a stone. It's still a little hot. Chu Muxue felt it. This stone is not only lighter than ordinary stones. There is also some temperature. This is not the warmth after being soaked in magma. It's more like the stone itself radiates. What? I've heard of self-heating rice and self-heating hot pot. Now there are even self-heating stones. Chu Guang picked up a stone with some curiosity. Just as Su Chen said. This stone is indeed lighter. But it's not as warm as Chu Muxue said. My awakening talent is the ice element, and I have a stronger sense of hot things. Chu Muxue explained. She is of ice attribute. She will be more sensitive to fire and the like. At this moment, I felt an abnormal warmth on the stone. I was very curious. Well, I can feel it too. Wait, let me check. Su Chen suddenly remembered. He had the Night Bureau app. And on it, there was also an area for treasure appraisal. Rather than treasure appraisal, it was better to say that it was for identifying items. There were some knowledgeable people on it. They would identify things for people online. For example, what kind of monsters, what kind of plants, what kind of medicines. They could accurately tell the quality and price of various things. Su Chen had seen it with some curiosity before. Sure enough, after joining the Night Bureau, all kinds of benefits were much better. I hope someone knows it. Su Chen picked up a stone directly. He took a few photos of it. Then he posted it to the forum on the app. I came across a stone that was lighter than ordinary stones and slightly warm. Does anyone know what it is? Picture.jpg. 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 Su Chen posted many photos in a row. But they were all of the same stone. After all, if it was valuable, Su Chen would have sent a box of stones directly. Wouldn't that make people covet it? Within a few minutes, someone replied. Fuck, what did I see? This, can't be that. It's possible, it looks like the description. Where is the OP? I want to pick it up too. Is it really that thing? I didn't expect it. Young man, you are so lucky. There were many replies. But Su Chen took a look. None of them said this stone at all. Oh my god, you know, tell me. Hear this and that, how do I know what it is? Su Chen complained helplessly. But I don't know whether what these people said is true or nonsense. How? Any results? Chu Muxue asked. She just sent a few pictures to their dragon family group. Look at those old dragons, do you recognize them? But no one has popped up yet. No young people, and even less old people. At this point, they are probably all asleep, right? Looking at these replies, it should be something useful. Su Chen was a little curious. The replies from these people made him feel that what he had in his hand was not a piece of stone, but a high-level spiritual bead. At this moment, Su Chen's mobile phone rang. Su Chen took a look. The note on it was a bad woman. By the way, can I ask the bad woman? Su Chen suddenly reacted. With Lu Menjiahu's knowledge, maybe she knew what this was. It seemed that it was not in the textbook. So he answered Lu Menjiahu's phone. Hello, bad sister, why are you calling me? Su Chen did not ask directly, but asked in return. Where did you find the pure yang core? Lu Menjiahu did not answer Su Chen's words, but asked in return. Pure yang core. Su Chen was stunned. Suddenly reacted. The bad woman was talking about the stone in his hand, right? This thing is called pure yang core. Su Chen didn't expect that this thing has a name. It seems that it is not an ordinary stone. Well, it seems that you don't know that the value of this pure yang core is very high. If you are willing to sell it to the Zai Bureau, you can get the price of a 4th level spirit bead. Lu Menjiu said directly. Su Chen was also stunned when he heard this. This piece of pure yang core is worth a 4th level spirit bead. Su Chen didn't expect that this piece of stone. It is so valuable. The price outside is not so high, but it is about the same. After all, this is a scarce resource. One less one is used. Lu Menjiu said simply. This kind of thing is not precious. But it is very scarce. A 4th level spirit bead is priced at 5 million. Although there is a premium. It is higher than the market price. But it is better to fall into the hands of the Night Bureau than to fall into other places. Besides, Su Chen is a member of the Night Bureau. It is okay to give a relatively high price. By the way, how many pure yang rock cores do you have? I will ask someone to get them when the time comes. Lu Menjiu also saw Su Chen's post on the Night Bureau app. So she contacted Su Chen directly. This. Su Chen looked behind him and saw a full box, about 100. 100. How can there be so many? Lu Menjiu did not expect it. Su Chen actually had so many. It surprised her. Su Chen looked at the box of pure yang rock cores. He felt warm in his heart. 500 million. This box of things is actually worth 500 million. It can buy 2 level 7 spirit beads with spiritual skills. Unfortunately, level 7 spirit beads with spiritual skills. It is not so easy to buy. Well, I can make the decision and give you 10 level 5 spirit beads with spirit skills. You can choose the attributes at will. How about that? Lu Menjiu made a direct offer at this time. Hearing about level 5 spirit beads with spirit skills. And letting him choose the attributes? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Su Chen hesitated a little. Window_tabula equals window_tabula, _tabula. Mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabula below article thumbnail -300x250, placement, below article thumbnail, 300x250, target _type, mix. Chapter 94. What exactly is that strange creature and number 039, S corpse? 10 level 5 spiritual beads with spiritual skills. The market price is 480 million. And it's more difficult to buy one. The strength needs to reach gang level. Of course, you can also purchase it from other channels. But the price is even higher. It is estimated that even 500 million cannot buy 10 level 5 spirit beads with spiritual skills. After all, it is too difficult to choose a spiritual skill that suits your own attributes. Because I'm not the only one who found out, I still need to discuss it. Su Chen did not agree directly. This matter needs to be discussed with Chu Muxue and Chu Guang. Although he got the treasure map. But there are 3 people fighting. There were also 3 people going down. Su Chen is not a selfish person. Of course I will tell them. Okay, I'm waiting for your news. Lu Menjiu said. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Su Chen looked at Chu Muxue and the other 2. After thinking for a while, he said, the name of this stone is Chunyang Yangzhen. Chunyang Rock Core? So this is the Chunyang Rock Core. Chu Muxue looked at the stone in her hand in surprise. Obviously, she knew about Chunyang Yangzhen. You know. Su Chen looked at Chu Muxue. If this thing has other uses. Su Chen kept it to himself. If it's just an ordinary resource. Su Chen was planning to take action. I heard from my father that the pure yang core can be used to forge armor, which can protect against a full blow from at least a 4th level monster. Moreover, it is very light and is usually worn by guards who do not have awakened abilities. Chu Muxue told what she knew. Tell Su Chen. Armor made from stone. Chu Guang held a pure yang rock heart and looked at it curiously. Of course not. The main construction material is the rock core inside, which should be metal. Chu Muxue wasn't very clear either. I see. Su Chen nodded slightly. Then he said, then do you know the price? Someone offered 10 level 5 spiritual beads with spiritual skills in exchange for 100 pure yang cores. You can choose the attributes of the spiritual beads and spiritual skills. Su Chen directly told Chu Muxue and Chu Guang what Lu Menjiu meant. Why 100 pieces? Because Su Chen wouldn't sell it if there were too many. Unless, add money. 10 level 5 spirit beads with spiritual skills. Chu Guang was stunned. Is this thing so valuable? Almost 500 million? That's higher than the price on the market, and the attributes of the spiritual skills can be chosen, so you don't have to exchange the spiritual beads yourself, or sell them and buy them again. Chu Muxue nodded slightly. This price is almost the same. At least it can save you a lot of trouble. After all, even if someone gives you 10 level 5 spirit beads with skills, they won't be able to let you choose attributes. That's all random. If you are given a fire attribute spirit bead, if you are an ice attribute spirit bead, you have to change it yourself. The nighttime bureau lacks this procedure. The price is also relatively high. Fat man, what do you think? Su Chen looked at the fat man and asked. Ah? Me? I listened to brother Chen. Chu Guang was stunned. He had no ideas. Anyway, the treasure map belonged to Su Chen, and he didn't put much effort into the battle. Where are you, Muxue? Su Chen looked at Chu Muxue. He asked pretentiously. Anyway, Chu Muxue is his contracted dragon. Basically, as long as Su Chen decides, Chu Muxue cannot go against it. Think of this relationship. Chu Muxue couldn't help but rolled her eyes. I also listened to brother Chen. Learn from Chu Guang's words. He repeated it to Su Chen. Su Chen. Chu Guang and I are both non-attributed, so let's exchange for 6 non-attributed spirit beads and 4 ice-attributed ones. What do you think? On the surface, Su Chen wanted to give the girl an extra spirit bead. In fact, Chu Muxue's strength has improved. For him, it is very important. I have no objection. Chu Guang was the first to speak. He didn't have any objection to Su Chen's arrangements. Doesn't this mean I'm taking advantage? Chu Muxue said. You're a girl, and you're going to get into the lava with us, and you don't have to take advantage of it or not. Su Chen shook his head. Said. Yes. Brother Chen is right. Chu Guang nodded. He felt that Su Chen was right. Chu Muxue was speechless in her heart. She also knew that for Su Chen, her improvement in strength was his improvement. So if Su Chen takes 4 spirit beads, or if she takes 4 spirit beads, the result will be the same. Then it's decided. Su Chen sent a text message directly to Lu Menjiu. Su Chen, 100 pure yang cores are exchanged for 6 level 5 spirit beads with no attributes and spiritual skills and 4 level 5 spirit beads with ice attributes and spiritual skills. Not long after, Lu Menjiu replied, got it. This transaction is complete. By the way, Su Chen, you should have taken a photo of the corpse, right? Send it to me, and I'll ask Dad if he knows what kind of monster it is. Chu Muxue looked at the corpse. Still quite curious. Although she is a dragon, she has never seen such a creature. Okay, I'll send it to you. Su Chen nodded slightly. Then he sent several photos he took to Chu Muxue. Brother Chen, what should I do with this stone? We still have to hunt monsters, so we can't carry it around all the time, right? Chu Guang looked at the box of pure yang cores. Not as heavy as a real stone though. But there are so many, and they add up to a lot of weight. I can put it away. Su Chen said. Then he put his hand on the box. System, put it into the system backpack. Su Chen communicated with the system in his mind. This is another use of the system. You can put things into the system's backpack. Whether it's something rewarded by the system or something belonging to Su Chen. Ding! Income successful. After a while, the system beep sounded. The box in front of him disappeared. Damn it, Brother Chen is awesome. When did you buy the space storage device? Chu Guang saw this scene. Suddenly he shouted in surprise. The so-called space storage device is a high-tech product. The price is very expensive. The capacity is not much, and it can only hold 1 square meter of things. But it's easy to carry. It was through research on space monsters after the catastrophe. Finally made. Of course, Su Chen couldn't afford it and wouldn't buy it. System backpack to handle everything. No matter what it is, there is a small grid inside. Su Chen can check. The small box happened to be right on top. Marked in the upper right corner is the number 103. It seems that there are 103 Chunyang cores in total. It's good to keep 3 of them when the time comes. Su Chen looked over. The data of Chunyang core X103 is immediately displayed. Su Chen. I should have known it would be included in the system backpack. No need to ask. You have a space storage device. Why didn't you use it when you were in the magma just now? Chu Muxue suddenly asked lightly. Su Chen. I was so nervous at the time that I didn't even think about it. Regret. I regret it now. But when a corpse is put in, will its name also be displayed? Su Chen suddenly had a bold idea. If no one knows that creature, maybe the system can determine it, but I can't say for sure. Chapter 95. That strange creature corpse. Su Chen was also very interested. But there is no way to go down now. Even those who have awakened the fire attribute cannot go down if they are not strong enough. Unless Su Chen sells fire-proof instant noodles again. Of course, it can also be a fire immunity fruit. Su Chen is now only immune to 10% of flames. It's simply not enough. If he could eat 5 pills, maybe Su Chen could go down and give it a try. Brother Chen, what should we do now? Chu Guang looked at Su Chen and asked. Just hunt the monsters. Su Chen didn't wait any longer. After all, this trip to the heaven-piercing secret realm. The main thing is to hunt monster beasts, obtain spiritual beads, and directly enter high-end universities. Ordinary universities only teach knowledge in classrooms, which is equivalent to talking on paper. But in high-end universities, it's different. They all take classes in secret realms where they can practice, or in other places. Students trained in this way are not only stronger, and there is combat experience. Although you can also learn knowledge in the classroom. But after all, there is no actual combat experience, so in comparison, it is much worse. Chu Muxue nodded. The next 3 people were led by Su Chen. He went directly towards the place where there were many monsters. After all, the treasure has been obtained. Let's hunt some monsters first. At night. Outside the tent. Su Chen sat next to the fire. Still looking at the biological corpse on the phone. If it's a monster, why does it wear clothes? Su Chen was a little curious. At this moment, Chu Muxue also walked out. My clothes are all stained today, but luckily I brought enough. Chu Muxue complained as she walked. When I was hunting monsters today, I was sprayed with a lot of blood. Su Chen suddenly reacted. Chu Muxue also wears clothes. It can also directly transform into a human form. Then this monster beast is not very strong in the world of monster beasts, right? And the IQ should be very high. Otherwise, he wouldn't be guarding that pile of stones. Are you still looking at the photos? Chu Muxue saw that Su Chen was still looking at the photos. Also sat down next to him. Well, I'm still curious, what kind of creature is this? Chen nodded slightly and asked, "Is there no news from the Dragon Clan yet?" "My dad said he didn't know, so he asked my grandpa," Chu Muxue said. She was also a little curious. What exactly is that thing? A creature that even her father had never seen before. Not much. Chen nodded slightly. Doesn't even Chu Muxue's father know? Then this guy is very mysterious. Of course, such a mysterious guy. This also means that creatures like it may have become extinct. Otherwise, at least the Dragon Clan should know something. Put it this way. Chunyang Yangzhen can finally accept it with peace of mind. Don't worry about being visited by strange creatures. The next day, Chen heard the news from the system early in the morning. A new round of treasure chests has been dropped. Pity. There is no one in the Chuantian secret realm. It seems that the system has not been completely changed. The treasure box system still drops 100 treasure boxes, and it is all over the world. Chen looked at the system map. 100 treasure chests, still around the world. It's just that the current treasure chest can penetrate the secret realm. There seems to have been no such arrangement before. Forget it, no, just hunt the monsters. Chen didn't care too much. If you have time, you can hunt monsters. All day long. They all spent their time hunting monsters. Next time. Every day's treasure chest has never entered the secret realm. Chen was helpless. Fortunately, the hunt for the monster went very smoothly. There is Chu Muxue's dragon power. The strength of those monster beasts has been suppressed a lot. This was demonstrated when Chen and the others encountered a group of more than a dozen second-level monsters. Reflected more clearly. There were originally more than a dozen level 2 monsters. It was more difficult for Chen and the others to kill him. But under Chu Muxue's dragon power, the speed of those second-level monsters has slowed down a lot. Even Chu Guang successfully killed a second-level monster. It made him as happy as a 300-pound fat man. The 15-day exam is finally over. The rest of the time, in the secret realm of Chuantian, Chen only opened the treasure chest once. A black iron treasure chest. What came out was a good luck jelly. That's right. Another good luck jelly. Chen even wondered if the only good luck jelly could be found in the black iron treasure box. But the first 2 times were good luck jelly. They all brought Chen a lot of good luck. Chen hasn't used this one yet. Maybe it will have a big effect by then. And so many days. I don't know if there is any news from the Dragon Clan. Because Chu Muxue's cell phone was out of battery. Chen and Chu Guang's batteries were also out of power. After all, the power bank has been out of power for so many days. There is no news later, and I don't know if I have been asked. This can only wait until we get out of the secret realm. Let's see if there is any news. The moment when you step out of the secret realm of heaven. Chen and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. Finally out. Chu Guang sat directly on the ground at this time. Chen also felt that the sunshine outside was much better than that in the secret realm. Finally, the spirit beads obtained were handed over to the teacher for statistics. This time the test of the heaven-piercing secret realm has been passed. 58 of them gave up the test because they encountered monsters or other dangers halfway. The teacher on the stage, holding the calculated form, announced. And this time, there are the following 5 teams that can enter the advanced school. The teacher paused and said, the 5th place, the Holy Dragon Flying Tigers, 125 level 1 spirit beads, including 3 spiritual spirit beads, with a total score of 140 points. Level 1 spirit beads are worth 5 points, and those with spiritual skills are worth 10 points. Level 2 spirit beads are worth 20 points, and those with spiritual skills are worth 30 points. Because not every monster has spirit beads, getting more than 20 of them is already powerful enough. 4th place, with a total score of 165 points. Third place, with a total score of 170 points. The second heroic rescue team received 39 level 1 spirit beads, including 7 with spiritual skills, and 1 level 2 spirit bead, with a total score of 250 points. When the teacher announced the second place, there was an uproar below. Level 2 spirit beads. They actually killed level 2 monsters. This is really strong. I didn't expect that someone would kill a second level monster, and this is the second place. I'm looking forward to first place. At this time, the teacher continued to announce first place. After a pause, he continued, the team has obtained level 1 spirit beads, 530, including 172 with spiritual skills, 149 level 2 spirit beads, and 23 with spiritual skills. The total score. At this point, everyone below was shocked. The total score is 6,720 points. At this moment, even the teacher was shocked. How do you kill so many first-level spiritual beads and so many second-level spiritual beads? More than 6,000 points. This is unprecedented. But this time, it's just about announcing the results, filling out the application form later, and then waiting for the admission notice. Chen and the others also returned home with their trophies. I'm finally back, I'm going to take a shower. As soon as Chu Muxue entered the door, she couldn't wait to take a shower. Although there are rivers and streams in the secret realm, they are nothing compared to the hot baths at home. I want to wash it too. Chen also wanted to take a bath. I've been exhausted these past few days. I said it first, I'll wash it first. Chu Muxue refused. Chen walked directly into the bathroom. I came in first, I washed first. Chu Muxue, who was still looking for clothes, immediately refused to give in. Me first. Me first. The two fought endlessly. Otherwise, if I ask you a question and you answer it, I'll let you go first. Chen said suddenly. Okay. Chu Muxue was naturally unwilling to be outdone. There was a couple. The man told me that I don't love you, and the woman told me that I love you. Later, I didn't love you and passed away. What was the name of the remaining one? Chen asked. Hearing this question, Chu Muxue was stunned for a moment. Then his face turned slightly red. What's the problem? So simple? Do you want to confess to me? No, you want to trick me into confessing. Today is Chinese Valentine's Day. Chu Muxue felt nervous. After spending the past few days together, she discovered that Chen was actually quite good. Can Karen and Long really be together? No, I'm just answering the question. Thinking of this, Chu Muxue gritted her teeth and said weakly, I love you. Then he saw Chen looking at her with disgust. He said calmly, the remaining one is called the widow, you idiot. With that said, he walked into the bathroom. Bang! Close the door. Chu Muxue was left confused at the door. Chen! Chu Muxue shouted angrily. P.S. It's Chinese Valentine's Day. Happy Chinese Valentine's Day. Regardless of whether there is a partner or not, happiness is all that matters. A chapter of almost 3,000 words, please give me some gifts. Grateful. Also, I have booked a room 774, floor 784, 193rd Street. Come and play. Window underscore tabola equals window underscore tabola dot push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabola below article thumbnail dash 300 x 250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 x 250, target underscore type, mix. Chapter 96 Kixi Special. Chinese Valentine's Day Special. It has nothing to do with the plot. Chen, wake up! Chu Muxue shouted and opened the curtains. A ray of sunlight shines into the house. Well, I'll sleep a little longer. When the sun hit his eyes, Chen directly pulled the quilt over and covered his head. The sun is shining on your butt, why don't you get up? Chu Muxue was not polite. He directly grabbed Chen's quilt and opened it for him. At this time, Chen rubbed his eyes. I hunted monsters very late last night and finally got to sleep. Chu Muxue lifted the quilt. Chen had no choice but to sit up. Looking at the angry Chu Muxue, I felt a little cute and couldn't help but reach out and pinch her face. Chu Muxue brushed her face and blushed. Omega. React suddenly. That's not right. Did you go hunting monsters last night? Chu Muxue asked. Well, I asked you to come with me. You sleep like a pig. Chen nodded slightly. In fact, Chen didn't look for Chu Muxue last night. This time, he did it very covertly. Otherwise, with the keenness of the Chu Muxue dragon clan, it's impossible not to notice it. Humph, although I slept very well last night, if you went out normally, I would definitely know about it. Did you sneak out without telling me? It was naturally impossible for Chu Muxue to be deceived by Chen. If Chen hadn't used his spiritual power to cover up his voice, the sound of opening the door was enough to wake Chu Muxue up. But no, it must be because Chen didn't want her to know. Hey, I can't hide it from you. Chen smiled slightly. This sentence can be regarded as a disguised admission that he went out without telling Chu Muxue. Why did you hide it from me? Chu Muxue stared at Chen. Because I found a helper. Chen didn't hide it, he really found a helper. Hunt a powerful monster. Who? Chu Muxue stared at Chen warily. It looked like a monster protecting food. Chu Muxue seems to be a monster herself. Chu Kaer. Chen said a name. Chu Muxue was stunned. Sister Kaer. Chen nodded. Why are you looking for her instead of me? Chu Muxue's tone changed slightly. There was a hint of sourness in the air. She's more suitable than you. Chen explained. Chu Muxue. As expected. Do you like Sister Kaer? Do you want to make a contract with her? No wonder you helped me break the contract. It turned out that you were preparing to make contracts with other dragons. Chu Muxue was very unhappy. It was agreed at the beginning that after the contract was terminated, he would not contract with other dragons. How can it be? Kaer seems to be the dragon I broke the contract with, right? Chen looked at Chu Muxue and asked back. Then you want to contract her again, right? Chu Muxue was stunned. Reacted again. Re-ask the question. Even if there is no contract, she will still be obedient. Chen was quite confident. Even if the contract is terminated. As long as something happens, just make a phone call and Chu Kaer will come to help. I understand. It's me who's not suitable. I'm disobedient. I'm quitting. I wish you all the best. Chu Muxue looked aggrieved. He sat directly on Chen's bed. Muttering. What's wrong with you? Chen held back his laughter and asked. I'm jealous. Chu Muxue shouted directly. Yes, she was jealous. When I thought of Chen and Sister Kaer going to the sweet double Q to kill monsters last night. She is not happy. My heart is sour. Jealous. 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 You are such a snack. Chen said with a smile. Chu Muxue? What kind of straight man is this? Humph, I'm ignoring you. Chu Muxue turned away directly. At this moment, she suddenly felt a strong ice element. Turn around. Then he saw Chen holding a 7th realm spiritual bead with spiritual skills in his hand. And it looks like it has ice properties. This is not level 7. But the 7th realm. There is an existence that is infinitely higher than the 9th level spirit bead. The Liu Yunbing Xian rabbit that I hunted last night is an ice element monster. Kair's fire element has greater control over it, so I didn't call you. Su Chen explained. Then he added, besides, how can anyone give themselves hunting gifts? To you, Happy Chinese Valentine's Day. Su Chen smiled and handed the spirit bead to Chu Muxue. Thanks. Chu Muxue was overjoyed. React suddenly. Still angry. Humph, you can't expect me to forgive you for a 7th level spiritual bead. Chu Muxue was angry. Seeing Chu Muxue's appearance, Su Chen smiled and said, okay, if you don't want me, just put it away. Hey, I want it. Chu Muxue didn't expect it either. Su Chen actually put it away directly. Hateful. He quickly turned around and went to grab it. Su Chen hid. Chu Muxue threw herself directly into Su Chen's arms. Chu Muxue, Omega. Su Chen. I'll give it to you. Get ready. Let's go out for dinner. Su Chen handed the spirit bead to Chu Muxue. Yes. Chu Muxue nodded slightly after taking the spirit bead. The blush on her face had not faded yet. The streets on Kixi Festival were bustling with people. Since the monsters were solved, the city finally looks like a city. Su Chen looked at the people around him and sighed. Yes, although there are still monsters now, they can no longer threaten humans. Chu Muxue nodded slightly. The two held hands and shuttled through the crowd. Fortune-telling, you must pay. At the entrance of the mall, there was an old man setting up a stall to tell fortunes. A girl walked over curiously. Can you tell for me? The girl asked. Tisk 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 tisk, judging from your face, your boyfriend will have a bloody disaster. The fortune teller said. Liar. The girl stood up and said with a look of disgust, I don't even have a boyfriend, how could I have a bloody disaster that year? After saying that, she stood up and left. The fortune teller shook his head. At this time, a woman walked out of the mall. The girl ran over and took the woman's arm. Mom, what are we eating tonight? There are cucumbers at home, go back and beat them. The woman said with a smile. The girl was stunned. Oh my god, this fortune teller is really accurate. At this time, two more people came to the fortune teller's booth, a man and a woman. The woman asked, can you help me calculate the relationship between me and my husband? The fortune teller nodded slightly, counted with his fingers, and said with difficulty, excuse me, your relationship with your husband has come to an end. There is no need to force it. I thought the woman would be angry, but she turned to the man beside her and said, great, I agree to date you, and I will divorce my husband when I go back. Su Chen. Then fortune-telling seems to be very accurate, let's go and calculate it. Chu Muxue was a little curious. She had never had her fortune told before. Su Chen didn't want to do it. But Chu Muxue pulled him towards the fortune teller. Master, I want to calculate it too. Chu Muxue looked curious. The fortune teller looked at Chu Muxue and shook his head, no. Why? Chu Muxue was stunned. Why did he calculate for everyone but not her? Did he see something? You are destined to be together. If you don't stay together, readers will kill me. The fortune teller was talking nonsense. Chu Muxue didn't understand. If you insist on telling me, I can only say. The fortune teller hesitated for a moment and spoke again, Happy Chinese Valentine's Day to you. Chu Muxue, surprised face? Su Chen smiled and looked up at the sky. His eyes were deep, as if he could see through everything. After a moment, he slowly spoke, I also wish you a happy Chinese Valentine's Day, and be happy every day. After that, he took Chu Muxue's hand and walked towards the mall. Hey hey hey! Chu Muxue still had a lot of doubts. Let's eat. Su Chen smiled faintly. Chu Muxue stared at Su Chen's back and let him lead her. Suddenly, the corner of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a smile. Great, let's have a big meal. P.S. Well, this is a side story, and it has little to do with the current story. In the next chapter, Su Chen's path to improvement will continue. Monster. Bring it on. Chapter 97 Selling Spiritual Pearls and Making Huge Profits. Su Chen lay on the sofa, not wanting to move at all. A few days in the Chuantian secret realm. Let him know that hunting monsters can be so tiring. Although Chu Muxue's dragon power is there. But hunting is not so easy. The spiritual power is consumed and needs to be restored. The monster is encountered. Need to be killed. Too tired. Su Chen felt that he was going to be useless. Humph. Chu Muxue was still upset about Su Chen bullying her. Su Chen didn't care. Directly from the system backpack. Took out a bag. Inside, there were all the spiritual beads obtained from the Chuantian secret realm. 530 level 1 spiritual beads, 149 level 2 spiritual beads. For Su Chen, this is a harvest. In money, I don't know how much it is. Level 1 spiritual beads with spiritual skills are worth 3 million, and those without spiritual skills are worth 100,000. Level 1 spiritual beads with spiritual skills are worth 6 million, and those without spiritual skills are worth 500,000. With so many spirit beads, you can imagine how much money they are worth. About 752.8 million. It is more valuable than the previous pure yang core. Of course, this level 1 spirit bead is not easy to sell. It is easy to sell because of the small number. It is not easy to sell so many at one time. Su Chen picked out 172 level 1 spirit beads with spiritual skills and 23 level 2 spirit beads with spiritual skills. Su Chen plans to sell the spirit beads with spiritual skills. And those without spiritual skills are kept for absorption. Although the level 1 spirit beads are no longer of much use to their improvement. But if they are used to replenish the consumed spiritual power, the effect is very strong. It is 100,000 to replenish once. It is a bit wasteful. But when hunting monsters, if you really encounter danger, 100,000 to save a life once, it is still worth it. When in the Chuantian secret realm, once Su Chen and his team hunted a group of monsters. As a result, another group came. In the case of great consumption of spiritual power, he had no choice but to absorb the spirit beads directly. Although this absorption is relatively wasteful, but in an emergency, it has to be used. The effect is, Su Chen killed all the monsters. He harvested 5 level 1 spirit beads, one of which has a spirit skill. This earned more than he spent. The remaining spirit beads with spirit skills, if they are all sold, they can be worth 654 million. See if anyone can take this batch of spirit beads. Su Chen directly opened the Xiaoyu app. Anyone who has the Xiaoyu app. Basically, there is no problem. Su Chen has seen many awakened people selling things on it before. As for keeping them, Su Chen has discussed it with Chu Muxue and Chu Guang. They can exchange for 10 level 5 spirit beads with spirit skills. Naturally, they look down on these level 2 ones. Even if there are many non-attribute ones, there are also many ice-attribute ones. But for Su Chen and others, these are not important. I was too lazy to even identify the spiritual skills it brought. Let's take a look at the post. Su Chen went directly to the forum. Selling level 3 monster corpses, want M. Is there a team to hunt level 2 monsters? Q2, come. Ask, what kind of grass is this? I feel the spiritual power on it. I read one post after another. There are all kinds of them. Su Chen did not click on it. Finally, after sliding down a distance, I saw a studio. That's right. It's a studio. Xiaolong Studio accepts spiritual beads, monster corpses, refining materials, spiritual herbs, medicinal materials, spiritual beast eggs. All at the highest market price. That's it. Chen clicked it directly. He saw the prices of various things in it. But Chen did not look at the others. He only looked at the prices of level 1 and level 2 spiritual beads with spiritual skills. Level 1 spiritual pearl, with spiritual skills, 301W, without spiritual skills, 10.1W. Level 2 spiritual pearl, with spiritual skills, 602W, without spiritual skills, 50.3W. W means 10,000. Chen took a look. It is indeed a little higher than the market price. That's right. Just a little bit. Selling something worth 3 million, do you still care about the 10,000? Yes, I do care. So Chen directly clicked on a chat interface. Xiaolong Customer Service, hello. Chen, member of the Night Bureau, I want to sell some level 1 and level 2 spiritual pearls with spiritual skills. The quantity is a bit large. Can your studio take it? Just after sending it out, Chen found that there was a word member of the Night Bureau behind his chat nickname. This was definitely not added by Chen himself. It is something like certification. Xiaolong Customer Service, wow. Member of the Night Bureau. Rare guest, eat. We can eat. How many spirit beads do you have? Xiaolong Customer Service, we have given some discounts to members of the Night Bureau. Level 1 spirit beads with spirit skills are 3.05 million, and level 2 spirit beads with spirit skills are 6.06 million. Chen saw this discount. He was also very satisfied. Although this is the Night Bureau app. However, many other awakened people have joined. They have all been tested. Although he was not able to join the Night Bureau. But there is also a certain ability. And there are many people from other departments in it. But there is no certification. I didn't expect that members of the Night Bureau would have such good things. Chen thought. Just report the quantity directly to them. Chen, member of Xi Bureau, there are 172 spirit beads with level 1 spiritual skills and 23 spirit beads with level 2 spiritual skills. How did you collect them? Come to your door? Or should I send it over? After Chen's news was sent out, it took a while before the other party responded. Xiaolong Customer Service, due to the large quantity, you have been transferred to Senior Customer Service. I was transferred directly to Customer Service. It seems that this quantity is still a bit too much. Xiaolong, dear Mr. Xi Bureau member, hello, this is Xiaolong. We can accept your spirit beads and deliver them at your door. However, due to the large quantity, we need to verify the source of the spirit beads. If you don't want to check, just whisper. Chen. Why do you say this so quietly? But think about it. There are so many spirit beads, if they are used to kill people and steal goods. The origin is unknown and difficult to verify. It really should be whispered. Chen, member of the Xi Bureau, what I obtained from hunting monsters in the heaven-piercing secret realm during the college entrance examination can be verified. Xiaolong, are you still a high school student? Chen had just finished speaking. Xiaolong replied directly. He didn't expect that. A member of the Night Bureau is actually a high school student. Generally speaking, high school students are not very strong. It is impossible to pass the examination of the Night Bureau. Then there is only one possibility, a special move. Specially recruited into the Night Office. And a student can actually be specially recruited by the Night Bureau. That can only explain one situation. This student's potential is definitely extraordinary. If so many spiritual beads with spiritual skills were obtained from the heaven-piercing secret realm, then this student's potential is indeed extraordinary. Xiaolong has been working as a businessman for more than 10 years. Just a little analysis will make it clear. This man has extraordinary potential. Chen, who was on the other side, was just about to reply. I heard a voice coming from the bathroom. Chapter 98, Creatures Before the Cataclysm, or Alien Creatures. Chen, there's news. Chu Muxue's voice came from the bathroom. Chen was stunned. What news? But he reacted quickly. Is there any news about the corpse of the monster? Chen asked quickly. Right. Chu Muxue said and opened the bathroom door. She was wearing pajamas and her hair was wet. Cheeks a little red. There is also some water vapor. It looks more attractive. Chen was stunned for a moment. Is this his dragon? It's so beautiful. What news? Chen quickly recovered. Just ask. The remains of the monster beast made Chen very concerned. What is it? Have no idea. Chu Muxue said. Ah. Chen was stunned. What's the meaning? Grandpa just sent a message saying that he didn't know either. Chu Muxue said while wiping her hair. Then you said you have news. Chen was helpless. Is this considered news? When news comes back, there is news. Chu Muxue said, but my grandfather said that even he doesn't know about this kind of creature, so it must be extraordinary. Well, I know it's unusual. Chen said. Although that guy looks like a monster. But it has hair, sits like a human, and wears clothes. It's definitely not an ordinary monster. This is absolutely extraordinary. So he guessed that the creature either appeared before the cataclysm, or it didn't belong to this world. Chu Muxue said again. When he heard this, Chen frowned slightly. What does this mean? Although I have some thoughts in mind. But Chen was still not sure. It means that the catastrophe may be related to this creature, or in other words, to these creatures. Chu Muxue explained. This coincided with what Chen had in mind. Regardless of whether this creature appeared before the cataclysm, or it did not belong to this world. Then he might be the key to causing the catastrophe. Of course, it is also possible that he just happened to mutate before the catastrophe. In other words, the catastrophe may have occurred because of this one, or there are more of them, because of them. Chen said what he understood. It's very possible. Of course, we can't rule out that it's another mutated monster. Chu Muxue said helplessly. There are only photos of this monster, so we can't be sure. Then what should we do? Let your grandpa take it back and study it. Chen had no intention of reporting this matter to the Xi Bureau. In his eyes, being in charge of the Night Bureau just makes his actions more convenient. There are some powers that only Xi Bureau can give him. When necessary, help the Night Bureau resolve some matters. Of course, there are rewards for solving things. And it seems more appropriate to leave this matter to the Dragon Clan. Chu Muxue is here. If the Dragon Clan studies something, he will definitely know it. And I don't know if this thing is dangerous. Dragons are the strongest beings among current creatures. Not even comparable to the strongest human beings. If there is any danger from this thing, not even the Dragon Clan can resist it. Humans can't resist it either. Taken together, this strange mysterious creature is most suitable for the Dragon Clan to take away and study. Yes, Grandpa really wants to take it back and study it. Chu Muxue nodded. The Dragon Clan also has such a plan. After all, a monster appeared that was not even recorded in the Dragon Clan. That was so novel. You know, judging from the current history of cataclysms, dragons are the first awakened creatures to appear. That's why the Dragon Clan is the strongest existence now. If this creature appeared earlier than the dragons, maybe it will rewrite the history of the current catastrophe. Well, then how are you going to take away the body? It's in the heaven-piercing secret realm. Su Chen was a little curious. The college entrance examination is now over. Is it a bit difficult to enter the heaven-piercing secret realm? I don't know. Anyway, I asked the Dragon Clan to come over and maybe come to me to find out the situation. Chu Muxue shook her head. She doesn't know these things either. That's okay. This is neither something Chu Muxue can decide nor Su Chen can decide. It's better to sell the spirit beads properly. Spirit beads? Suddenly Su Chen remembered. He was selling spirit beads just now. He quickly took out his phone again. Xiao Han, if your identity needs to be concealed, we don't have to ask. Xiao Han, sir, are you still there? Xiao Han, do you still trade? Gentlemen? Xiao Han, in fact, we are doing serious business and we will never buy items from illegal sources. Please trust us. Xiao Han, sir, please don't report us. We can give you a higher price, 3.1 million for level 1 spiritual beads with spiritual skills, and 6.1 million for level 2 spiritual beads with spiritual skills. When Su Chen picked up the phone, Xiao Han has already sent a lot of messages. Su Chen. The prices have been increased by 100,000. This just took a while. How did it improve so much? He didn't know that Xiao Han was behind the screen. A man in a suit, good-looking, and a little thin, was staring at the computer screen with some anxiety. He was the person in charge of Xiao Han Studio. Xiao Han. Just now he received a request from a member of the Night Bureau to sell a large number of spirit beads. Because some things were of unknown origin, but they also wanted to sell them. Generally, they would accept them. But they would do it secretly. Just now he said a sentence according to the procedure. As a result, the other party suddenly had no news. Xiao Han hurriedly checked the information. Found a team from Baihu Middle School. Really got a large number of spirit beads during the college entrance examination. The team name is Audiobook team. The members are Su Chen, Chu Muxue, Chu Guang. 3 people hunted so many monsters. And one of them is called Su Chen. It is obvious that he is a member of this night bureau. After confirming his identity, Xiao Han naturally wanted to trade. Although he paid a high price to buy it. But since he can run a studio, there must be a way to make money. Although the number of spirit beads is huge. But there is money to be made, there is no reason not to. As a result, from just now to now, this member of the Night Bureau named Su Chen has not replied to the message. Generally speaking, selling things will never be like this. The longer I wait, the more I feel something is wrong. Is there a problem with joining the Night Bureau at such a young age? Even if he is very talented, he should not be recruited so early. Could it be that the Night Bureau deliberately let him come to trade? Just want to secretly test Xiao Han's studio? Has the Night Bureau already targeted him? Although he usually helps some awakened people sell stolen goods, many of them are from the Night Bureau. But those did not involve major incidents. They won't investigate me, right? If the Night Bureau really wants to take action against him, there are really a lot of handles. Xiao Han is now very panicked. He dared not leave the computer for a moment, just waiting for Su Chen's reply. Chapter 99, Handsome Boy, you are so strong. Su Chen didn't expect it. He just left for a while. The price has risen rapidly. Why don't you wait any longer? Su Chen hesitated for a moment. After all, I still couldn't bear to let Xiao Han wait any longer. Su Chen, member of the Xi Bureau, the boss is so polite, so I will sell it to you and come to pick it up directly at your door? Xiao Han, great, you finally replied. Xiao Han, I understand. If you give me an address, I will have someone pick it up when the time comes. Xiao Han, no, I will come to you personally. He was worried that Su Chen was designed by Xi Bureau to arrest him. And by visiting in person, you can get rid of this suspicion. I dare not go if I feel guilty. This is also the reason why Xiaolong wants to come to buy it himself. Otherwise, this is a business worth hundreds of millions. It's so true that he won't be able to do it himself. Then Chen directly sent him an address. It went offline. Early the next morning, there was a knock on the door. Chen and Chu Muxue were still having breakfast. Who is it? Chu Muxue asked while eating. He had no intention of opening the door. It should be someone from Xiaolong's studio who came to buy the spirit beads. Yesterday I sold the spirit beads with spiritual skills. Chen said. Then he got up and opened the door. It turned out that it was not Xiaolong who appeared at the door, but Chu Guang. Fat man? Why are you here? Chen didn't expect it. The fat man came unexpectedly. Brother Chen, help! As soon as he entered the door, Chu Guang shouted. Chen was stunned. What's going on? Hey, school beauty? Are you living with the school beauty? Chu Guang glanced and saw Chu Muxue having breakfast. I was suddenly curious. Chen actually lived with the school beauty? When this news spread, I don't know how many men were heartbroken. What's the matter with you coming here? Chen was speechless. This guy was still shouting for help with his front legs. Are you starting to gossip? Ah? It's my dad. He went out for something this morning and was attacked by monsters. Chu Guang said quickly. Uncle? How are you doing now? Chen didn't expect it. It turned out that something happened to Chu Guang's father. It seems nothing is wrong. I just called and said that I won't be home for lunch. Chu Guang shook his head. Chen. Then why are you shouting for help? Chen really wanted to beat Chu Guang violently. Ti Miao is fine. What are you yelling about? No, I shouted for help, not because my father was surrounded by monsters, but because I was being chased by a woman. Chu Guang said and looked towards the door. Chen was a little curious. Does that woman wear glasses? Chen suddenly asked. Ah? What's wrong? Chu Guang was stunned. Is there any connection between the two? Why would a woman with good eyes fall in love with you? Chen said and returned to the dining table. Continue to drink porridge. Chu Muxue on the side didn't want to speak at all. Just focus on eating. No, you are not chasing me, you are chasing me. Chu Guang looked scared. It looked like he was really being hunted. What did you do? Chen was a little curious. If this fat man didn't do anything, he will definitely not be hunted down. Definitely did something. I didn't. Who knows why she is chasing me? Chu Guang sat down. He directly picked up a bun and took a bite. Mine. Chu Muxue was immediately unhappy. Chu Guang was stunned and quickly handed it to Chu Muxue. Give it back to you. Chu Muxue looked at the bun that had been bitten. Very disgusted. Ignoring Chu Guang, he continued eating. What kind of woman? Chen chatted while eating. What's it like? She's very beautiful. She has a super hot figure. She's as beautiful as the school beauty. Well, she seems to be a bit similar to the school beauty. Chu Guang suddenly looked at Chu Muxue. He said with some confusion, do all good-looking people look the same? Brother Chen and I are both so handsome, why are we different? Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. This time, it must be someone from Xiaolong's studio. Chen stood up and prepared to open the door. After all, not many people know that he lives here. He has few friends. And the same goes for Chu Muxue. She didn't tell anyone that she lived here. Let me open the door. Chen said, got up and opened the door. The fat man didn't care. He picked up another bun and ate it, yeah, it's delicious. Hey, who are you looking for? When the door opened, it was not someone from Xiaolong's studio, but a girl. She was wearing a red dress, had a hot figure, and looked somewhat similar to Chu Muxue, standing at the door. When he saw Su Chen, he was obviously stunned. Took a step back. I looked at the house number. 501? Yes, it's here. The girl muttered. Then he looked at Su Chen and said, Hello, does Chu Muxue live here? Looking for Muxue. Su Chen was stunned. Then he nodded, yes. Move sideways to let the girl in. By the way, he shouted, Muxue, I'm looking for you. Hey! Chu Muxue still had a bun in her mouth. She looked at the door. She ran over quickly. Muxue? Why didn't you say you lived with a man? The girl looked at Chu Muxue and asked in confusion. Then she saw Chu Guang and was stunned again, too. The bun in Chu Muxue's mouth had not been swallowed yet. She couldn't speak. This one is so pretty, but that one looks so fat from the back, how could you do this? The girl spoke again. At this time, Chu Guang had just stuffed a bun. She turned her head with some curiosity. When the girl saw Chu Guang, she suddenly exploded, Fatty, you were hiding here, I'll kill you. As she said that, she rushed directly into the house. Su Chen only felt that the figure in front of him flashed by. Immediately, the surrounding fire element spirit power began to condense. What a strong fire element! Su Chen didn't expect that this girl was so strong. Her strength was definitely above Chu Muxue. Fuck, how did you chase me here? When the fat man saw the girl, he was shocked. He turned and ran. Humph, you want to run? The girl snorted coldly. A fireball condensed. It was thrown directly in the direction of Chu Guang. Be careful, fat man. Feeling the violent fire element in the fireball, Su Chen hurriedly reminded him. Then he moved. The spiritual power surged, and he caught the fireball. Boom! The fireball was caught by Su Chen. It's so hot. He didn't expect that the flame was so strong. Fortunately, his body was immune to 10% of the flame. Otherwise, this fireball would definitely hurt him. Hey, you caught my fireball with your bare hands, handsome boy, you are very strong. The girl looked at Su Chen in surprise. Then she smiled, let's see how many you can catch. As she said, the fire element condensed. Fireballs condensed in front of her. Looking at the fireballs, Su Chen frowned slightly. Catch it! The girl shouted. But at this moment, the ice element around her condensed. It actually extinguished her fireball. Sister Tamer, what are you doing? Chu Muxue looked at the girl. Said helplessly. Window_tabola equals window_tabola, .push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabola below article thumbnail -300x250, placement, below article thumbnail, 300x250, target_type, mix. Chapter 100. This Su Chen seems to be somewhat different from the legendary dragon Tamer. Sister Tamer? Does Chu Muxue know this girl? Su Chen was already on guard. He looked at the girl curiously. She is quite similar to Chu Muxue. Chu Muxue said before that the dragon clan would send people, to send dragons here. Could it be this person in front of me? Hot body, fire attribute spiritual power. That should be right. Su Chen thought to himself. Teach the pervert a lesson. Chu Kir said. There was some anger in his tone. Su Chen is not a pervert. Chu Muxue quickly explained. Not the handsome guy, but the ugly fat guy behind him. When Chu Kir saw Chu Guang, the surrounding fire elements began to condense again. Oh, then keep going, he's fine, just don't hurt Su Chen. Chu Muxue nodded slightly. Obviously, she didn't want to save Chu Guang. Brother Chen, save me. Chu Guang originally thought he was saved. Unexpectedly, Chu Muxue actually abandoned him, after all he had formed a team. Just sell out your teammates like this? Ugly fat man, come out here. Chu Qir looked at Chu Guang who was hiding behind Su Chen and shouted. You can call me fat, but you can't call me ugly. Chu Guang was still hiding behind Su Chen. I didn't dare to come out at all. Just scold him, ugly fat man, come out if you have the ability. Chu Qir said lightly. At this time, the fire element once again condensed into a fireball. Is there any misunderstanding here? Why don't you sit down and have a good talk? Su Chen looked at Chu Qir. It looked like he really wanted to kill Chu Guang. There is no misunderstanding, and there is nothing to talk about. Today I will burn this fat man into a roast suckling pig. Chu Qir didn't want to sit down and talk. When he looked at Chu Guang, his face looked angry. What did Fatty do to offend you? I want him to apologize. Since she is Chu Muxue's sister. Su Chen had no choice but to continue taking action. But the fat man is his friend. Su Chen couldn't ignore it. Ask him. Chu Qir looked angry. Fat man, tell me. Su Chen looked at Chu Guang and asked. I didn't do anything, I just praised her. Chu Guang said weakly. Su Chen didn't believe it. Can you still be hunted down if you praise someone? What did you say about you? What kind of compliment? Su Chen was very curious. Just, compliment her on her good looks, hot figure, and. Chu Guang said and looked at Chu Qir. He immediately shrank his head. What else? Su Chen had some bad premonitions. Also, the front is curved and the back is curved, and the buttocks are big, making it easy to have children. For the next words, Chu Guang almost muttered, I swear, that's really a compliment. Su Chen. You'd better let her be beaten to death. This guy actually said that in front of others. No wonder he was chased so far. Isn't this deserved? Brother Chen, you must help me. I don't want to die. Chu Guang didn't expect it either. Randomly teasing a beautiful woman on the street. He was actually being hunted. And this beauty is really strong. This was something Chu Guang didn't expect. Judging from the battle just now, Su Chen might not even be her opponent. You have to solve the trouble you caused yourself. Su Chen walked directly towards the sofa. Just remind Chu Qir casually, don't burn the furniture. Don't worry, I'm very accurate at burning people. I can burn this fat man to ashes in a short time, which can hold an urn. Chu Qir said. No. Chu Guang looked at Su Chen and refused to save him. He quickly ran towards the outside of the house. Chu Qir still wanted to chase after him. However, he was stopped by Chu Muxue. Okay, Sister Qir, everyone has run away, do you really want to kill him? Chu Muxue said helplessly. Hearing this, Chu Qir collected her spiritual power and said, I have to teach him a lesson. Then he looked at Su Chen and said, tell me, where did you pick up such a handsome young man? Chu Muxue. Young man, what's your name and where are you from? Chu Qir did not continue to chase Chu Guang. I didn't really want to kill him, I just wanted to teach him a lesson. At this time, her eyes were all on Su Chen. Su Chen, a native of Baiyu. Su Chen said. Since she is Chu Muxue's sister. That has something to do with Su Chen, the Dragon Master. Oh? Awakened? What talent? Chu Qir is quite familiar with it. Just sit on the sofa. He stared at Su Chen and asked. Yes, the talent of a Dragon Master. Su Chen didn't hide anything. Anyway, I'm not afraid of Chu Qir taking action. After all, if something happens to him, Chu Muxue will not be well. Chu Muxue naturally didn't dare to take action. Hello, Dragon Controller, you, Dragon Controller. Chu Muxue suddenly reacted. His expression suddenly changed. The body recedes. Directly protect Chu Muxue behind him. He stared at Su Chen warily. You are Muxue's sister, right? Don't be nervous. I have no ill intentions and will not contract with a dragon casually. Su Chen smiled lightly. He could see Chu Muxue's actions just now. He immediately protected Chu Muxue behind him. Do you know who we are? Chu Muxue heard it. Su Chen actually knew that they were dragons. Then suddenly he reacted. Spiritual power surges. 2 fingers pointed on Chu Muxue's forehead. At this moment, a mark appeared on her forehead. It is the imprint of a snowflake. You were actually contracted. Chu Muxue's face was not very good. The dragon clan was actually contracted by a human? If this is introduced into the clan, the dragon will laugh to death. Although Chu Muxue didn't want to admit it. But I also know that I can't hide it. He could only nod his head. Is this person threatening you? Chu Muxue asked again. Chu Muxue shook her head. I don't know why I was contracted, but he didn't threaten me. We are classmates, and now we are roommates. Su Chen is in charge of the food. By the way, the buns made by Su Chen are delicious. Sister Muxue, do you want to try them too? With that said, Chu Muxue brought the buns made by Su Chen. How can I be in the mood to eat steamed buns at this time? Chu Muxue said angrily. Then I wanted to continue, Chu Muxue stuffed a bun into her mouth. Chu Muxue subconsciously took a bite. I was about to spit it out, but suddenly I was stunned. Hey? It's quite delicious. As he spoke, he took half of the bun in Chu Muxue's hand and ate it in a few bites. Any more? A steamed bun, not full. Yes, all for you. Chu Muxue nodded. Bring a plate of steamed buns to Chu Muxue. At this time, Chu Muxue was watching out for Su Chen while eating the buns made by Su Chen. This made Su Chen somewhat helpless. Sister Muxue, sit down and talk. At this time, Chu Muxue spoke again. The two of them also sat down. Only then did Chu Muxue tell Chu Muxue everything that had happened recently. Hey? A contract was made suddenly? Is it so magical? I've heard of dragon masters before, but it's not so easy to make a contract. It requires the consent of the dragon clan. After listening to Chu Muxue's words, Chu Muxue was also a little curious. This Su Chen seems to be somewhat different from the legendary dragon master. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.